USA. You're my best friend. You're the peacekeeper. You're the legend. Thank you, USA. You're my best friend. You're the peacekeeper. You're the legend. Stopping genocide, helping small Kosovo, stopping flare and fight. In 1999, helping in Kosovo, two men shaking hands, Clinton and Rugoma. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. That we do, the way we thank you, this song that we sing, memories will bring. In so many countries, you are keeping peace. You are the lifesaver, you are pain release. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend.
What's going on, everybody?
Thank you, USA.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and it's the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. And folks, let me tell you, it's officially beanie season. That's right. It's officially motherfucking beanie season. That's right. Live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It's a Monday, October 30th, 2023, 11:25 a.m., and I am a little late, marginally, a little late. And I apologize for that, but as a Serb, I'm offended by this intro, lol. Well, I'm sorry. Well, it's called Thanking the United States. Okay, helping small Kosovo. Stopping the wrong fight. Helping small Kosovo. As you know, I'm a big fan of the United States and its actions all the time. Always. All right, it's invisible dick season. What the fuck does that mean? Anyway. What does that mean? Okay, anyway, regardless, I'm alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in my life, but not much has happened. Alex Lolo, also known as Lol Overruled, is now gone. He's left the building. He's left the motherfucking building, unfortunately. And we're very saddened by that, unfortunately. Another Alex comes and another Alex goes. You already know. I've released them. I've released them from the treacherous depths. You know, why do they always leave? That's a good question. Should do ban appeals. That was so funny. Yeah. Imagine having to return to Long Island, more like Strong Island. Can we start stream with a Bible reading for Zoomers? What? There's a Bible reading for Zoomers? Okay, maybe. Love the Leftovers Barbie episode this week? Hell yeah. Denounce all friends, condom hummus, Stalin was the Hitler, socialist billionaire. Yeah. My friend sent a demand for a ceasefire to a representative in California, and they responded with a pro-Israel statement, completely ignoring the request. Yes. It's not happening. America loves a good old-fashioned ethnic cleansing campaign, specifically when the victims of said ethnic cleansing campaign are Muslims. We're going to be talking about all of that in a second, though. Right now, however, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in my life. Oh. Fuck. I guess I opened this already. Oops. A little bit. Fuck. Good way to start the day, you know what I'm saying? Show dog. Can't show dog. Dog not here. Dog has one more week of training. We'll be talking to the trainer tomorrow extensively on Kaya's updates, Kaya's progress, and how to incorporate Kaya's newfound activities, like new lifestyle choices into my life. But that's for a different day. Kaya's gonna forget you? No shot. All right, so the ban every second protest here in Austria from mother to he's not anti-Semitic. Yeah. We'll get to all of that in a second. You and Will are so cute. We are cuties. We are cuties, but on this very moment, we were fucking serving cunt. Anyway, go to a drag show, please. Maybe in the future. I know Israel, an Israeli tank shot a car backing off from them in Gaza. Very American. Very, very American activities right there. You code switched so hard when the wig came off in the bonus epi? Yeah. Do you hear this from your libbed up friends? I heard you hippie ass, tree hugging ass, communist manifesto reading motherfuckers had something to say about Joe fucking Biden, my close personal friend, and my homegirl Kamala fucking Harris. You think a president is supposed to do the things that they say they were gonna do? Grow up. Grow up. It's like you don't even understand politics. Okay, politics, it's just this. Okay, it's a sports game. And the elections are the matches. There's no other time to get involved. So if you want to do something, now's the time to step up. True. Oh, so you're mad. You're mad because Joe Biden is supporting some war crimes. What the fuck do you think a president is? Okay?
That's what they're supposed to do. And they're supposed to fill their administration up with as many war criminals as possible. My question to you is, do you want those war criminals to all be white men? Or do you want some of them to be women of color? Okay.
This is so good. What the fuck?
Okay, so you're chronically ill. Okay, and the Democrats didn't do anything to make it easier for you to vote. And so now you have to risk your life to vote for them. Do you have any idea just how much harder you're going to die under Trump? Okay, so you're black and they took your name off the voter rolls and they've been doing some election fuckery all this time and you wanted people like me to support you. Well, guess what? If you want to stop them from stealing your vote, vote harder.
Thank you. Exactly, dude. Oh my
you bitches
God.
make me so fucking
Slay.
mad. So let your voice be heard.
Spit.
Get out there and vote. Also, I'll be doing a book signing for my new book. It will be at the police station on Saturday. And don't think too hard about why that is.
Oh my God. This was perfect.
I heard you hippie.
This was perfect. This was so good. God damn. No notes. Hey Hasan, I'm not meaning to be insensitive, but I know this might get me cooked. Is there going to come a time when the politics to fund ratio comes back into balance? The stream has felt inaccessible for me the past weeks because it's straight 10 hours politics stream. I know it's important coverage. I'm just wondering if the balance will come back on the menu soon. Yes, it will. I feel like I have, this is a good question. That's a valid question, I think. It's a valid question. I will say that I am working on it. I want to. I played video games the other day. It's just that, like, I did banana peels the other day, I did video games the other day, but, like, obviously it's not as, you know, there's very little fun stuff happening. And there's very little fun stuff happening in the world in general, so I don't know. It's just I want to get back to a better balance, and I will get back to a better balance. Partially for me, it's like, partially for me, I feel as though I have a duty. You know what I mean? At a time when it is an absolute necessity to force a ceasefire, and to apply pressure to the American government, to Western governments in general, and to consistently engage in coverage that goes against the grain, that will accurately and truthfully talk about what is going on. Especially because it's an issue that I have talked about quite a bit. Hasan, your house is haunted. Why? I feel like it's important for me to keep up the coverage as best as possible and to be as informative as possible, but also you're right. I do need to strike a better balance with entertainment and fun. I don't think that is something. Do not think that is something I don't value. I do value that, and I think that it's important. Arada Türkçe biliyor musun? Yok abi, hiç bilmiyorum ben Türkçe konuşmayı falan. Sadece bunu öğrendim. Bunu demeyi biliyorum. Ve de bunu. Ve de bunu. Ve de bunu. Ama onun dışında hiç konuşamıyorum Türkçe. Bilmiyorum. Adam kardo dedi. So yeah, but I hear you. I see you. I feel you. I understand where you're coming from, and I think it's valid. It's valid to fucking ask for more. It's valid to ask for more fun, and we will be having more fun. Hopefully, like we'll strike a better balance. It's something that I've been thinking about quite a bit. like I said, my goal is to try and hopefully get people to develop a better understanding of the situation, the historical context, the contemporary implications, and understand the incredibly not complex parts of the conflict, and also parse through the complexities of the conflict as well. So yeah. The biggest issue is that when you're in serious political mode, it leads to a lot more arguments with dumbass shatters and then it's how a stream for days on end becomes a lot in addition to the heavy material. I don't know. I think I've navigated through like the dumbassery as well as possible. You see the Boston protesters shutting down production at Elbit Systems? Yes. That's Palestine Action, and they're fucking awesome. And I have. They fucking go after Elbit pretty hard. And then they get arrested every single time. But yeah, as far as my personal life goes here, I'll give you guys a little personal tea, I guess. But I do have, I have noticed that, like, I think people legitimately, there are people I think in my personal life that are otherwise like apolitical, that are a little bit more conservative, especially, that like look at what I am, look at what I've said, look at what I've done thus far, and like legitimately consider it to be anti-Semitism, which I find so gross. You know. Why is the Clips Industrial Complex posting so much less during the past few weeks? Because for the past 3 weeks, I have nonstop covered issues that pertain to Palestine. And of course, they don't have anything to cover there. They always go for like the fun stuff, and they package the fun stuff. Do you have suicidal thoughts? What a fucking insane question. No, I don't have suicidal thoughts. What a ridiculous question. I also think the YouTube algorithm isn't friendly to that kind of content. No, it's not. It certainly is not. Did you watch the new hostage video that was released? Yes, I did. I did watch it, and we'll talk about it in a second. But I doubt that they'll play this on Israeli news, especially because of like what I saw happen to the hospital guy. Journeyman Pictures 3-hour re-upload got hammered. What do you mean? Like, it got banned? Did you hang out with Your Rage in Vegas? I wanted to. Hassan, what's your take on Chandler's death? I mean, it's very sad. It's very sad that Matthew Perry died at the age of 54. I have nothing else to say about it. I don't know what else I would say about it. But this one got smoked? What do you mean? Oh, Journeyman Pictures blocked it. Yeah, I mean, that's valid. What do you mean? It don't fucking do a full re-upload. You know what I'm saying? Breaking. Conservative MP Paul Bristow has been sacked from his government post after calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Very cool. Very normal. I do not think that history will look fondly upon these people. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. No, I don't want to cover this. I've seen all the viral clips. I've seen the viral clip of the lady who like slapped a 15-year-old Palestinian protester. I saw the fucking Democrat running for Congress who like assaulted these women. I saw it all. And of course I covered the Dagestan like the Dagestan insanity yesterday as well. That tank guy that posted yesterday literally follows me. I don't think he likes me, but he follows me as well. But anyway, the Muslim doctor that got stabbed in Texas we'll be talking about as well. We're gonna cover all of that, okay? The hostages vid, everything, and the anti-Semitic riot in Dagestan as well, which is like one of the most insane things that I've ever seen. But of course, anti-Semitism is incredibly fucking stupid. So clearly, because anti-Semitism is incredibly fucking stupid, those who do anti-Semitic shit are incredibly fucking stupid. They thought that they thought that like a flight from Tel Aviv would feature Jewish people in it into Dagestan, which is one of the dumbest things. I mean, it's like obviously horrifying, but also on top of that, it's like, really? That's where you think? Yeah, just like me and my Jewish friends, we just decided to fly into Dagestan. Just so fucking dumb. Anyway, looking in the fucking jet engine and shit. Being pro-Palestine is definitely not anti-Semitic, but if you're standing with Israel at this point, that's pretty Islamophobic. I mean, I agree with that. Being pro-Palestine is not anti-Semitic at all. I do not agree with that. I think that Zionism being presented as like a concept that is like for all of the Jewish people around the world that they all unconditionally support is anti-Semitic, which is why the anti-Semitic riot in Dagestan is anti-Semitic. Apparently Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, is giving a speech on Friday or something is definitely going down. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like the Hezbollah has done anything so far, so yeah. I can't believe what you said earlier about people who now thinking you're an anti-Semite. I think like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was just one person, and it like kind of fucking hurt me. It hit me in my core. The idea that like I would ever, the idea after spending my entire professional career fighting against anti-Semitism, for some one random like apolitical person to turn around and be like, oh yeah, like you heard about the Dagestan stuff? I bet you didn't cover it. And I was like, no, I did. And then to immediately follow that up with, oh yeah, well, you know, you're responsible for it. And I was like, no, it wasn't Ethan. Shut the fuck up. Why would you say that? No, of course it wasn't Ethan. And I was like shocked in that moment. I was like, you think, like, well, one, I was against it and am against it, and also Two, you think I have like a outsized Dagestani following that got their cues off of my coverage on Israel's war crimes? Like, that's what... It's a wild fucking take. Yeah, Dagestani HasanAbi heads rise up. Thanks for the tips, Hasan. I will be following your lead. You are leading the pack on anti-Semitism. In any case, we'll be talking about all of that. We'll be talking about the conflations between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism from both sides of the political sphere that I disagree with vehemently. I disagree with it when the ADL does it, and I disagree with it when anti-Semitic dudes do it as well, when they're just like, we're looking for Jews to kill because, you know, and like looking at people's passports and shit. Anyway, we'll talk about it in a second. Let me blast off real quick, and then we'll get into it. Listen, bro, Muslims don't like you. Thanks, man. I don't care. And also, that's a fucking stupid thing to say. And a group, first of all, an entire group, claiming that an entire group, 2 billion people hate me or don't like me is, one, idiotic. Two, saying that like an otherwise marginalized group not liking me has never stopped me from advocating for their best interest and their emancipation. So when has that stopped me? It's like, oh man, you know, Black Twitter got very mad at you for Nicki Minaj statements. Okay, I guess I'm racist now. I guess I'll just be anti-black now. Okay, nope, I will not. I will not stop in my advocacy. That's just Sufi. He specifically will, it's a joke. Oh, he was just joking. Yo, boy Khaled, thank you for the 30 gifted subs. God damn. Okay, let's talk about all this stuff, okay? I'm fucking dumb, man. Did you see that fucking tank shoot a civilian car who was posted by Al Jazeera English? Yes. That was first captured by a Times of Israel journalist, by the way. Anti-Semitic riots in Dagestan, Gaza updates, ceasefire protests. UAW victory with Stellantis. And more. And now. You never understand how gift subs work? Someone just says, I am randomly gifting subs to 30 people in the community so they can watch and not see the ads at the top of the hour when there is a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. That lucky people will get gifted a sub by someone, a wealthy benefactor. And that will allow them to avoid the ads at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. But yeah. Junior Turtle, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing a total of 45 people. No longer seeing the ads at the top of the hour here. I'll run that as well. Also, here we go. This is the Don Jenny, thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well. Hassan Erdogan's been popping off recently. Yeah, bro, he's not popping off, okay? He's a fucking hack. And Erdogan is not interested in Palestinians. He's just interested in Erdogan. Give me a break. Okay. Anyway, here, we're blasting off. We're blasting off. Adnan TTTK, thank you for the 10 gifted. Don Jenny, thank you for the 10 gifted. Junior Turtle, thank you for the 5 gifted. Here's an unlikely supporter, a coming out in support of Hezbollah. What?
Bro, Hezbollah, bro. The fiercest warrior the world ever seen. We love Hezbollah. Yeah, I want to work out with me. Give me Hezbollah.
That's crazy. MashaAllah, Logan Paul. He is Logan Paul, MashaAllah. He is converted. He is reverted to Islam. He has found the light of Allah, and he is a supporter of Hezbollah. He thinks that Hezbollah will liberate Lebanon. It's crazy. I can't believe he said that. Very real. Definitely not talking about the kid-looking adult, the adult that looks like a kid. He's not. Logan Paul, give him an Islamic name. I don't know what Logan. I don't know. I don't know how you could do that. It doesn't. Is he actually Islamic? Guys, this is not actually. I'm memeing. Dawn. Yeah, Dawn. Dawn instead of Logan. Latif. Anyway, Lahamed. Okay. Dude's about to be on one of the only dudes on the no fly list. Yeah, true. Oh, you know what? You're right. My nose gate is off. Okay. Let's get started. I want to do a deeper dive into this, possibly with Barnaby Raines. Possibly with Barnaby Raines later. Potentially. I mean, it's like pretty basic Hasbara, like it's pretty basic propaganda that just like omits key details about the history of the violent history of the inception of the Israeli state. With Barnaby Raine, who is a British Jewish history PhD at Columbia. So we'll see. We'll see if he has time. 40-minute video, but I mean it's like it's good. It's 2 years old with 3 million fucking with 3.1 million views on it. Some of the stuff you'll be very familiar with because you've already heard me talk about it and address it many times over. Ben Shapiro's like an MRE. He cooked himself. Yeah. Anyway, but before we do that, let's start with some good news, and then we'll get to some bad.
With the United Auto Workers Union to end the strike. The deal comes after the union called for more workers to walk off the job at a GM plant in Tennessee. Senior national correspondent Terry Moran joins me now for more on that. Terry, what are you hearing about this deal?
Well, it is the last of the 3 tentative deals now struck with all the big 3 U.S. automakers. First Ford, and then Stellantis, Chrysler, Jeep, those cars, and now General Motors, the largest U.S. automaker, have all agreed to terms with the United Auto Workers Union. This is the first time the UAW has struck all 3 of the big 3 U.S. car companies at the same time. And there's no question that the workers won here. These are major, major gains that auto workers have not seen in decades. 25% increase over 4 years, with cost of living adjustments to protect against inflation, which is a real worry right now. Also, more paid time off, including for the first time 2 weeks of paid family leave. There's also major gains on pension plans. You know, a lot of companies just got rid of pensions. The UAW just got significant.
Dude, unions get the goods, okay?
Significant gains on pension plans and on. Also guarantees to keep certain factories open, which is a crucial issue during the transition to electric vehicles. This is a major win for workers, no question about it, and demonstrates the power that workers have right now in an economy where companies are desperate to keep workers and are having trouble finding others. So there's no question that right now this is a victory for the UAW. These are tentative deals. The UAW membership must vote on them, and that'll take a week or 2. But at the end of that, it looks like the daring tactic of striking all 3 of the U.S. car makers at the same time, while doing it incrementally. You'll remember during this strike, they started small, kept striking more and more plants, more and more significant plants.
Let me tell you something. There is an experience that I had with a normie in the wild a couple weeks back, almost like a month back, a couple months back, where I was talking to a normie who's a bus driver, talking about how he wanted to become a UPS driver eventually. Okay? Told me, you know, he currently works in the LA Transit. He was a bus driver on a route, not entirely sure where, but he ultimately wanted to work for UPS, and that led our conversation to talk about unions. And I told him, like, you know, try to get a good union job. It's really good. And one thing that we talked about UPS was the RDC World UPS sketch. Okay? Here's how the UPS drivers are acting after their pay raise. That's the title of the sketch. I'll show you right now. This is it.
Hey, there's probably my stuff right here.
Here you go, sir.
Who are you?
UPS man.
What's wrong with your arm?
Oh shit, nothing really. What's up?
Why are you dressed like this?
Like what?
A Dior shirt? A chain? Is them Cartiers?
Oh, this little shit, man. Nah, man.
Are you wearing Cartiers?
Nah, I'm not wearing no Cartier. This some shit you ain't heard of, bro. Chill out, bro.
Where's your truck at?
My truck?
Your UPS truck?
Oh, man, I let that little shit alone. I went and got me a Lambo real quick, fresh out the lot. I drove it straight over here. I almost forgot your boxes, for real. Silly me.
You bought a Lambo off the lot, bro. How much is UPS paying y'all?
You ain't heard the news? Breaking news, shocking news?
What news?
They just start paying UPS men a little bit over $1.50. You know what I'm saying? So I just been doing my thing. Hold on, my phone I think ring.
What the?
That is not my phone. That's $10,000, bro. What the fuck?
What's going on?
Man, chill out, bro. I know that's not your first time. Nigga tripping, bro. But I think I got somewhere to be though, man. So Shit, I'm gonna holler at you. Hey, can you do me a favor though? Can you drop these boxes off at your neighbor's houses? I can give you the addresses if you want.
No, bro, I'm not gonna work for UPS. That's against the law. I can't do that.
Nah, against the law. What's up? You ratting? I got you, bro. Look, just drop them off, bro. I got shit to do. People to be. Hey, by the way,
You don't gotta throw money at me, bro.
hey, you got bitches in here?
Bitches?
Yeah, you got bitches in here?
No.
Do you got a bitch?
What? No, I don't.
So nobody in here?
Just me.
Man, that shit, you tripping, man.
Bro, why you parking my grass, though?
I pay for it, nigga. Like, you want me to pay for that patch, dog? That shit like fucking $5 or some shit. I don't know how much grass costs, nigga. I ain't no grass, man. Nigga. But I'ma holler at you, alright? I got somewhere to be. Deliver them for me, man. Can't lose this job. This mean everything to me. Everything to me, God. Everything to me. Everything to be in this bitch. Drop the shit.
Anyway, we talked about this sketch. And this sketch, I mean, it lives in my mind permanently. Okay? Because there is no better, shorter, clear, concise way to show that unions are fucking great at winning benefits and better compensation for their workforce than this fucking sketch. Okay? That's it. Like, and he had seen this as well and he loved it. And that was part of the reason why he wanted to actually join and become a UPS driver. And I think it's great. What is going on with the UAW is fucking awesome for the same reason. Awesome for the same fucking reason. Why is it awesome? Because this way, more Americans start recognizing what is happening today, man. What the fuck is going on today? What's happening in the fucking chat? What's happening? I mean, I've just started, and it's like already I'm getting fucking the dumbest things I've ever seen in my entire goddamn life. We're like not even 52 fucking minutes in. What's going on? Shut the fuck up, idiots. Jesus Christ. Can't tell if this is like anyway, yeah, and all those big extra benefits to these lazy union workers will just be passed on to the consumer, which just means things could get more expensive for everyone. Pro-union ain't that simple and clear cut. Yeah, dude. Why do those extra benefits from the lazy union workers will be passed on to the consumer? By the way, are you not a consumer and also not a worker? Like, I don't get it. Are you just like simply just a consumer and not a worker in your own workforce? I don't really understand that. But also, guess how it wouldn't pass off onto the consumers if the profit margins were shaved. But, you know, we got to maintain that shareholder value, baby. Got to keep doing that. Bro thinks he's John UPS. Yeah, I am, but I don't need a union to prove how much I am worth. No, you're just an idiot, dude. Because let me tell you, unions are not about left or right. Unions are not about liberalism or conservatism. Unions are about what's fair, okay? It's about what's just. And you, my friend, as a worker, are stupid. I'll just tell you, you think man's nature is inherently selfish, and guess what? You are currently acting against your better interest. That's what stupid people do. But it's okay. You have been blinded into recognizing, you've been blinded by capitalist propaganda, capitalist dogma into a clear-cut refusal of things that are good for you. What do I mean by this? You're not a business owner. You work at a business. And you think that you do not need collective action to be able to get better benefits. Okay. Bruh, not blinded. Just had a dad that has managed large corporations and all his workers loved him and were appreciated. Okay, you're just a kid. Never mind. That's what it is. Got it. My dad's the CEO, and fucking he's the best at being the CEO, dude. And I would never be able to live in my Connecticut McMansion if my dad, as the CEO, didn't stop unionization efforts or some shit. Like, that's great. Here's the thing, okay? Unions are not the end-all, be-all. But the reality is many corporate entities, many corporate structures are not led by magnanimous people. If I am to be charitable to your perspective and assume that you're being honest and assume that your dad hasn't just like, I don't know, fucking lied to you or something, and he is actually the best boss of all time, the reason why unions have to exist is because in the overwhelming majority, if not damn near entirety of the capitalist organization of the economy and corporations, there is an authoritarian structure, and there is no reason for bosses to actually engage in fair distribution of profits. Profit. And you also are most likely going to be a worker when you move out of your family home. And in that situation, maybe you will realize that together with other coworkers, you are able to genuinely bargain with your bosses because united, you bargain, divided, you beg. It should not be left up to the magnanimous nature of bosses, okay? Just ridiculous. Been blinded into thinking that that is adequate. It's not. Does not mean that there can't be like good bosses or whatever. Anyway.
Increasing the disruption of operations without shutting down the whole industry. That is a tribute really to the strategy that UAW President Shawn Fain put in place at the beginning and the high demands that they made. They got a lot of them.
So, Terry, what do you think this means for the larger labor movement?
Well,
the reporter is still unknowingly underplaying the victory. The UAW strike eliminated a two-tier system. For those workers, the raise is more like 80 to 90%, not 30%. The strike tactic was brilliant, by the way. The strike could have effectively lasted indefinitely with the stand-up rolling strike method. Some cool militant tactics. I agree. Everything that Shawn Fain did was fucking awesome. And I'll take it one step further. Shouts out to the motherfucking grad students that are a part of the goddamn UAW. A lot of these dumbasses online who regularly talk about how grad students are not real fucking proletariat, they're not real proletarians or whatever. Those grad students also played a significant role in Shawn Fain getting elected by a slim margin. If those grad students weren't there, Shawn Fain would not currently be in the position of power that he is in this Democratic election. A lot of the grad students in the UAW sphere were advocating for reform. Kramer curse came clutch again. Puebla, exactly. I told you. I felt so goddamn confident when I saw Jim Cramer losing his fucking mind over these strikes, saying they're going to go to Puebla. They're going to go to Puebla. And that's when I knew. That's when I knew the shit was wrapped up. It was done. Dunzo. Thanks for the shout out. For what? The grad students? Thank God the UAW was able to vote for reform and bring in someone like Shawn Fain, who went and fought hard, who's incredibly charismatic. He is also ideologically motivated as well, and he was able to get these gains for his workers that were just for all of his workers under the banner of the UAW.
One thing that Shawn Fain, UAW president, said last night.
My wife worked in a mental hospital, and they're a part of UAW. UAW is more than cars. I mean, I know. That's why I brought up the grad students and shit.
That he hopes that it encourages that the union's victory, which is really what it is in this auto strike, encourages other workers to, as he put it, take action, organize, and fight for a better life.
For those of you who don't know, or maybe you're unfamiliar, the UAW is called United Auto Workers, but the UAW also has in its ranks, in its rank and file, members that are not auto workers. Okay? The UAW, much like many other large unions, will often help unionize and bring under its banner unions from many different sectors. It does not have to be just it does not have to be specifically an auto worker. Yeah. These days, the A in UAW might as well include academia, as roughly 100,000 of the union's 383,000 members work in higher education. They include graduate students who work as teaching and research assistants, clerical and technical workers, adjunct professors, and postdocs. Yes, those very same people, whenever they engage in strikes and whenever they engage in labor action, get yelled at on Twitter by Hammer and Sickle Andes. I had a Hutch chatter call me a shit lib for celebrating this deal and said another lib betrayal was afoot. Wait, what? I am pro-union and really happy the UAW won, but there is a cost. I work for an auto parts manufacturer, and we have had layoffs, as well as have several other companies. There's a cost of the victory. Yes, even when you're pro-union and you get excited about the union winning, the hilarious part about it, or the sad nature of this conversation, is that they still are able to fucking brainwash you into thinking that, like, there is no other reason for these layoffs to exist other than the union victories. Listen to me. This is just fucking wrong across the board, and it's just another way to engage in anti-union sentiment, okay? This happens all the fucking time. Your bosses are the ones who lay you off. It's not the union that causes that layoff. One of the funniest ways that people engage in anti-union sentiment, for example, union busting sentiment, is when they say, your wages might go down if you join a union. That will never happen as a consequence of the union. That will only happen because the union fought tooth and nail, long and hard, to ensure that in a time of like economic turmoil, for example, an economic downturn like in 2008, the union will say, okay, sure, we'll cut the COLA adjustment from our contracts, which we've had, right? But it's the bosses that cut that, and the bosses that keep that away from the workers after the downturn and the economic turmoil has passed. Just like what happened in this latest massive union victory. That is part of the reason why. That is part of the fucking reason why they were fighting so hard. You understand? Capital always lies. It always lies, and it lies in ways that you are unfamiliar with. What do I mean by this? There are think tanks, okay? And think tanks and PR spokespersons, lobbyists that go on mainstream media programs and repeat omissions, key details, or just abject lies to make you feel like this outlet that normally would represent truthful and honest reporting wouldn't dare lead me astray in this circumstance. But it does. It often does, because the media's job is to side with capital, okay? Sometimes you have to read through the sentences a little bit. Anyway. I have lots of grad homework today, but want to keep up with you when I can. Do you have a schedule for today? What do you mean? This is my schedule every day. You will only accept a reduction in pay for workers if it means preservation of jobs of the people it represents, or if compensation is made equal through a different benefit. Yep. And ultimately, the party that is cutting the pay will never be the union. It will always be the bosses. The bosses cut the pay. Sometimes it's a real necessity, right, for the survival and the continuation of the company. It can happen, right? But in most circumstances, or at least according to all matter of available empirical evidence that has looked into this situation. Unionization, according to the NLRB, leads to an immediate 10% increase in wages and benefits. Okay? It's just the truth. The squeeze to reduce costs cannot and should not be at the expense of labor chatter. Innovation and improved supply chain practices decrease costs, but those savings are never buoyed against the need for laborers to be paid more to keep up with the cost of living. I mean, that's you're teetering on, Hassan's tax evasion accountant is teetering on the edge of what some would call a Marxian interpretation. Just borderline teetering on how the profit rates have a tendency to decline with productive forces improving, and then the only aspect of value that you could manipulate is of course labor, in an effort to consistently improve profit margins, despite the fact that technological improvements yielding lower and lower profit no matter what happens. As a former teacher and a member of the teachers union, I have found the argument around unions cost us more and will lower your pay, don't work, and the economic argument virtually doesn't exist. So instead it's about unions indoctrinating students, so it becomes a culture war type nonsense, which to me is an indicator of their success. Yes. I agree with you 110%, but how do I tell my libadjacent dad who just got laid off this? Also, thanks, Shadows, for responding. Anyway, let's continue.
That's the old-time religion in union labor rhetoric, and you're hearing it because, as I say, the leverage for the first time in decades is with the workers, and I think
this isn't true either, by the way. I think this is a little bit ahistorical. We've had tight labor markets in the past. We've had tight labor markets that Alan Greenspan and many other people interested in the continuation of refusing to improve the conditions for laborers have noticed and done everything in their power to eviscerate. There is something that's different in this tight labor market, however, because normally, if you look at an econ textbook, in a tight labor market, labor is supposed to have more leverage, right? There's not a lot of available jobs. Unemployment is very low, and therefore, it's not. I think it's not just tight labor markets, but also lack of momentum. I think this time there is momentum. A tight labor market where unemployment is very low gives an opportunity, technically, to the labor force in engaging in collective bargaining agreements or pushing for higher wages and better benefits. But the reality is that despite the fact that we have had a noticeable tight labor market time and time again, there's a couple different factors at play in the United States of America that make it so that the economy doesn't operate in the way that you learn about it in your econ textbooks. One of that, of course, is the massive pool of circulating labor that is undocumented. This is, of course, also by design. The undocumented labor force is constantly used as a depressive force against the documented labor. And of course, the solution to that is not to cut undocumented labor in its entirety. The solution to that is to document said labor force, allow them to participate in the labor markets, and also allow them to unionize. Right? So that's something to, of course, consider. Some of the cuts on I think immigration in the COVID process under the Trump administration partially created a very real tight labor market, not one that was just like a fake tight labor market, but a very real one. That was one of the less noticed aspects, in my opinion, and one of the reasons as to why people could not comprehend what the fuck was going on and why unions seemingly have more power, or why the workforce seemingly has more power. Another one, I think, is the amount of people that just simply died. 1 million plus people. A lot of these people were laborers. A lot of people were workers in different sectors. And they all of a sudden perished from the labor market. That's, I think, an important factor. And last but not least, I think that there was a lot of confidence. Confidence that the government had to keep you alive and gave you money. And also on top of that, not just died, plenty retired early, that too. My entire econ master's, undocumented labor was never talked about. Also, one textbook described the antebellum South as having cheap labor for agriculture. Yeah. So, important to note that those deaths were very elevated in healthcare and service sectors. Yes. So, I think these are important factors to consider as to why this time a tight labor market has seemingly more bargaining power, more leverage. What about the attitude of workers who were forced to work during COVID? Do you think working conditions under COVID also cause high animosity? I think that played a role in it as well. I think COVID is the major reason, though, the major attitude shift. Because COVID basically created a structure where capital owners recognize that without their labor, there is no power. And workers kind of recognize that as well. The work from home revolution that you're seeing all around the country is one of the many different externalities that is born out of this circumstance. People realize, like, what the fuck? I don't need to go into this goddamn office. What the hell's going on? I'm wasting money on gas. I'm wasting fucking time that I'm not even like getting paid for. Fuck are we doing? It was a forcible shift it was a seismic shift in the attitude, I think, of and the beliefs that people had and the power that people recognized. Like, I wouldn't say that it was like a moment of class consciousness, but I do think that it was somewhat of a hidden class consciousness that people recognized, whether they know what it's called or not, whether they genuinely understand their position in the labor force or not. They started realizing, like, oh, I can just work from home. I like this. So I don't think this like I don't think there was a revolutionary potential inherently. I don't think that this was like one of these unique revolutionary manifestations or anything. I just simply believe that people are self-interested, and for a brief moment, the systems allowed an opportunity for people to recognize how much power they kind of had in generating value. There was a reason why there was so much propaganda in the New York Times and everywhere else about bosses freaking the fuck out about not having enough laborers, barbacks, busboys, and you know, a lot of like back office jobs, you know what I mean, that sometimes were even comprised of undocumented labor. I think that is some of the factors that are important here.
There's no question that we've seen this year of strikes in the actors union, the writers union, healthcare strikes in so many areas because workers get it. They understand that right now they've got the upper hand and they're going to, try to make hay while the sun shines and try and get a better deal and rebalance a system that has seemed to many people to be out of whack with too much of the enormous wealth this country has generated going to too few people. Workers have some power right now, and they want to rebalance that.
All right, senior national correspondent Terry Moran. Terry, thank you.
Anyway, I think the rise in new media over the past decade also meant that there's a sizable enough section of workers that can act as first spark of organizing movements these right labor market conditions. I don't necessarily think that the internet has been a part of this revolutionary movement. Maybe I'm too skeptical. I don't know. But it's good. I'm glad that these gains are being made, and it's fucking awesome that these gains are being made. We are going to now hold on before I get into Israel, Palestine, hate crimes against Muslims and hate crimes against Jews. Where is it? Oh, here. This is what I wanted to cover as well. The UAW's proposed contracts with big three automakers expire on April 30th, 2028. They have invited other unions to also set the same expiration date in their contracts. The reason for this invitation is that on May Day 2028, we can begin to flex our collective muscles. This is the closest you can get to a general strike. This is 1,000,000% fucking terrifying for capital owners, okay? This spells a lot of trouble for capital owners. It's good. I am glad that they're pushing for this. I am 100% on board with this attitude, of course. But you have to understand, that's how it works. This is how you set up years in advance a possible fucking what do you call it? A possible general strike or something close to it. Not necessarily on Reddit by saying that you're just not going to show up to work that day. That's not how it works. As a capital owner, how do you feel? Bro, this guy is literally just unrelated. What Easter Bunny costume are you wearing? Is there a Twitch streamer union? Are you a part of it? Is there a Twitch streamer union or a part of it? What/who are you wearing? I am skeptical of what you're wearing. As a capital owner, how do you feel? Please, man, please, just take 30 minutes off for a second and just chill out. Are you implying you cannot tweet a general strike into existence? Yes, you cannot do that. Here's what Sean Fain had to say about the prospect of a general strike, I guess, here.
Propose an expiration date of April 30th, 2028. We did this for several reasons. First, this allows us to strike on May Day, or International Workers' Day. May Day was born out of an intense struggle by workers in the United States to win an 8-hour day. That's a struggle that is just as relevant today as it was in 1889. Even though May Day has its roots here in the United States, it is widely celebrated by workers all over the world. It's more than just a day of commemoration.
Man, we got to protect this man. We have to protect this fucking guy.
It's a call to action. We invite unions around the country to align your contract expirations with our own so that together we can begin to flex our collective muscles. If we're going to truly take on the billionaire class and rebuild the economy so that it starts to work for the benefit of the many and not the few, then it's important that we not only strike, but that we strike together.
The GOAT. I love International Workers' Day, my favorite day of the year. I go to my favorite pubs wearing a nice suit and get hammered. So May Day is like the internationally recognized Labor Day, but in America it's a different time. Even though May Day originated, or May Day was definitely way, I would say, way more violent May 1st. And was celebrated and protested here in the United States of America. May Day is, of course, May 1st. Tell chat about how about the U.S. made a fake holiday, Americanization Day / Loyalty Day, just so people will forget about the labor movement that started in fucking Chicago. Yeah. Yeah, the Haymarket riots or militant labor action in Chicago. So, UAW proposed contracts with Big Three automaker expires. We covered that. Covered his perspective on it. Under the new tentative agreements, the average all-in hourly compensation for UAW auto workers, meaning benefits plus pay, is around $88 to $89 an hour. At Tesla, that number is $45 an hour. That's the difference a union can make. Let's take a look.
The early estimate is that the all-in cost, and that's the one that everybody focuses on, prior to this or the previous contract, it was $64 to $66 per hour all in for the Big Three. $55 per hour all in for the foreign automakers here in the U.S., and $45 per hour for Tesla. The early estimate on the Ford contract that we've seen is that it comes in somewhere about $88, $89 per hour. We haven't seen a final calculation. But if that's correct, let's say it's $87 to $89 an hour, basically a jump of $22 an hour. The early estimate.
The improvements to workers' lives and pay that have been won in these tentative agreements are truly remarkable. The elimination of pay tiers are also, the two-tiered pay structure is also huge. That jumps a lot of workers and their salary directly by 80 to 90%. And the salaried first-tier workers, they see an increase in their salaries by 30%. So massive, massive benefits that you would not be able to win without a labor union. And the labor union would not be able to win these massive benefits without the threat of collective action and specifically work stoppages. Okay, strikes, as you understand it colloquially, are the tool that strikes fear in the heart of the bosses, because that is the best way that you can demonstrate your value and what you bring to the table. Because there is no value, if you look at value from the perspective of like capitalism, from the econ understanding of value, there is no value without labor. Without labor, all you have is just raw materials and maybe a factory. But without the workers to go into that factory, you have no value. You have no way of turning the raw materials into commodities that people want to purchase. This is why labor unions are very important, because normally without labor unions, you have to just be at the whims of your bosses, and your bosses have a genuine interest in paying you as little as they possibly can and make you work as much as they possibly can get you to work for the minimum amount of pay. Your interest as a worker is the exact inverse, exact opposite of that, which is to get the most amount of pay for the least amount of work. This is just pure self-interest, okay? And when there is no mechanism to bargain with your bosses and show your bosses that you can all get together and say, hey, we want more, we want a better pay, we want more benefits, we want more time off, your bosses will be able to get away with dividing you and conquering you and dominating you and paying you whatever the fuck they consider to be the market rate. That's it. It's that simple. It is not a difficult concept to grasp. The UAW is also seeking to unionize all of the other automakers as well. The stand-up strike will go down in history as an inflection point for our union and for our movement. We went to each of the big three and proposed an expiration date of April 30th, 2028. We did this for several reasons. First, this allows us to strike on May Day or International Workers' Day. Not saying that they will do that. EUF? Okay. May Day was born out of the intense struggles by workers in the United States to win an 8-hour day. That's a struggle that is just as relevant today as it was in 1889. Even though May Day has its roots here in the United States, it is widely celebrated by workers all around the world. It's more than just a day of commemoration. It's a call to action. We invite unions around the country to align your contract expirations with our own so that together we can begin to flex our collective muscles. This is the closest that we have ever been to facilitating, or at least like having the threat of a general strike. Do you think there are gaps in the online leftist communicator space that would be genuinely useful for people to fill? Certainly. I welcome newcomers into this field. I think that it's great. There are plenty of perspectives that I myself, for example, lack. I am not black. I am not trans. And I think that having, I'm not like engaging in standpoint theory or whatever, but I do think that it's important to have voices better represented. I am, however, rectangular. If we are going, we invite unions around the country to align. If we're going to truly take on the billionaire class and rebuild the economy so that it starts to work for the benefit of the many and not the few, then it's important that we not only strike, but that we strike together. Secondly, we demanded a longer contract because of our biggest goals coming out of this historic contract victory is to organize like we've never organized before. When we return to the bargaining table in 2028, it won't be just with the big three, but with the big 5 or 6. This contract is about more than just economic gains for auto workers. It's a turning point in the class war that has been raging in this country for the past 40 years. For too long, it has been one-sided, and working class people have been losing. That is why this contract is more than just a contract. It's a call to action to workers everywhere to organize and to fight for a better life. Billionaires aren't going to save the American dream. Working class people are going to save the American dream. The UAW is saving the American dream, and we are doing it together. Hashtag stand up UAW. Fucking awesome. Here, unrelated to anything else.
Welcome.
Here's an Amazon union busting training video that I will now show you while I go pee real quick.
We're excited to have you at this training, specifically designed to give you the tools that you need for success when it comes to labor organizing. During this course, we'll cover several important topics, such as our position on unions, associate rights, signs of employee disengagement, and how to identify, escalate, and address associate concerns. We are not anti-union, but we are not neutral either. We will boldly defend our direct relationship with associates as best for the associate, the business, and our shareholders. We do not believe unions are in the best interest of our customers, our shareholders, or most importantly, our associates. Our business model is built upon speed, innovation, and customer obsession, things that are generally not associated with unions. When we lose sight of those critical focus areas, we jeopardize everyone's job security. We don't badmouth unions in general, but we will speak openly with associates about unions, including any specific concerns about particular unions involved in organizing. And we share our preference for a direct working relationship frequently and boldly, even when no organizing activity has occurred. You will learn about the warning signs most commonly associated with early union organizing, as well as other warning signs that could indicate associate disengagement, vulnerability to organizing, or early organizing activity. While employees have the right to organize, we have a right and responsibility to share our position that a direct working relationship is better for the customer, the company, and the associate. In order to be able to do that effectively, it is critical that we recognize the early warnings.
We're a family, guys. We're a family. It's just normal and good.
Signs of potential organizing and escalate concerns promptly. If you see warning signs of potential organizing, notify your building HRM.
Warning signs of potential organizing, like it's a fucking cancer.
And GM site leader immediately. HRMs and GM site leaders should notify their assigned ER managers or ER principal immediately. The most obvious signs would include use of words associated with unions or union-led movements like living wage, or steward. Petitions or other concerted activity, such as an associate purporting to speak on behalf of his or her coworkers when raising concerns. Union graffiti, union t-shirts, hats, jackets, or other clothing, union flyers, and union visitors in or near the parking lot. Some signs are less obvious than finding the actual union flyer, but they can still indicate associate disengagement, which is itself a warning sign for potential organizing.
A warning sign for potential organizing. By the way, one thing, one common narrative. I mean, I've done this so many times. I've talked about like anti-union sentiment a lot, but one thing that they always say, they will always make it seem, the bosses will always make it seem as though the union is like some outside entity coming in, and the company internally is a family. Meanwhile, who do you think is comprised of the labor union's rank and file members? It's the fucking workers. Okay? It is a very deliberate way to try and get you to forget the dynamic between the boss and the employee, the laborer and the capital owner, while simultaneously making it seem like the union, the labor union, is an outside entity and not comprised of all of the fucking workers that literally work at that same fucking facility, and also workers that do the exact same job in other facilities.
Examples include associates who normally aren't connected to each other suddenly hanging out together. Associates who were close suddenly stop speaking to each other. Groups of associates scatter when approached by management. Increased associate negativity, anger, or confrontation. Unusual complaints or change in passion or detail around complaints.
It's so funny how anti-union videos are like the bizarro versions of union organizer trainings. We literally tell people to find the most dedicated, hardworking people and emphasize how the union is not an outside force coming to save you. You know what's funny? They don't even talk about salting, right? In this, that's the best part. Is like when you join, when you're a representative of a union and you join the specific workplace, because you know it's like very it's like possibly a perfect time to unionize that place. So like you will go in and engage in the process of salting, where you join the workforce and you start talking to your fellow disgruntled workers about possibly unionizing. That is a very good tactic that some labor unions engage in. Okay. But it is it is funny that these guys are like, I mean, I guess they don't even talk about it because maybe they don't do it that much. Maybe it's not that frequent. I don't know.
Unusual interest in policies, benefits.
I kind of tried to do that at Best Buy and they low-key fired me, lol. Yeah. Chat, you can salt too. Do an EWOC training. Improve your workplace. Workerorganizing.org. Emergency workplace organizing. You can sign up for organizer training. You want to organize your workplace, but don't know where to start? Join us at the next foundational training series. This series of live interactive sessions will help you learn the basics. The Unionizing 101. The Emergency Workplace Organizing Committee. There's videos on it. There's some good stuff here. So that's who I work with. Ewok says your boy Lennon. I refuse to unionize, says Morgue Absolute. My job at the dick sucking factory has a very good benefits package. I'm a full-time union organizer. Salting isn't done much in retail or service industries. It's more of a trades thing. Yeah. I was a Teamster Salt for 4 years, 2006 to 2010. It was fucking brutal. I am using EWOC to organize my workplace. It is super easy, and they are very supportive. How do NLRB rulings like the one in August apply to us in right-to-work states? Just feel like our options are very limited. Not necessarily. There are still ways in which you can organize. and it should not stop you from trying to do so. And the NLRB will protect you to the best of their ability. Can restaurant workers unionize, you think? I don't. The service sector is different. The service sector is I think very difficult to unionize. I mean, you can still do it. I don't know. I don't know what the specifics would work. Because, like, listen, here's the thing, okay? Jobs that require you to sit on an assembly line day in, day out are very susceptible to unionization, okay? Very susceptible to unionization. Now, why are they very susceptible to unionization? Because if you do the same fucking job next to another guy doing a similar job to you over and over again for years on out, you recognize the ins and outs of the exploitation that you face. You experience it on a fucking day, on a daily basis. Every sector can be unionized. There are ones that are harder than others, but you can unionize every sector. Let me explain something. There's a culinary union. There's a union for restaurant workers. There's service sector unions as well. But listen, my point, the point I'm trying to make is this, okay? So for the service sector, there's a lot of people coming in and out and leaving their job, going to work in a different fucking going to work in a different restaurant, things of that nature. Which is there when there's high turnover, that actually makes it harder to unionize. The USSW, Union of Southern Service Workers, is fighting this battle in right-to-work states. There are Waffle House and dollar store workers in the South organizing right now. So that is one of the problems with the service sector, is that, like, the turnover rate is too high, and therefore it makes it much more difficult to unionize. Now, that's how Amazon, for example, has been able to very effectively stop unionization. It's a part of their strategy to offer an exit, like a severance package after a couple years of working in a distribution facility. Now, why do they do that? Why do they offer a fat severance package for, like, why do they want you to leave the distribution facility? That makes no fucking sense. Well, it makes sense when you realize that a distribution facility is highly susceptible to unionization, given how mechanical your process is and how close it is to other trades, in the way that you just sit there and do the same thing over and over again and recognize the exploitation over the course of many years. And then once you do recognize that, you start thinking about trying to figure out ways of demanding higher wages. So Amazon has done this very successfully, where they will offer severance, like really good severance packages for people that are like that voluntarily leave after a couple of years of working in the distribution facility. However, because Amazon and their distribution facilities have to be everywhere all the time, okay, they are inevitably running out of people that they can fire and hire. This is actually a very unique case with Amazon. A very unique case with Amazon, because it's not like other kinds of commerce where you can get away with, like, changing your manufacturing facilities to an overseas location. We're talking about distribution facilities. They have to be everywhere. You have to literally have them everywhere. Otherwise, you can't distribute. So now, Amazon is so massive, and it's gotten so large, and it is so consistently engaged in this turnover rate as a part of its strategy, as a part of its a mechanism of, like, tampering any kind of unionization efforts, that they now are running out of workers. So yeah. My wife used to work at Amazon. After the peak season every year, they will pay you out a small bonus to leave. So, yeah. Why is it so much harder to unionize in tech? I don't think it's much harder to unionize in tech. I think there's a new CCK philosophy video about service worth checking out if you haven't already. Can you link it to me? The service sector is not different. Watch the new CCK video. Considering the gig economy and the approach to service-oriented work, our focus ought to be thinking about unionizing service work. No, absolutely. 100%. Because the American labor force shifted and has consistently shifted due to neoliberalism and due to manufacturing jobs and our productive capabilities moving overseas in an effort to squeeze out higher profit margins. That the American labor force has basically turned into some white collar jobs, very marginal blue collar jobs that you understand as like, you know, real work, the coal miners and the fucking people working at UAW plants and whatnot. And the overwhelming majority of work in this country is now in the service sector. And the service sector is horrible. Absolutely fucking horrible. Most of these jobs are also gigified. It's turned into gig economy, gig works, and gig jobs, gig economy works, which additionally create opportunities of exploitation and create a process in which you have even less legal standing for unionization or demanding benefits and things of that nature. Going through a contract negotiation right now in my sheet metal shop, and it's getting brutal. We have a strike looming, and we're ready to walk. Just want to say thank you for inspiring me to get more involved in the union. Writing this as I'm stealing company time, mainly because they can ship anything out because the union removed our union labels. Oh, really? That's crazy. As a Dane, I am a big fan of unions. We have them everywhere. Companies have to have one to hire people. Tech is a younger industry, just like special effects. They just don't have the established labor networks. I think tech also is tech is very easy to ship overseas. I think that is what like neoliberals will call the IT revolution, and how it's like revolutionized the workplace. They use revolution in the exact opposite meaning, however, where that plays a big role, that plays a big problem, which is why it is even more imperative right now to unionize those tech shops to begin with, because outsourcing to India and the Philippines is much easier for a lot of the tech works, or for a lot of the tech jobs. I work at Outback Steakhouse for 6 years when I got there, and the new guy there, about 25 back of the house employees when I left. I was the second longest tenured cook, just an example of the turnover rate. Me and my coworkers at a restaurant owned by a celebrity chef attempted to unionize, and the day we planned to present our cards and demands, we walked up to the restaurant and shut down with zero notice. We ended up filing an unfair labor practice suit with the NLRB, and we won. Not much actually materialized, but it felt good to make them feel like just a little bit accountable for their actions. Yeah. My girlfriend works in the healthcare industry and was the first company of its kind to unionize. At the mental health startup. Nice. Therapists at the mental health startup Resilience Lab have voted to unionize. Fuck yeah. Good shit. It's good. It was good conditions and hyper competitive for a really long time, so it was harder to see the need. Yeah. Many people don't understand that unions also will stand in the way of outsourcing. Like they will literally, they are able to, especially through a string of other unions, stop a company from outsourcing the labor force to other countries. Nurse here, after months of deliberation, our union... Dude, there's a lot of fucking unionized workers in this goddamn chat, which brings a tear to my fucking eye. Let me tell you, okay? Holy moly. I feel like when I first started like 4 or 5 years ago, or 4 years ago, there wasn't that many fucking unionized workers in this chat. I feel like the number has increased dramatically over the course of the past 4 years. Not to say that this translates to more unions in general, because the union participation rate in the American economy is still very low, still like around 10%, nowhere near as high as its peaks in the history of unions. But I do like that. I love that. I love that. I unionized a private education company I worked in for. Are you proud, Daddy? Yes, I'm always proud. U.S. Department of Commerce has banned export of personal arms and ammo except to Ukraine and Israel. Nurse here, after months of deliberation, our union finally got a deal after the appeal of Bill 124, Ontario, Canada. Luckily, we have strong unions because we are not legally allowed to strike due to the non-withstanding clause. Yay, unions. Okay. All right. So let's move on. Let's move on from the fun stories to not so fun stories. Okay. Here we are. Russia blames West after anti-Semitic mob storms Dagestan airport. For those of you who didn't see this yesterday, I covered this yesterday as well. People in Dagestan basically tried to do a fucking pogrom, but like, I feel like in order to be able to do a pogrom, you need to have Jewish people to begin with, and the Jewish population of Dagestan is incredibly tiny. Not to say that this still is not horrifying. It absolutely is. But yes, they did an anti-Semitic riot at the airport after a flight from Tel Aviv to Dagestan came in. Completely unacceptable.
Israel has called on Russia to protect its citizens and Jews after a mob stormed the main airport in Russia's Dagestan region following the arrival of a plane from Israel. As many as 20 people were injured in the riot.
There's literally a synagogue in the city. Brother, I looked up the population numbers. Like, I looked up the Jewish population numbers in Dagestan because I was like, what the fuck? Like, are there even any Jewish people in Dagestan? Like, what the fuck's going on? It's 3,000 people historically. Do you condemn Dagestan? I condemn any and all anti-Semitic actions. It is fucking insane, okay? I have always and will always condemn anti-Semitic actions. This is, you know, a very consistent opinion that I have always had. $3,000 Jews or 3,000 overall population? No, 3,400 Jewish people live in Dagestan. Anyway, some boy and I did a thing reacts. Yeah, we'll do that. But does anyone have like the videos? Because I feel like this jumps the video part because I wanna point out. HasanAbi bot on Quinn69 channel is awesome. I think it's so cool you let him use that. I never have. I do not know what the HasanAbi bot is, and I don't know Quinn69. I've never hung out with him, and I've never let him use my likeness on his channel at all. I assume it's some AI shit. Yeah. Fucking weird, but anyway, yes, I am anyway, getting back to this, I am a I am a fan of finding anti-Semites and punishing them in an apt fashion. Okay? I have always been a fan of weeding out anti-Semitism and dealing with it. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of bigotry. It is the OG bigotry, and in many circumstances, it is literally the greatest indication that someone is possibly a fascist. Were they targeting Jews or Israeli? Not that it changed how bad it is. No, it doesn't matter. What do you mean? There's no fucking like anti-Zionist action there, okay? Ridiculous. Anyone who doesn't recognize that, anyone who does not recognize that is either a liar or completely disillusioned.
At the
How do you fall out of this framing? They're turning protests against an Israeli flight to a pogrom. Why are they protesting against an Israeli flight, a flight out of Israel? How many Zionists are flying out of Israel into fucking Dagestan? Think about that a little bit. Please. What a silly fucking question. Do not be stupid, okay? There is no reason to be like, this is actually a dedicated anti-Zionist action. No, I will stand and defend all matter of pro-Palestinian protests, okay? I will always stand with pro-Palestinian protests no matter where they are in the fucking world, okay? This one is not a pro-Palestinian protest. It's actually very similar to what you have seen, what Jews have seen historically, both in Russia and everywhere else in Europe. Ridiculous. That conflation is anti-Semitic. That conflation is also anti-Semitic when the Zionist state claims and makes that conflation that the Zionist project is one that has all of the interests of the Jews globally, and all Jews globally love Israel and unconditionally support Israel. It is anti-Semitic when they say it, and it's anti-Semitic when some fucking Dagestani losers say it too. That's it. Now, of course, this is happening. And it is completely fucking unacceptable, but this does not all of a sudden change my perspective on the Palestinian plight. I just want you to understand that would be fucking psychotic.
Facility in the city of Mahashtakala. At least 60 people were temporarily detained. The airport has now reopened.
A huge crowd overwhelms the airport of Makhachkala, voicing their support for Palestinians and chanting anti-Semitic slogans. Videos posted on social media show how the mob broke through doors and barriers, with staff members trying to deter them.
Anyway, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break right now, by the way, before we continue. Here it is. Or I'm going to continue. I'm sorry.
Some made their way to the runway. They were reportedly looking for Israeli citizens after a plane arrived from Israel. Authorities closed the airport and security forces were deployed at the site. Dagestan's religious leader has called for calm.
This issue cannot be resolved in this way. We will talk with the relevant people and will continue to try to resolve the issue differently, not with emotions, not with rallies, in an appropriate way.
I refuse to believe this is anti-Semitic. Okay, well, you're a fucking idiot then, dude. You're literally a fucking dumbass. Like, you're stupid if you think that that's... Yeah. No, totally. Chatter saying you support this. Why? Because chatters are fucking dumb, okay? A lot of people are stupid, and they don't see a difference between genuinely protesting Israel's war crimes against Palestinians, for example, and just like motherfuckers running up to a goddamn airplane, landing in a fucking airport because it came from Tel Aviv to Dagestan, looking for Jews on a flight. Okay? It's insane. There is nothing There is nothing revolutionary or adequate about a lynch mob, dude. What the fuck? And not only that, but also the Telegram channels where these pogroms were potentially organized are from, I don't know, from as far as I understand, the Telegram channel is now shut off, and Russia has immediately been like, oh, this was some fucking Ukrainian dude who owned the Telegram channel. That doesn't change the reality that there's still a ton of people who fucking were angry and upset enough and dumb enough to fucking go and do such a thing. Do you have to explicitly say you condemn this every 20 seconds? No, but I do want to make something clear. Okay? Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. No matter how hard anti-Semitic people, their video titles published on social media were looking for every Jew in the airport. Yeah, this is not like morally permissible in any capacity. Okay? Like there's no, that it's insane. That's an insane fucking thing. I think labeling their rage as anti-Semitic is a stretch. It's 100% not a stretch. Okay? It's not. It's not a stretch at all. This is exactly the type of anti-Semitism that was born. I won't say this for Dagestan, but the exact type of anti-Semitism that was born out of the Zionist project being linked to Jewish people across the board, and not necessarily a simple colonial act to develop a nation state. This is why we talk about the historical, the historical context beyond, the historical context behind Arabs, Arab Jews, and Arab Muslims peacefully coexisting in comparison to their European counterparts for a very long time before British mandate Palestinian immigration occurred and before the Israeli nation state was violently created. Okay? Arab and Muslim anti-Semitism is an invention of modern day contemporary relationships between Jewish people and Zionist people and Muslim people and Arabs in general. That's it. And it is completely unacceptable.
Incident in Makhachkala, Israel called on Russia to protect its citizens.
For more on this, our chief Russia correspondent Yuri Reshetto joins us now. He's in the Latvian capital, Riga, where DW's been reporting from since being banned from Russia for our critical reporting.
You misunderstood what I said. Born out of, sorry, but anti-Semitism predated Israel existing, and there's plenty of it out there with or without anti-Israel sentiment. My friend, I think you completely misunderstood what I said. It would be absolutely ahistorical for me to say that anti-Semitism only existed after Israel. And I never said that, and I will never say that. As a matter of fact, I said the exact opposite when I started off this conversation by stating clearly that anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of bigotry. And in almost every single circumstance is a clear-cut example, especially in the Western world, of fascist thought. Okay? I never said that at all. As a matter of fact, I compared, and it's not just the Holocaust either, I compared the European anti-Semitism, which existed for far longer than the Arab or Muslim anti-Semitism. Okay? I don't know how you arrived at this conclusion that is so deeply uncharitable after being a 13-month subscriber, especially because if you've been in here since 2018, you know, as a matter of fact, that I think it's abhorrent, and I think it's fucking ridiculous, and I have combated anti-Semitism for a very long time. Anti-Semitism is older than Islam. It's true. Anti-Semitism existed during the Ottoman Empire as well, though, right? It did. Of course it did. Anti-Semitism existed under the Ottoman rule as well, but the comparisons between anti-Semitism existing in the Ottoman Empire to the anti-Semitism of the Inquisition or the pogroms that Jewish people experienced in Europe is ahistorical. Why is it ahistorical? Because the Ottoman Empire was a safe harbor for Jews. Okay? Literally. Give me one example that Ottomans did such a thing. Are you mad? I mean, it was persecutions done by Christians under Ottoman rule against Jews. Safe harbor. Anyone got something for me to read on that? Genuinely don't know shit about it. It's interesting that you didn't know anything about it, but you immediately fucking assumed that it wasn't the case. Okay? Yes. Look up. Is it Bayezid? Here, I'll give you an example of it, okay? You keep saying Arab anti-Semitism, but Arabs are Semitic? Yes, well, that is irrelevant because I'm using anti-Semitism colloquially, okay? Oh, here it is. Sultan Bayezid II. Okay? Influx of Sephardic Jews from Iberia. The number of native Jews was soon bolstered by small groups of Ashkenazi Jews that immigrated to the Ottoman Empire between 1421 and 1453. Among these new Ashkenazi immigrants was Rabbi Yitzhak Sarfati, a German-born Jew whose family had lived in France. He became chief rabbi of Edirne and wrote a letter inviting the European Jewry to settle in the Ottoman Empire, in which he stated, "Turkey is a land wherein nothing is lacking," and asked, "Is it not better for you to live under Muslims than under Christians?" Many had taken the rabbi up on his offer, including Jews who were expelled from the German Duchy of Bavaria by Duke Louis IX in 1470. Even before then, as the Ottomans conquered Anatolia and Greece, they encouraged Jewish immigration from the European lands from which they were expelled. The Ashkenazi Jews mixed with the already large Romanoid Byzantine Jewish communities that had already become a part of the Ottoman Empire as they had conquered the lands from the Byzantine Empire. 1453, best year of my life. As an influx of Jews into Asia Minor and the Ottoman Empire occurred during the reign of Mehmed the Conqueror's success, 1453, best year of my life, Bayezid II, after the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and Portugal, the Bayezid II, after the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and Portugal, had an influx of Jews coming into the Ottoman Empire. Okay, the expulsion came about as the result of the Alhambra Decree in 1492, declared by the Spanish King and Queen Ferdinand II and Isabel I, as a part of a larger trend of anti-Semitism resurging throughout Europe that the Ottomans would exploit. Now, let me explain something to you. That the Ottomans would exploit. What a spicy way to describe evacuating Jewish people that were literally being killed and offering them safe harbor. Okay. So, yeah. Can't believe they evacuated and allowed Jews to be safe of fucking pogroms in a really exploitative manner. So, where was I? Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. God damn it. Okay, whatever. Let's continue. The Sephardic Jews were allowed to settle in wealthier cities of the empire, especially in European provinces such as Istanbul, Sarajevo, Salonik, and Adrianople and Nicopolis, western and northern Anatolia, Bursa, Aydın, Tokat, Amasya, but also in the Mediterranean coastal regions such as Jerusalem, Safed, Damascus, and Egypt. Izmir was not settled by Spanish Jews until later. The Jewish population at Jerusalem increased from 70 families in 1488 to 1,500 at the beginning of the 16th century, and that of Safed increased from 300 to 2,000 families. Damascus had a Sephardic congregation of 500 families. Istanbul had a Jewish community of 30,000 individuals and 44 synagogues. Bayezid allowed the Jews to live in the banks of the Golden Horn. Egypt, especially Cairo, received a large number of exiles who soon outnumbered the pre-existing Musta'arabi Jews. Gradually, the chief center of the Sephardic Jews became Salonik, where they soon outnumbered the pre-existing Romanoid Jewish community. In fact, the Sephardic Jews eclipsed and absorbed the Romanoid Jews and changed the culture and structure of the Jewish communities in the Ottoman Empire. In the centuries that followed, the Ottomans reaped the benefits of Jewish communities that they had adopted in exchange for Jews contributing their talents to the benefit of the empire, which, by the way, at the time, Jews could hold, just like Christians, both in the Dagestan program, which was, of course, controversial from today's standards, but simply incredibly woke if you look at it from the historical framework of any kind of indentured servitude program. Jews could hold top positions in government. There is no fucking planet where this literally in like modern European history existed. Okay? Anyway, let's continue. And they did. Jews, like all non-Muslim minorities, were definitely treated like second-class citizens. They could not serve in any official position unless converted. That's not true. I don't know why you said that. They had to wear special clothing, not building large and impressive houses or temples or own agricultural land until the 19th century. The 19th century reforms were enacted to ameliorate the position of minorities due to the European diplomatic pressures. I don't know where you're talking about, but that is not true. Here's the Jewish Chronicle. What did the Ottoman Empire ever do for us? Quite a lot, in fact. Contrary to the prevailing view, the Turkish civilization had an egalitarian, multicultural outlook which protected Jews. The Jews satisfied various needs in the Ottoman Empire. The Muslim population of the empire was largely uninterested in business enterprises and accordingly left commercial occupations to members of minority religions. Additionally, since the Ottoman Empire was engaged in military conflict with the Christian nations at the time, Jews were trusted and regarded as potential allies, diplomats, and spies. There were also Jews that possessed special skills in a wide range of fields that the Ottomans took advantage of, including David and Samuel ibn Nahmias establishing the printing press in 1493. Other Jewish specialists employed by the empire included physicians, diplomats that emigrated from their homeland. Some of them were granted landed titles for their work, including Joseph Nasi, who was named Duke of Naxos. Although the Ottomans did not treat Jews differently from other minorities in the country, the policy seemed to align well with Jewish traditions, which allowed communities to flourish. The Jewish people were allowed to establish their own autonomous communities, which included their own schools and courts. Those rights were extremely controversial in other regions in Muslim North Africa and absolutely unrealistic in Europe. The communities would have proved to be centers of education and trade because of the large array of connections to other Jewish communities across the Mediterranean. If you look at this and go, damn, dog, this shit fucking sounds like propaganda, the only reason why you feel like it's propaganda is because you've been propagandized in the other direction. Because I think a lot of European supremacists, a lot in the Western world, want to wash their hands of the Jewish blood that they are responsible for by constantly and consistently pointing to Arab and Muslim anti-Semitism, which is certainly a very real problem and very real and only accelerated after the inception of the Israeli nation state, that to point to that is always their major goal in washing their hands of the Holocaust and the fucking pogroms and the Inquisition and the many instances where they forcibly expelled and murdered Jews. Okay? That's it. It's very frustrating. I am not saying that this was like awesome and the situation was great, but in comparison to their European counterparts, the Ottoman Empire, there's a reason why in all of the territories that the Ottoman Empire controlled, there was already a gigantic number of Jewish people. How did that happen? Is it all from Judea and Samaria? No. It is copium of epic magnitudes, okay? It is copium of epic magnitudes to say that, the real problem is fucking, Arab anti-Semitism. I promise, it's always been. It's always has been and it always will be. It is ahistorical. And some actually are so fucking gross. Some actually are so gross with their interest in, like, literally forcing this fucking narrative that maybe even the Prime Minister of Israel has engaged in Holocaust revisionism by claiming that Hitler did not simply want to murder all the Jews until he talked to the Palestinian Grand Mufti in Palestine, who then told him to kill all the Jews. And then Hitler was like, oh my God, that's such a good idea. I shall just do that. Oh, wait, that did happen. His name is fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. He did that. That's Holocaust revisionism, and he fucking did that. That's how horny he is about vilifying Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims alike. Like, it's not like Hitler wasn't very open about his rabid hatred of Jewish people in the build-up to the Holocaust. You know what I mean? That's crazy to me. Yeah, Ottoman Jews were obliged to pay special taxes called jizya. These taxes included jizya, ispenche, and harach, and rav akçesi, rabbi tax. Sometimes local rulers would also levy taxes for themselves in addition to taxes sent to the Sublime Porte. Textiles. 17th century friction between the Jews and Turks was less common than in Arab territory. Some examples in 1660 or 1662 under Mehmed IV in the city of Safed with a substantial Jewish community was destroyed by Druzes over a struggle of power. Okay? In the 18th and 19th centuries, the history of Jews in Turkey in the 18th and 19th centuries is principally a chronicle of decline in influence and power. They lost their influential positions in trade, mainly to the Greeks, who were able to capitalize on their religio-cultural ties with the West in their trading diaspora. An exception of this is Daniel de Fonseca, who was the chief court physician and played a political role. He's mentioned by Voltaire, who speaks of him as an acquaintance whom he esteemed highly. Fonseca was involved in negotiations with Charles XII of Sweden. Okay. Historian Martin Gilbert writes that it was in the 19th century that the positions of Jews worsened in Muslim countries. According to Mark Cohen of the Oxford Handbook of Jewish Studies, most scholars conclude that Arab anti-Semitism in the modern world arose in the 19th century against a backdrop of conflicting Jewish and Arab nationalism, which is something I have talked about quite a bit, and was imported into the Arab world primarily by nationalistically minded Christian Arabs, and only subsequently was it Islamized. So in the 19th century, when nationalism started taking root and post-colonial movements started sparking in the entire planet, these kinds of attitude changes occurred. There was a massacre of Jews in Baghdad in 1828. There was a massacre of Jews in Barfarush in 1867. In 1865, when the equality of all subjects of the Ottoman Empire was proclaimed, Ahmet Cevdet Pasha, a high-ranking official, observed, whereas in former times in the Ottoman state, the communities were ranked with the Muslims first, then the Greeks, then the Armenians, then the Jews. Now all of them were put on the same level. Some Greeks objected to this, saying, the government has put us together with the Jews. We were content with the supremacy of Islam. So a lot of the internal struggle and a lot of the anti-Semitic sentiment, ironically, not to say that this was all the Greeks, but there was a lot of fucking Orthodox Christians who were not too fond of the Jews, okay? But again, this does not wash the responsibility away from the empire, okay? And it does not mean that the empire is good. But if you are looking at a metric in a normal way that historians would look at it, there is a reason why. There is a reason why historians would consider the Ottoman Empire to be infinitely more tolerant than its European counterparts. Okay? That is the framework. November 2022 marks the centenary of the Ottoman Empire's demise, and much attention, as usual, will be focused on the final bloody decades. Western Europe's prevailing view of their gigantic Eastern rival has tended to be overwhelmingly negative. They used to say, with deeply embedded stereotypes like the terrible Turk and the Ottoman yoke, drowning out any narrative that dares to highlight a few positives. There wasn't a few positives, by the way, but that's a highly European perspective to look at the Ottoman Empire through the lens of the sick man of Europe. But that's for a different time and a different place. But an empire that lasted over 600 years, spanned 3 continents, and ruled over 30 million subjects comprising more than 70 ethnicities, speaking 12 different languages, must have gotten something right. The secret of Ottoman success lay in its egalitarian approach, as in Bursa, the model Ottoman city and first capital, which was designed from the bottom up around the needs of the community. When UNESCO added Bursa to its list of World Heritage Sites in 2014, it cited the city as an example of exceptional urban planning, with its social, religious, and commercial functions reflecting the values of the society and the values it accepted from its neighbors during long years of migration from Central Asia to the West in the integration of Byzantine, Seljuk, Arab, Persian, and other influences. Theirs was the most cosmopolitan state on earth, with community services free to all, irrespective of religion or ethnicity. Bro, this is really important to understand, okay? We're talking about like the 1300s, and these motherfuckers were offering all of the community services to every single person, when in the United States of America, Jim Crow laws denied that right to black people not that fucking long ago. Like, you have relatives that lived in that world in America. This does not mean that the Ottoman Empire is fucking awesome and good and yada yada, but it is important to understand this fucking framework, because this framework will never be told to you in American schooling. Jim Crow in the 1300s? No, dog. By the way, I love that we started off with this guy, Facta City, coming in and saying, born out of, sorry, but anti-Semitism predated Israel existing. He just said that and just fucked off. And we've gone down this like very educational historical tangent about like anti-Semitism in the Ottoman Empire. It's okay. He'll be back in a few hours to critique you further. Yeah, literally got one guy. But I think it's good to look at the situation where, I think it's good and it's important to use this as an opportunity to educate people on a forgotten part of history, or one that they will never really learn, because why the fuck should they, right? This is important stuff, in my opinion. But yeah. Okay, spiritual guides in the form of Sufi dervishes, honest traders, merchants, craftsmen. Okay, we're skipping some stuff. When Ferdinand and Isabella expelled Jews from Spain in 1492, the Ottoman Sultan received them warmly, understanding that grateful refugees, after being helped and supported by the state to get back on their feet, would become productive, tax-paying citizens. You call Ferdinand a wise king, mocked the Sultan. He who makes his land poor and ours rich. He was flexing on him. Expulsion of religious minorities was a common feature of the European landscape from the late Middle Ages onwards. Those who did not follow Christianity were cast out. Especially after the powerful medieval Pope Innocent III forbade Christians from living, working, or trading with Jews. England expelled its Jews in 1291, France in 1343, and many German states in the early 1400s. Renaissance Europe expelled thousands of Jews, not only from Spain and Portugal, but also from Italy, the Netherlands, and elsewhere. The question always is, when you talk about Arab Jews, how did they get there? How did they get there? They fucking ran away because they were being forcibly expelled from their beautiful European lands that their supposed current hyper-Zionist Christian allies now claim selfishly and shamelessly has always been a friend to the Jewish people. Yeah, look at this map. I'm Jewish and they don't teach us this. They really just made it sound like we had no friends anywhere and everyone always hated us everywhere with only brief exceptions. Yes, those brief exceptions are in the Arab world, in the Muslim world. The JC is a right-wing rag and has been successfully sued a number of times for defamation here in the UK. Yes, it is a fucking right-wing rag. And even this right-wing rag is literally correctly explaining this history. Aydın Ejder, odamda 1914 yılında Türkiye'nin ilk siyahi pilotu olan Ahmet Ali Celikten fotoğrafım var. Afrikalıyım. Oh shit. Holy shit. We have an afro-turk in the chat. This is like insanely rare. That's crazy. I've talked about this before. There is a very tiny, like super tiny community of Afro-Turks that live in Izmir. And I speak English good. Yeah, he said he has a photo in his room from 1914 of the first black pilot in Turkey, Ahmet Ali Celikten. That's crazy. For the record, Afro-Turks are so tiny a minority that I didn't know Afro-Turks existed. I literally didn't know Afro-Turks existed until like a couple years ago. Like I learned about Afro-Turks existing I think like 4 or 5 years ago for the first time ever, which is crazy. Anyway. What is an Afro-Turk? Someone who believes Turkey should control Africa? No. No, man. An African Turkish person. Like an African American. Like someone who is black and either by way of slavery or by way of trade came into Turkey. And then became over centuries became a Turkish citizen that speaks Turkish. How is it possible to have such a small a population of Afro-Turks but be so close to Africa? Think about it. Afro-Turk population estimated to be between 5,000 and 20,000 people in a country that's like, what, 90 million people? Think about it real quick. Why is there such a small population of black people in Turkey when Turkey is so close? Think about it. Why is there such in comparison to the Turkish population? What do you mean? Well, a couple different reasons, but the most important reason being, no, not racism, in the opposite direction. No chattel slavery in the same way that the Western world operated. That's why. There was, of course, slavery in the Ottoman Empire as well, but for the most part, the Ottoman Empire enslaved white people, which is also another reason why fucking Christians hate the Ottoman Empire and talk about it all the goddamn time. Racism, lol, don't lie. No, what? No. The Ottoman Empire slavery worked in the direction of the Balkans, most of the time Christians. Sinan Reis was a Jewish pirate that targeted Catholic ships for the Ottoman Empire. Yeah. That's him. God damn. Was a Turkish aviator, Afro-Turkish ethnicity, regarded as the first black pilot in history. Bro, I didn't even fucking know that. That's crazy. I thought he was the first black pilot in Turkey. I didn't realize it was the first black pilot in general in fucking holy moly, 1914. Wow. Bro. The first black pilot in history, at the time when the first black pilot in history existed in Turkey, America was using their first ever airplanes to bomb Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in one of the first ever instances of air superiority being utilized to kill a domestic population. What the fuck? Understand this. Understand something. Understand how important this is. Because you never fucking think about like the Western world as anything but a beacon of prosperity and a beacon of liberal values. That's nuts, dude. Anyway, this doesn't change the reality that, Turkey did a whole bunch of shit to its ethnic minorities as well. Please, I'm not saying that as well. Aleviler, as someone also pointed out in the chat, and much more recent as well. Erdogan is far from a beacon of prosperity, or the Turkish government has been far from a beacon of prosperity. Of course. It's just to help you consider something. And that is that perhaps history is a little bit different than the way you understand it. Can you just let Turkey take this W? No, of course not. Because I need you to understand, like, there's still, this isn't to say that like things were great. But anyway, getting back to Jewish people in the Ottoman Empire. Spanish Sephardim, reviled by the Inquisition, were stripped of their wealth and banished. As a result, from the 16th century onwards, the Ottoman Empire hosted the largest Jewish communities in the world, with Istanbul and Selanik as their biggest centers. Understand, from the 16th century onward, the Ottoman Empire hosted the largest Jewish communities in the world, with Istanbul and Selanik being their biggest centers. In the mid-15th century, a rabbi from Istanbul spread the word to Jews in Spain. Here in the land of the Turks, we have nothing to complain of. We possess great fortunes. Much gold and silver are in our hands. We are not oppressed with heavy taxes, and our commerce is free and unhindered. Everything is cheap, and every one of us lives in peace and freedom. Here, the Jew is not compelled to wear a yellow star as a badge of shame, as is the case in most of Germany, where even wealth and great fortune are a curse for a Jew, because he therewith arouses jealousy among the Christians, and they devise all kinds of slander against him to rob him of his gold. Arise, my brethren, gird up your loins, collect all your forces, and come to us. When is this clip relevant? You wound me, brother. My little heart is broken. What? Oh my God. Fucking Albanian chatters, like, yes, okay, I will show that the Albanian Muslims helped evacuate 2,000 Jews during World War II. Jesus fucking Christ. Here.
Albanian Muslims who saved 2,000 Jews during World War II. It's a story.
There you go. Are you happy? Are you happy? Albania mentioned. Albania mentioned. We mentioned Albania. Fucking hell. Common Albania W. What about Bulgaria? Please, Hasan, don't do this to me. Please mention Bulgaria. No, we're done. We're done. We're no longer doing Balkan posts. And we're no longer talking about the Ottoman Empire either. But yeah, anti-Semitism baffled the Ottomans. When the occasional anti-Jewish riots broke out in Constantinople, they were invariably stirred up, not by Muslims, but by Christians, accusing Jews of the ritual kidnapping, murder, and eating Christian children. Remember when that fucking guy came in yesterday and was like, oh, how dare you say that there wasn't fucking anti-Jewish sentiment in the Ottoman Empire? Yeah, it was almost always historically started by Orthodox Christians who, one, did not like the racial pecking order changing to a more equal and just society in the 18th century, or even before the 18th century, was engaging in the same kind of anti-Semitic, Christian, ridiculous nonsense, the same bigotry. Jews enjoyed the protection of the Ottomans against persecution until the end of the 19th century, and Jews remain the largest minority in Istanbul to this day. Russia compounded the refugee problem by repeatedly initiating wars against the Ottoman territories as part of its imperial agenda. The native populations of Circassia and Abkhazia were dispossessed and ejected, forcing the Ottomans to take in more than 800,000 Caucasian refugees. In response, the Ottoman state mounted the first ever organized set of actions to a mass influx of forced migrants, issuing Refugee Code in 1857. Local towns and cities were asked to open up their mosques and churches to shelter and feed the exiles, while various local authorities levied municipal taxes per head to help fund the necessary food and clothing. Each immigrant family was provided with an initial amount of capital and a plot of state land so that they could start life anew as agricultural workers. The refugees were given exemptions from conscription and taxation for 6 years in Rumelia, the Ottoman province that would later be known as the Balkans, or 12 years into Anatolia or Greater Syria. In many ways, Ottoman statecraft represented the complete opposite of modern nationalism in that their system of government tolerated, even encouraged, multiculturalism, thereby facilitating their longevity. As far as I understand it, the Ottoman Empire is one of the only organizing bodies that was able to successfully withstand multiculturalism and continue surviving for as long as it did, 600 years. You're reading an article that gives you confirmation bias right now, broski. Let's not fuck around. The Ottoman Empire destroyed Bulgaria. Wait, what? We're specifically talking about one aspect that is well documented about Jewish people and their experiences in the Arab world, okay? For a long period of time. This article is written by a person who does not agree with me. It's written by a fucking right-wing Zionist publication who probably thinks I love Hamas. And you're over here being like, this article gives you confirmation bias. No, this article just summarizes historical events very well. It's making you feel that way because you want me to talk about how the Ottoman Empire destroyed Bulgaria. We're not talking about that. Like, it's no different than coming in here and being like, what about the Armenians? It's like, yeah, I know they did that. Okay, I know. This is something entirely irrelevant. Yeah, we chatting, but still love you. Okay, but you understand that, right? Rome also did that. The key seems to be enfranchising conquered adopted populations and giving them an active stake in the welfare of an empire. Almost sounds reasonable. Yes. Anyway, so important to recognize all of this, okay? The reason why I brought all of this up is because, once again, anti-Semitism in the Arab world, no matter how much the European anti-Semites try to claim, is like the worst kind of anti-Semitism, and it's always existed, and it's always been awful, and yada, yada, yada. History shows a very different tale. History shows a very different a different version of events. The true version of events is that the anti-Semitic attitudes within Arab populations happened as a consequence of post-colonial Arab nationalism. In a lot of instances, it was also backed by Arab Christians. But again, doesn't matter. It was still completely unacceptable. Okay? It benefited the Israeli state that wanted to develop itself, that wanted to bring Jews into Israel. And as a matter of fact, they accelerated it greatly as we talked about the Mossad bombings of the the synagogues in Iraq as an effort to consistently move as many people as possible to Israel, as many Jews as possible to Israel. This does not change the reality that Jews were expelled from Arab countries, Arab nations. Okay? And the anti-Semitism in the Arab world, in the Muslim world as a whole, became almost impossible to avoid and almost impossible to fucking get rid of once the Zionist project and the inception of the Israeli state was made permanent. It is relatively new in comparison to the long history of peaceful coexistence. Okay? Why am I talking about all this? Because we were talking about how there was an anti-Semitic mob, which was an anti-Semitic mob in Dagestan.
Yuri, what's the response been to the dramatic event we saw last night?
Well, for many, what happened in Dagestan, Michael, tonight came as a shock. And that is, of course, not in Dagestan itself, but in Dagestan. I spoke to some people from Dagestan who said very clearly that this angry crowd last night wasn't representative of the entire republic, but at the same time, they said that certain anti-Semitic tendencies are nevertheless very clear in Dagestan as well as everywhere in Russia nowadays. So the result of last night is 60 people were arrested, 20 people were injured, 2 of them very seriously. And
I'll take it one step further. Similar things are also happening in Turkey. This does not mean that all Palestinian protests in Turkey are anti-Semitic in nature. Of course, that's not the case. However, are there anti-Semitic actions occurring in Turkey as well? Abso-fucking-lutely. Because the Zionist project relies on making the world think that the Israeli state's actions correspond to the interests of all Jews all around the world. This does not make anti-Semitism justifiable. It absolutely does not. Okay? I condemn it. And I always will. And I will always continue to condemn anti-Semitism. But this conflation is not specifically done by anti-Semitic people. Is not only done by anti-Semitic people in places like Turkey or in the Muslim world. It is done by the Zionist leadership, ultra-Zionists, both in Israel and also ultra-Zionist propaganda in the Western world as well. The very notion, the very conflation is done by the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, that claims, that seeks to say anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. This is not true. Are there anti-Semitic protesters? Absolutely. Is there anti-Semitism in the anti-Zionism movement? Absolutely. This is true. But to assume that all Jews are monolithic, to assume that all Jews in their heart know that Israel is always in the right, is anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic when fucking dumbass Nazis say it. It's anti-Semitic when these fucking dildos in Dagestan do it. And it's anti-Semitic when Benjamin Netanyahu says it too.
The investigative committee has launched an investigation, and I think the reaction of the authorities will be very harsh in Russia because any form of protest has been suppressed from the start in Russia, and the protesters now face up to 15 years in prison. As for the situation of the passengers from the plane from Israel, they all seem to be safe, according to the media. Makhachkala airport is reopened, you mentioned it, even though some shops there were looted at night. However,
by the way, I saw some fucking disgusting takes of people being like, oh, so they can protest the wars. It's just that they only protest in this direction. And it's like, dog, you think Russians didn't protest against Ukraine? They fucking all went to jail. This is Dagestan.
However, the flights to Makhachkala were redirected to other airports.
People in fucking Moscow absolutely protested and got fucking jailed. Some of those protesters were sent to the fucking front line. Like, what are you talking about?
Do we need any more context here? Do we need to understand anything more about the region?
Yes, Dagestan is known for the peaceful coexistence of many cultures and different religions. But as in many regions of the Caucasus, trends towards radicalization can be seen there as well.
Yeah, I wonder what the one leading factor is. Okay, I'm sure he will say it. By the way, I don't think this guy is like a bad dude. But let's think about it. Is it Islam? No, of course not. Or is it partially the same way that anti-Semitic sentiment rose time and time again? Material fucking conditions. Dagestan is insanely poor. This is not a justification for anti-Semitism, okay? It's certainly not a justification for anti-Semitism during the Inquisition or during the many pogroms that occurred, and it's not a justification for anti-Semitism certainly in the during the Holocaust. However, having said that, during times of need or during times of economic volatility, when material conditions worsen, everyone looks for a scapegoat, and Jews were always made to be the scapegoat. Dagestan is incredibly poor. Incredibly, unimaginably poor. Okay? They don't know, they got nothing. They got nothing. Very easy to manipulate. Sorry, it's just the truth. Very easy to rile up when your life is shit.
Because one thing is clear, what happened yesterday at the airport in Makhachkala wasn't the only anti-Semitic act. In the capital of Kabardino-Balkaria, Nalchik, the Jewish center that is currently being built was set on fire. In Dagestan itself, a day before the airport was stormed, a hotel was stormed where refugees from Israel were suspected. In the end, a note was hung at the entrance with the words, "There are no Jews here." The reason for this aggression is clear. It's the general situation in the region: poverty, unemployment, lack of prospects, personal and social problems, which all find an outlet in this street violence. In addition, the fact that protests...
Is it right to say Israel's politics at the moment is endangering Jewish communities all around the world? I think that first and foremost, condemnations must be given to individuals that are engaging in anti-Semitic actions. That is absolutely the fucking case. I will never sit here and be like, oh yeah, dude, it's just because of Israel. But the radicalizing component here is Israel's actions and the Western world's allowance for Islamophobia. It's impossible for people who especially, well, not in the case of Dagestan, but like if you're in Iraq, for example, if you're in fucking Afghanistan, if you're all around the world, in any Muslim country around the world, you see the mistreatment of Palestinians in the hands of Western forces and the expression of Western interests in the form of Israel as a nation state. And you go, what the fuck is going on? This is ethnic cleansing. It's happening right in front of our eyes again and again and again, just like in Iraq. And that is very frustrating for people. That is incredibly frustrating for people. While this is not a justification for anti-Semitism by any means whatsoever, when paired up with the horrifying material conditions and the consistency of how the entire Muslim world has regularly been destroyed by Western forces, people see a similar struggle. People have seen this struggle time and time again. And due to the active ways in which the Israeli authorities have time and time again said, we are doing this for Jews all around the world. This is for Jews all around the world. And actually, if you criticize us, you hate the Jews. Like that conflation was first and foremost done by those who wanted to engage in myth-making for the inception of the Israeli state. Okay? People see that. That myth-making is completely false. And that does, in my opinion, genuinely create a hostile and unsafe space for Jews all around the world. It does. Because it does create anti-Semitic conditions. It does lead to more people becoming anti-Semitic. Once again, this is not a justification. Anti-Semitism is gross. and completely unacceptable. And the reason why I keep reiterating that point is not necessarily because I think I have anti-Semites in this community at all, because we've destroyed all matter of anti-Semitism in this community very successfully over the course of many, many years. But simply because I don't want to be clipped out of fucking context by racist donkeys who will then continue to follow with the same old narrative that, like, Hasan, he's a Muslim guy, he fucking hates Jewish people, look at this guy. Half the time, the people that make this conflation are themselves anti-Semitic. Now, there is also one other aspect here that is not dissimilar to the Mossad bombing of the synagogue in Iraq and synagogues in Iraq. Think about this. There's real anti-Semitism that is already occurring. You accelerate it deliberately by state action. Why? Why is it that those in positions of power in the Israeli state want Jewish people to feel unsafe in a place like Iraq? And there's already very real reasons as to why Jewish people felt unsafe in Iraq. Okay? That is because when Jews feel unsafe, and this is precisely the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu, a fascist, can collaborate with international fascists that are themselves openly anti-Semitic, like Viktor Orban. The reason why Benjamin Netanyahu can collaborate with them, and the reason why this is a part of and has played a formative role in the inception of the Jewish state, is because if Jews feel unsafe for good reason, okay, and there is good reason to feel unsafe, even in the Western world now, then they'll go to Israel. Then they'll hail Israel as the only Jewish ethno-state that will always protect the interests of Jews, which is ironic because it does the exact opposite. Yes, it pushes more Jewish people into the arms and safety of Israel's fascist state, which in and of itself is always going to be inherently exclusionary and therefore unsafe. Unsafe in its domestic procedures, and certainly unsafe in the way that it consistently has to reinforce its existence through violent means, increasingly more violent means, in the form of having an apartheid structure.
Almost impossible in Russia. Only make people's...
This guy goes, you literally lost the plot by calling anyone a Nazi. Now the word have no meaning and people don't understand basic meaning. Yeah, I did that. Thank you. And that's why, because I did not get to the really important nuances of the semantic difference between fascists in Italy versus the fascists in Germany, in Nazi Germany versus neo-Nazi movements that have Nazball leanings and whatnot. No, there is no, you lost the plot by calling anyone a Nazi, okay? Nazi is bad. Nazism is bad. These are all fucking fascists. It doesn't matter. You use it colloquially. Just like I do not sit here and parse through the semantics difference or the etymology of the word Semite and how Arabs are technically Semite people too. They're technically Semitic people too. How can they be anti-Semitic? Because I don't do that. Why? Because it's colloquially adopted to be something entirely different. When you say anti-Semitism, everyone knows you're talking about hating Jews, okay? That's what it means. Colloquially, that's what it means. When you say Nazi, everybody understands what you're talking about. A racist, bigoted, ethno-nationalist who, in almost every single circumstance, is anti-Semitic.
Anger even worse. Nevertheless, Michael, there is no reason to fear that these anti-Semitic protests will spread throughout Russia. Experts say 2/3 of Russians consider this conflict to be too far away and to want nothing to do with it.
Only half a minute, Yuri, but I do want to ask you, this violence came as a shock to Jews around the world, particularly in Israel, which has maintained close relations with Russia. What response can we expect from the Kremlin?
Well, the Kremlin has already reacted. Putin spokesman Peskov called this outbreak of violence triggered from outside. He didn't specify by whom exactly. He spoke only of a certain external interference in Russia's internal affairs.
Every media labeling this as anti-Semitic is a huge red flag. No, fuck no. It's not a huge red flag. I think it's important. And it's correct. No. The reasons as to why they are heightening this coverage can be, one, because they also abhor anti-Semitism, or two, because it's a way to just like talk about how Jewish people do face very real threats in other countries outside of Israel. But ultimately, this is a very real anti-Semitic action, and you will never hear me say that it's not. Okay? Having a bunch of random Dagestani dudes in a fucking country where they assume that like Jewish people are coming in from Tel Aviv on a flight, on the one fucking flight into into Dagestan from Tel Aviv is of course going to be anti-Semitic. That's anti-Semitic as fuck. It's ridiculous. Almost as ridiculous as thinking that at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break when there is one. And that almost as ridiculous as thinking that you won't see those ads when you will see those ads at the top of the hour if you don't subscribe. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. As a Jew, this scares me. This is what scares me the most, not Hamas. Israel is creating the conditions for horrific blowback, and as a Jew, this is what scares me. I mean, it will be okay, I think, at the end of the day. But I understand the fear. Like I get it, because anti-Semitism does rise in moments like this. Shaking my head, not defending the 3-minute ad break, just explaining why it happened.
Of Dagestan, Melikov, became clearer here. In his opinion, it was the Ukrainians who ran the Telegram channel from which calls for violence were made. This is also a very typical reaction in Russia, to blame Ukraine and to point the finger firmly at the West.
Yuri Risheto, many, many thanks as always.
Nazis will absolutely be abusing the anti-Zionist sentiment and its conflation with anti-Semitism to spread their bigoted rhetoric. Yes. It's not just Nazis. Anti-Semitism comes in many different forms. Like I am not saying, and I will not say that there is not there's no anti-Semitic sentiment in the anti-Zionist movement that stems from non-Nazi elements, okay? Because Nazis go in either direction. They're having the time of their lives right now, because half of them are like, oh yeah, we love Israel, it's an ethno-state, we got to put all the Jews there, get the fuck out of this country, get the fuck out of the Western world, right? And also, we love that they're killing Muslims, because they also hate Muslim immigration. The other half is going, oh, what a wonderful opportunity to traffic anti-Semitic sentiment by saying, isn't it suspicious that Jews are getting so much protection by the media and our powerful leadership? I mean, think about that. When it's like, it's not because they're Jewish. America has never given a fuck about the Jewish people, okay? Or their interests. You are fucking delusional. We literally refused to allow Jewish refugees from coming into the country in the lead up to the Holocaust. Get the fuck out of here, okay? It is fucking unimaginably silly. It is laughable to think that America cares about Jews. Oh, Jews are a special people. We really care about it. Like, you're fucking delusional, dog. You are absolutely de-fucking delusional. It's insane. Yeah, we sent ships full of Jews back to Germany to fucking die. Like, it's ridiculous. Yes, you are, in the words of Zoomers, delulu. I'd even say the same for many of the European countries as well, where Jews that tried to escape tried to go to. Literally, no one says that. No, what do you mean? No, there are definitely, what? Anti-Semites say that all the time. What are you talking about? Nazis literally, oh, no one says Delulu. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying no one says that, like, no anti-Semite says that, like, Jews are a special class of people. Ooh, and they secretly have the same opinions or whatever. You're right. No one says Delulu. Oh, God. Toxic SJW says they say that. Anyway. My girlfriend says Delulu. What a flex. I say Delulu. Okay, there's a lot of people that say it. So, what the fuck was I saying? Where the fuck were we? God damn it. Hasan, you were 43, stop. Dude, fucked your mom. And it was an age-appropriate relationship. So there is more on the anti-Semitism that I want to talk about. Partially, I have to pee so bad though. Before we talk about the additional anti-Semitism experiences, one thing that I wanted to mention was also what happened in Colombia law, or not Colombia law, just Colombia. Okay, so there are obviously like people being like people making jokes, and then some of them are Jewish comedians, friends of the show like Josh Androsky, that have now lost their jobs because they were riffing on Twitter a little too hard, making Holocaust jokes. I am not Jewish myself. I will not be making a statement on whether or not I think that is appropriate. I just don't know if I don't know why non-Jewish people are policing the actions of Jewish people, but I guess they feel very confident now. As long as you defend Israel, you are more Jewish than Jewish people, and you can police who is a good Jew and who is a bad Jew, it seems. Okay? So, something that I wanted to talk about, and we're gonna cover the pogroms and land theft and settler terrorist armed state stuff too. Oh, here, this. Currently on Cornell discussion forum, the Kosher Dining Hall 104 West is now on lockdown, and Jewish students are scared to leave their rooms. If you see a Jewish person on campus, follow them home and slit their throats. Rat needs to be eliminated from Cornell. Posted by Jew Evil. The genocidal fascist Zionist regime will be destroyed, rape and kill all the Jew women. Before the birth, more Jewish Hitlers. Jews are excrement on the face of the earth. No Jewish civilians innocent of genocide. Posted by Hamas Warrior. Says Israel deserved 10-7. Gonna shoot up 104 West. Allahu Akbar. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Glory to Hamas. Liberation by any means necessary. Posted by Kill Jews. If you think that this was written, any of these were written by Palestinians or Arabs or Muslims, you are an easily tricked adult. Okay? This is such a fucking clear-cut Nazi opportunist operation. Okay? It's the classic Black's Rule moment. Okay? First of all, I mean, we can analyze it if you want. No Muslim is going to write Allahu Akbar without capitalizing Allah or Akbar. Okay? It's called black propaganda. Yeah, it's the classic like Black's Rule. Very Black Lives Matter, Joe Biden 2020 energy. Exactly. This is 1,000%, 1,000,000% an operation that is either, I mean, you say Fed posting, I think it's just probably 4chan trolls. Okay? The Jewish house on Cornell is yet another literal and symbolic form of apartheid and genocide on campus. It stands on land forcibly stolen from native people who had their identity erased. It enforces strict dietary and religious customs. In my opinion, it should be torn down and illegal settlers relocated by Jew genocide. Eliminate Jewish living from Cornell campus. So I want to post something. I want to point to something here. Okay. 100% this should be taken seriously. I say that completely. Okay, I say that unconditionally. They should be taken seriously. They should find who posted these things, and the FBI is probably already involved in this. Yeah, that is what Muslims hate about Jewish people. Dietary restrictions like not eating pork. Exactly. So, the being charitable to Zionists who 100% could have done this is also incredibly likely that Nazis are trying to stir shit up. Yeah, no, it's probably. The most likely cause of this is, as always, white supremacist opportunists. If you recall, when we were looking at the lobby documentary that Al Jazeera did, and they went to, what was it, Cal State was it UC San Diego or something, or was it Cal State? That one school where they did an organized protest, and immediately after this organized protest, after like a BDS vote passed, yeah, here it is, Blacks Rule. This is the classic chat, for those of you who don't know. It's a classic meme. There was a AEPI, UC Davis AEPI, had a swastika drawn outside of their frat house. Okay? It's a Jewish fraternity. And there was, of course, no reason why the Muslim students would ever do that. Okay? Why would they do that? They had won a BDS vote. Why would they fucking also post a swastika? Because Nazis, neo-Nazis, fucking hate Muslims. Okay? This is something that is like weirdly forgotten in this conversation. Like, yeah, Nazis hate Jews. You know who else they also hate? Muslims. Okay? Arabs. Brown people. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? So, it was very likely at the time, and according to the people that were interviewed, done by a bunch of fucking white supremacist trolls who were opportunists. And yet it was presented in the media as though, and unequivocally presented in the media as though, like, the Muslim students had something to do with it. This is gross. Okay? I argue against all forms of bigotry, which of course includes Islamophobia. Okay? This is the hallmarks of a day zero operation that was thwarted in Germany like in 2019 or 2020. That was a right-wing neo-Nazis that got embedded with Syrian refugees in Germany, and they would do a shooting of German white people and then turn the German people against refugees while the right-winger neo-Nazis would coup Merkel. It's a true story. It's nuts. Yeah, things like this have happened time and time again. Okay? There are always white supremacist forces that are opportunist and will 1,000% take advantage of a situation like this. I have always told you time and time again, if you are Jewish in the United States of America, your biggest threat is not Muslims and it's not Palestinian protesters. It is white supremacist neo-Nazis. Same goes for Muslims as well. I know we see videos all the time now of like, people will be like, oh, this like counter protester who's a Zionist like slapped a 15-year-old or whatever. Okay. The largest threat that Muslims face in the United States of America do not come from Jews. It comes, once again, from white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and racist people in general. Okay? That's it. That's it. So I do hope the Cornell police, state police, and the FBI, who have now been alerted to this hate crime, because this is what it is, will work actively to find who the fuck wrote these things, and we'll be dealing with them adequately. Just saying. Something to think about. Did you max out Jingliu in Star Rail yet? Maybe not the best time to ask. I have no idea what that is. That's so wrong. Zionists are perpetrators of hate crimes against Muslims. I'm not defending white psychos, but they are a tool for Zionists to see Muslims hurt. Unless you are using Zionists as a substitute for Jews here, I don't know what to tell you, because a lot of white supremacists in the United States of America are Zionists. The evangelical Protestant movement in this country has theological reasons for being the most dedicated ultra-Zionists, regardless of how anti-Semitic they are. Hello? What the fuck are you talking about? The largest amount of support that goes into settlements increasing in the West Bank do not come from American Jews. It comes from white nationalists, or rather, just simply white evangelical Protestants, okay? White evangelical Protestants are the biggest backers of all the 501c3s that work specifically in building out settlements in the West Bank. We have a literal evangelical Christian that volunteered to work with the IDF. Like he wore an IDF garb to Congress like last week. He's not Jewish. He's Christian. The fuck's he doing? He went and he volunteered to serve in the IDF. He wore an IDF uniform. He's not Jewish. Yeah, bro thinks he's on the team. Do not ask evangelicals what happens to Jews when Jesus comes back to earth. Worst mistake of my life. Yes. Sorry if this sounds dumb, but if America doesn't care about Jews, then why is it in such strong support of Israel? I've said this a million times over, but I guess it has to be repeated time and time again. America's interest in Israel is because Israel is basically a state, a United States of America state that is an unsinkable aircraft carrier that has its own surveillance and espionage apparatus that collaborates with our surveillance and espionage apparatus. America utilizes Israel as an extension of its own interests in destabilizing a resource-rich region. Because Israel's a supposed democracy? It's not. It's not. Israel's not a democracy. Americans do not give a shit about Jewish people. Like the American government doesn't care about Jewish people. Okay? And Israel is not a fucking democracy. It's an apartheid state. But Israel is also basically a satellite state. It's an extension of the United States of America in the eyes of the American State Department. It is a forward operating base. It's an unsinkable aircraft carrier which has its own security forces, it's destabilizing force of the region that America has a lot of interest in. I wouldn't even say it's a vassal state or a client state. Pakistan is a client state. Israel is not a client state. It is more, our interests align so much so that it's identical. Okay? The anti-Zionist Jews are the minority. It doesn't matter. The anti-Zionist Jews are the minority. You know who else is the minority? Zionist Jews. Who do you think? How many Jews live in America in comparison to how many evangelical Protestants live in America who unconditionally offer support to Israel? Of course, anti-Zionist Jews are the minority. So are Zionist Jews. Jews are the minority in general. Most Zionists around the world, because of just simply population numbers, are Christian. They're Christian Zionists. Fuck. It's so stupid. And the funniest part about this is like, it's not like this is hidden, okay? This is not like a secret. Why do you think the UN ambassador to Israel, while Israel is continuing its ethnic cleansing campaign, that has this time around especially created a lot of commotion for Israel and is actually causing a lot of backlash for Israel, why did he go to Texas? Why did he go to an evangelical church to speak to people at this random televangelist's church? Why did Gilad Erdan do this? I'm going to go pee while this plays.
In the words of Isaiah, for Zion's sake, I will not keep silent. For Jerusalem's sake, I will not remain quiet. We must stand together, Jews and Christians, in our holy mission for the truth. Today, dear friends, is a day of action. For tomorrow, our children and grandchildren will ask, how did you stand with Israel in her hour of need? We are all watching in horror as millions of Muslims around the world hold anti-Semitic protests supporting the genocidal Hamas terrorists. They are spreading this hate loudly, so we need to fight back louder. And Israel needs your voice. It's time to stand up and speak out. We need you now more than ever. We are united as a family because we always remember God's words. I will bless those that bless you, and I will curse those that curse you. Right now, there is an urgency that Israel receives your help with rallying and reminding leaders, representatives, and elected officials of God's word. If history has taught us anything, it is that many are quick to forget Jewish agony. And together, we have to ensure that this atrocity never be forgotten. It is crucial.
Why did this guy, a day after he demanded that the UN Secretary General resign from his position, a day after that flew to fucking Texas? Why did he do that? Why is he talking to a televangelist and his congregation, a televangelist who famously said God sent Hitler to send the Jews to the Holy Land, and many other anti-Semitic things, like Hitler was the Antichrist and was half Jew, things of that nature? Why is he speaking in front of him? Why does he not feel threatened? Why does Gilad Erdan, the UN ambassador to Israel, not feel threatened sitting in front of the largest crowd of anti-Semites? Sitting literally in front of an anti-Semite who has said all matter of disgusting things about Jewish people. Why? Ask yourself why. Why is he there? Because he knows that he doesn't even need American Jews to support Israel. If every single Jewish American today was leading the protests, as many American Jews are, against Zionism, nothing would change in the way that Israel operates. Nothing. Okay? Absolutely nothing. It's not about Jewish people or Judaism. It is about Zionism. Zionism is completely different than Judaism. The assumption that all Jews are uncritically in support of Israel's actions is anti-Semitic. Why is he doing this? Why is he talking to this crowd? Because that is a major population that, through their own theological justifications of how Armageddon will happen, will always be the largest population in the United States of America that unconditionally supports Israel. Not Jews. Israel. And its endless land expansions. This population will do everything it can also to send American Jews to Israel. Why am I talking about this? Because I need you to understand very clearly that I make no conflations between Zionism and Judaism. It is especially important now to understand that because opportunists like those at the ADL, led by Johnathan Greenblatt, are using this as an opportunity to hammer in that narrative that all matter of Palestinian emancipation protests are actually deeply and undesirably anti-Semitic. This is political opportunism of the worst kind. At a time when anti-Semitism is increasing in the Western world, going on national television and looking at edge cases to paint the entirety of the Palestinian movement, pro-Palestinian movement, which is comprised of a multi-ethnic, incredibly diverse group of individuals from all matter of different backgrounds and age groups. It is disgusting to turn around and claim that the real anti-Semitism in the college campus is coming from Palestinian activists and not white supremacists. It is disgusting.
About what's going to happen to us right here in this country.
Johnathan, you and I spoke for a special that we did last year on growing anti-Semitism in America, and you described the extremism on the right as like a hurricane or a tornado and some kind of event that happens very quickly and you can see it. And the anti-Semitism on the left, more like climate change, which is slow and growing. How would you describe it now? And do you think that this is a left-right issue at this point?
Look, it's clear that the hardened anti-Zionists are from the far left are the photo inverse of the white supremacists from the far right.
This is the most piece of shit thing I've ever fucking heard, dude. Anti-Zionists on the far left are the horseshoe theory. They're the same as the fucking anti-Semites of the far right. Like, this is a deranged thing to say. It's disgusting. It's untrue. And it betrays the seriousness of the cause. If your goal is to stop anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry, you are doing a favor to the Zionist regime by conflating with white supremacy, which is another problem. What? Why are you being so charitable to the Zionist institutions in Israel? The problem started there, and the U.S. is the expansion. You are fucking insane if you think that Israel, in its inception, operated on its own. What the fuck are you talking about? Who? Which country allowed Zionist brigades to absolutely eviscerate the Palestinian population? You're so stupid. If you think the U.S. is a puppet state of Israel and not vice versa, you are the most delusional person on the planet. Okay? The idea that, like, America is on the whims of Israel is the most laughable notion. And you are most likely anti-Semitic too. Like, you're trying to hide the very severely anti-Semitic sentiment that, like, Jews control America, actually, but instead of saying Jews, you say Zionist. It is absolutely delusional, dude. Absolutely delusional. Johnathan Greenblatt is correct on this one. As an anti-Zionist Jew on the far left, I want to do to him right now what white nationalists on the right would do to him. Okay, don't say stuff like that, chatter. Come on. This will, like, it doesn't matter if you're Jewish. It very clearly, he's already calling other Jews anti-Semitic right now. Okay, come on. Don't say stuff like that. You can't say stuff like that. Like, it is ridiculous. Good leftists have often denounced leftist anti-Semites for advocating for the socialism of fools. Moshe Postone calls anti-Semitism a primitive form of anti-capitalism, that capitalism onto a group of people instead of a system. I mean, I've said this a lot as well. Yes. All matter of socialist thought derives from dialectical and historical materialism. Okay, good socialist thought, at least. Obviously, there's many different kinds of socialisms out there. There's a lot of anarchist socialist principles out there as well. But the one at least I believe in is rooted within dialectical and historical materialism. Okay? There is no singular group of individuals that behave in a monolithic fashion that are just like spiritually evil in that process. Dialectical materialism implies that people act out on their own self-interest and have designed society off of the relations that people have to the means of production and design society around commodity production in general historically. And this creates a two-class structure where you have, and this is relatively reductive at this point, but still, you have the bourgeois capital owner class and the working class, the proletariat. There are Jewish capitalists, as there are many Jewish workers, much more Jewish workers than there are Jewish capitalists. They do not work. They do not work in a singular, monolithic way. To claim that is absolutely anti-Semitic. Jewish capital owners work at the behest of capital in the same exact way that Christian capital owners do, in the same exact way that Muslim capital owners do. And the understanding is not that it is necessarily evil. They're just acting out in the way that the system is designed. One of the greatest heroes in the war against anti-Semitic people is a man by the name of Lenin. Lenin.
And I mean, there is no argument anymore that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
No argument anymore. It's a well-established fact. Thank you.
I mean, that is as plain as day. And to think that extremism only comes from one side of the spectrum is a joke. So when I used to say that the anti-Semitism from the left end was like climate change, getting worse and worse, and it could create the conditions in which storms could happen, this is that Category 5 hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same principle of like looking at, I don't know, fucking Nation of Islam guys or whatever and being like, or not Nation of Islam, but like fucking, what's his face? Farrakhan and being like, that's a leftist right there. Look at how anti-Semitic that leftist is. And it's like, dude, come on. Come on. Okay? Anti-Semitism has no place in the leftist movement. It has never had a space in the leftist movement. The leftist movement is, first and foremost, comprised of revolutionary Jews to begin with, okay? It was literally attacked as a Jewish plot, as a Jewish conspiracy. That's what the Nazis said. That's why the first people that they fucking threw in the concentration camps were socialists. It is a very dangerous prospect to make this conflation, which serves the interests of anti-Semites. Fuck. Yes, that's why they called leftism and socialism Jewish Bolshevism. Part of the problem for the likes of the ADL and Zionists from all different backgrounds all around the world is that this level of stranglehold that they've had so far in propagandizing Israel as the nation state for Jews all around the world is that it's no longer working. Because Jews, due to their long history of being at the forefront of social justice, recognize intolerance and injustice where they see it. If we looked at the sources that I've utilized so far in my past 3 weeks of this fucking broadcast, okay? The overwhelming majority of academic resources that I rely on come from Jewish scholars. It is fucking ridiculous how much Islamophobia has increased. I'll tell you something, okay? This guy said, by the way, the Nazis were National Socialists. Fun fact. Thanks, man. Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you, okay? Liberals literally act like we're not that long ago defending Nazis, saying that they should be allowed to express their horrible opinions. Meanwhile, the left has said that's stupid and would lead to dangerous actions. Thank you. Exactly. It sometimes feels like, especially for Christian Zionists, okay, that they have no fear in Nazis whatsoever. I know that Jewish ultra-Zionists still understandably fear Nazis, neo-Nazis, and fascists. But I am afraid of this wave of propaganda turning people's opinions and dropping them from being understandably fearful of the statistical probability that if they do withstand some kind of anti-Semitic action, it will be in the hands of a neo-Nazi rather than a Muslim person, okay? But the other side of this also is very frustrating. The other side of this is also very, very frustrating. Okay? A chatter said, what about anti-Islam? What about Islamophobia and actions such as Islamophobic actions? We do not have a good enough mechanism, unfortunately, in the United States of America, which has, in the past 3 decades, made Muslims globally their major enemies in an effort to justify their blood and soil propaganda and imperialist actions in the Middle East. So there is no mechanism to truly figure out exactly what level of anti-Islamophobia or what level of Islamophobia exists in society right now. Okay? We don't. There was a hate crime that happened in the hands of a landlord, not a Jewish landlord, by the way, a Christian landlord who watched Fox News and was radicalized by right-wing media, who ended up stabbing a 6-year-old Palestinian kid who hugged him, thinking that his friend had come home, this person that he was familiar with. Stabbed him 26 times and murdered him in an Islamophobic hate crime. 6-year-old Palestinian Muslim kid. Stabbed the mom as well. Mom survived. A doctor was also stabbed yesterday. But of course, bigotry doesn't just happen in this kind of like open, violent manner. Bigotry also happens in much more marginal and tiny, much more invisible ways. Okay? Same with anti-Semitism, and certainly the same with Islamophobia. Now, the problem is, at least for myself, and I know many Muslims in the West also probably feel this in their hearts, we already know that there is not going to be any kind of condemnation for these actions, for this kind of Islamophobia. There will not be a piece of legislation that strikes a balance. It just is not even a thing that I expect. It's the same principle behind people coming in here and being like, you're HamasAbi, like you love Hamas, of course you defend Palestinians, you're Muslim, like or of course you're anti-Semitic, your name is Hamas, your name is Hassan. Like these kinds of statements are technically very racist and also Islamophobic. Okay? They are. But it's also, unfortunately, a part of living in the Western world. It's something that every Muslim person, regardless of whether or not they are practicing Muslims or whether or not they look Muslim, because I don't think I look the racialized stereotype of what it means to be Muslim. It doesn't matter. It's just a regular part of our existence here. So we don't have the ADL. We have CARE, which is already considered like a fucking terror cell by so many American institutions. Like, they openly will say CARE actually fucking supports terrorism globally. You know? We got nothing. You do high key, says Kenyan Babe. I mean, I look Muslim if you're European, I think, because Europeans know Islam as like being Turkish. Here is CAIR. I think it's the Center for Islamic American Relations. I don't want to get it wrong. So, or not Center, Council. You ever talk to AB about CARE? He's been involved. He said his dad is involved. No, I have not. Anyway. CARE is, what is it? I don't know. The fuck? Yeah, the Council on American Islamic Relations, not the center. The Council on American Islamic Relations. How can I respond to critics who say we focus on too much Israel compared to other human rights atrocities? Ask them if how much of our tax dollars and unconditional support go to the continuation of other human rights atrocities, and then ask them why they don't care about other human rights atrocities and simply simply deploy them cynically when it comes down to, I guess, shifting the conversation away from Israel's ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. Most people just simply use it as a talking point. The conservative does not care about homeless people until it comes time to speak on immigration. The only time conservatives will ever talk about mental health, for example, is when they want to deflect the responsibility away from our lax gun laws. That's when they say we need mental health. Conservatives only fucking care about homeless people, homeless veterans, when it comes time to shit on immigrants that are coming into this country. Oh, well, we can't even take care of our homeless veterans, they say. But they never cared about the homeless veterans. They never cared about the homeless at all.
Jewish people are being told to avoid kosher dining halls because other students want to, quote, slit their throat.
Yeah, I mean, do I think that him using this while having a conversation about leftists and anti-Semitism in the left is good? No. I think he's a piece of shit for fucking claiming that these guys are leftists that wrote those posts. And considering that Johnathan Greenblatt has been working on exposing all matter of bigotry for most of his fucking life, he knows better than most people. So, of course, I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, man, he probably got swept away and probably assumed. that this was leftists who wrote that, and that this is actually leftist Muslims who wrote that, or leftist supporters of Palestinian emancipation wrote that. No, I think he's a fucking piece of shit who very deliberately knows better than the average person where that kind of fucking bigotry comes from, and is maliciously and cynically using this against the just cause of Palestinian emancipation, because he also recognizes the writing on the wall that Israel's bombing campaign, especially this time around, has left a bad taste in the mouths of a lot of people in the Western world. He sees hundreds of thousands of people on the streets protesting against Western government inaction or Western government action that defends Israel. He sees all the ceasefire protests and he gets scared. Not scared because anti-Semitic actions are going to harm Jewish people in the Western world. That much is clear to me. While anti-Semitism is on the rise and anti-Semitic actions against Jewish people always increase around situations like this, if he genuinely cared, he would not make this complete, just cynical, awful fucking conflation, making it seem as though the left is writing stuff like slit Jewish people's throats. Shut the fuck up. If this was anyone else, I would say maybe he doesn't get it. Maybe he's stupid. I do not think he is stupid. I know that a person who has spent so much of his fucking life targeting bigotry and combating bigotry, and many of it also conflating said bigotry to, anti-Israeli sentiment, very cynically, is doing that again. But he's kicked it into the fucking highest of gears he could.
Look, Dana, this is a moment of accountability, not just for universities, which, by the way, are failing the test. This is a moment of accountability for America.
Motherfucker, is literally saying basically the same shit that Jared Kushner said, that Jews are more safe in Saudi Arabia than they are in college campuses in America.
No one should think that it is permissible, because you don't like policies in the Middle East, to threaten violence and incite hate against your Jewish neighbors, your Jewish friends, your Jewish classmates. I have got to say, this is not a moment just for Jews.
Yes, he's right. It is not permissible. No one is fucking disagreeing with that. Okay? No one is disagreeing with that. Fucking ridiculous. Shadow boxing. How do you not fucking sit there and be like, are there people, what are they doing? Do they represent the broader movement? Do they represent the broader movement? I've never, of course, that would require them to treat any kind of Palestinian or any kind of person who is pro-Palestinian to be human beings that, of course, are worthy of having their points be heard. But that's never going to fucking happen in mainstream media, especially in the West. So, was a Jewish boy or a Palestinian boy stabbed? I'm not sure. It was a Palestinian 6-year-old Muslim Palestinian kid who was a victim of a gross hate crime. I think personally would love to challenge anyone with this reasoning to cite one example of physical harm actually being carried out instead of supposed anecdotal verbal threats being made. No, you can be anti-Semitic with a verbal threat. Okay? You can be anti-Semitic and engage in physical harm, or, draw a swastika or some shit. That's also an anti-Semitic hate crime. 100,000%. The difference is, who is carrying out these hate crimes? Is it people who are predisposed with the just cause of Palestinian emancipation? Or is it people who are fucking neo-Nazis taking advantage of a situation? Who is it?
This is a moment for everyone in America to say, time out. This is totally wrong. And I think, I'm meeting with the Secretary of Education in a few minutes. Mm-hmm. I'm glad what President Biden has said. we're going to hold the administration to account to make sure they're keeping our Jewish kids safe.
Johnathan Greenblatt, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Anyway. Going by my experience, the most crazy anti-Semites hates Palestinians too. Of course, dude. Of course. The number one haters of Jews in America are Nazis. The guy who fucking shot up the Pittsburgh synagogue was literally a fucking neo-Nazi who hated Donald Trump and who said that he hated Jews because he's a fucking neo-Nazi, and he hated Donald Trump because Donald Trump didn't go far enough. He was a Trump supporter, and he was like, oh, Trump is in the pocket of Jews. That's what he said. And he shot up the synagogue because he believed in the Great Replacement theory, a theory that has been channeled through Fox News time and time again. A theory that, very similar to the original fascist theories, relied on Jews, like George Soros, creating a steady flow of brown immigrants coming into the United States of America. That's what he openly said. He wrote all of this out. It wasn't even a fucking manifesto. He was just posting on Gab. Fucking idiots, dude. I love when idiots come in here and be like, oh, let's go. Let's go Dagestan. Yeah, totally, dude. Suspect arrested for anti-Semitic attack on woman at Grand Central Subway Station, NYPD. Christopher Dagiar was accused of carrying out violent and seemingly random attack at 11:30. 29-year-old victim was a passerway in the 7 train where she was randomly hit in the face by a man. When she was asked the attacker why he punched her in the face, Dagiar simply said it was because you are Jewish. He then took off from the station while victim suffered minor injuries. Another attack happened in California, where some dude who was like a knife-wielding freak would try to go into the family, a family's home, and there was a mezuzah at their door. Okay? These kinds of incidents absolutely increase whenever Israel is in the news. Okay? But if you think that these guys are doing it because they legitimately think that they're fucking defending Palestinian rights, you are out of your fucking mind. A mezuzah. Am I saying it wrong? A what? A wuzza? What the fuck? Like the little thing that Jewish people put on their fucking doors. It's a little scroll. A mezuzah is a small ornamental scroll that goes on doorways. Thank you. I said it right. God. Try to have no Jewish friends. I mean, there's not that many. That's the thing. There's not that many Jewish people in America. There's not that many Jewish people in general, dog. Many Americans have never met a Jewish person, especially if you go to like the Midwest or if you go to the South, like where there are a lot of evangelical Christians who support Israel unconditionally, who then also say incredibly anti-Semitic shit. Like, oh yeah, Jews love money, or Jews have horns, or eat baby blood, or whatever the fuck. Like, both in passing as a joke, which is deeply anti-Semitic, but also like genuinely. A lot of Jews are in America, yes. Here in the UK, they are so rare. Yeah, I mean, there is a lot more Jewish people in America. Like, New York is the largest Jewish community on the planet outside of Israel. Anyway, I live in the Midwest and never knew a Jew until a DNA test said I was one. Really? There's a large historic Jewish community here in Cleveland. I mean, there are enclaves, but ultimately it's a very tiny number of people. Okay? Unless you live like I do in a very Jewish neighborhood, you probably never meet any Jewish people at all in most parts of the country. Anyway. Just 4% of American Jews reside in rural cities. More than half are in the cities. Yeah. Not to mention, we don't really advertise that we're Jews when this attitude exists. I mean, yeah, there's also that too. So, I think I covered the concept of like anti-Semitism and how it is different than anti-Zionism, even though some will purposely try to launder anti-Semitic messaging while engaging in supposedly anti-Zionist sentiment. Like, there's a Nazi on Twitter right now. He's like a fucking, that bald-headed Marine guy who's like straight up a fucking Nazi. And he's been going viral over and over and over again, okay? You guys have even brought his shit here to me before and try to get me to read it. And I was like, dude, what the fuck is this guy? He's like some ex-Marine dude. Not even going to say his fucking name. Okay, he's a straight up fucking Nazi. But he is like acting as though he is a anti-Zionist. Most of my Jewish friends in LA don't practice Judaism. They just happen to be of Jewish descent. Yeah, of course. Like, most of the Jews in Israel don't practice Judaism. They just happen to be Jewish and living in Israel. It's more so I mean, Jewish people are an ethnic group more so than they are a religious one. Anyway, also stuff like when my grandma arrived in America, she converted and hid her Judaism because she was scared of Nazis coming for her again. That's sad. Most of my Jewish friends in New York City are anti-Zionists also. I mean, all of my friends that I've made through obviously my political acts and also my career in online media or media in general are some of the most aggro anti-Zionists you've ever met. You know a lot of these names. I've interviewed a lot of them. I've also I also regularly interact with them. They're at the forefront of movements like movements backed by Jewish Voice for Peace, If Not Now, and many others, right? They are the loudest voices calling for a ceasefire. A lot of my normie Jewish friends, however, in my vicinity outside of media and outside of like political activism, unfortunately, are very reactionary on this issue. This does not mean anything. It doesn't. It's purely anecdotal, but it does hurt my soul a little bit that I can't have a conversation like this. Yeah. I grew up in one of the most Jewish towns in the U.S. on Long Island. People aren't religious there. Most are reform and liberal leaning until shit pops off in Israel and they turn straight up IDF and guilt. Yeah. I don't think it's guilt. I think it's more so just like conditioning. Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong, okay? Trust me. I don't think you know I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. There are basically no Jewish people in my town, but there are Zionist evangelicals. They even ran a local news segment asking for donos for them. Yes. All right. My girlfriend is Jewish and not a Zionist, but her mom is. It has been straining their relationships recently. Yes, I've had a lot of friends I've had a lot of Jewish friends ask me like how to basically try to have conversations with their own family members, to which I, of course, always immediately go back to Noah and ask him what the most acceptable ways, what the best like ways to have these conversations for my Jewish friends are. It's difficult. It's not an easy conversation to have. It's so much conditioning, especially over the age of 50. It's like going to be almost impossible to get past that level of brainwashing. Very, very, very hard. Ben Shapiro's a Christian Zionist. I mean, closer to Christian Zionism than you know. Can you explain what you mean by conditioning and what regard? I mean, birthright. Any kind of Jewish holiday where there's some kind of congregation revolves, or even familial connections to Israel. Like there's so much. Jewish schools, Jewish camp, like a lot of, I mean, ask the Jewish chatters in this community. They will openly explain, or ask any Jewish friend you have. They will tell you that for them, like they had to learn anti-Zionism. This was not like something that was taught at all. There have been pieces like there have been like articles that Noah will send me from time to time. I mean, the one that he sent me is what was it? I think it's from like, let me see if I can pull this up, because I was wondering how I could communicate to some of my friends about how anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are completely separate. And he sent me a Forward Magazine Peter Bernart article. Here, we can take a look at it. Peter's written extensively on this stuff too. I mean, he's written a lot of great columns. The latest one, the latest article about Peter Bernart is admitted American Jewish establishment. Peter Bernart was right. A fierce Israel critic's predictions ring true. Forward is a Jewish magazine, by the way. Hold on, Israeli minister. Where is it? Wait, I can find it. Bernart. Anti-Semitism. Here, this is the article. This is the article that that Noah sent me to send to friends. As a Jewish chatter, you're 100% correct. The large amount of what I know about Israeli and Palestinian history is stuff I've read about in the past few weeks. Prior, I was against the bombings in Gaza due to the imbalance in power, but I didn't understand the issue at large. I grew up with an Israeli, very Zionist stepmom, and it was when I went to Israel that made me realize something was very wrong and made me feel uncomfortable. It was hard to unlearn Zionism because it's hard to admit you were wrong. My dad is 62. I tried showing your video with Zachary Foster on the pro-Israel propaganda video after I saw him watching the original. He made it 6 minutes in before questioning whether I had any idea what I was talking about because your video dared to contradict what he thinks. Is really disappointing, and I worry about my relationship with him. I mean, it's just like, your dad is 62 years old. You're not going to be able to change his mind, I don't think. On February 16, members of France's Yellow Vest protest movement hurled this is from 2019, anti-Semitic insults at the distinguished French Jewish philosopher Alain Finkielkraut. On February 19, swastikas were found on 80 gravestones in Alsace. 2 days later, French President Emmanuel Macron, after announcing that Europe was facing a resurgence of anti-Semitism unseen since World War II, unveiled new measures to fight it. Among them was a new official definition of anti-Semitism. That definition, produced by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, includes, among its contemporary examples of anti-Semitism, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination. In other words, anti-Zionism is Jew hatred. In doing so, Macron joined Germany, Britain, and the United States, and roughly 30 other governments, and like them, he made a tragic mistake. Anti-Zionism is not inherently anti-Semitic, and claiming it uses Jewish suffering to erase Palestinian experience. Yes, anti-Semitism is growing. Yes, the world leaders must fight it fiercely, but in the words of great Zionist thinker, this is not the way. The argument that anti-Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic rests on 3 pillars. The first is that opposing Zionism is anti-Semitic because it denies to Jews what every other people enjoy, a state of their own. The idea that all other people can seek and defend their right to self-determination, but Jews cannot, declared Chuck Schumer, cousin of Amy Schumer in 2017. He said, is anti-Semitism. As David Harris, the head of an American Jewish community committee, put it last year, to deny the Jewish people of all the people of earth, all the people on earth, the right to self-determination surely is discriminatory. All the peoples on earth, the Kurds don't have their own state, neither the Basques, Catalans, Scots, Kashmiris, Tibetans, Abkhazians, Ossetians, Lombards, Igbo, Oromo, Uyghurs, Tamils, Quebecois, nor dozens of people who have created nationalist movements to seek self-determination but failed to achieve it. Yet barely anyone suggests that opposing a Kurdish or Katayan state makes you anti-Kurdish or anti-Katayan bigot. It is widely recognized that states based on ethnic nationalism, states created to represent and protect one particular ethnic group, are not the only legitimate way to ensure public order and individual freedom. Not if you ask the Quebecois. Sometimes it's better to foster civic nationalism, a nationalism built around the borders rather than heritage, to make Spanish identity more inclusive of Katayans or Iraqi identity more inclusive of Kurds, rather than carving those multi-ethnic states up. You'd think Jewish leaders would understand this. You'd think that they would understand it because of the many of the same Jewish leaders who call national self-determination a universal right are quite comfortable denying it to Palestinians. Argument number 2 is a variation of this theme. Maybe it is not bigoted to oppose people's quest for statehood, but it is bigoted to take that statehood away once achieved. It is one thing to argue in the moot court of historical what-ifs that Israel should not have come into being, argued New York Times columnist Bret Stephens earlier this month. However, Israel is now home to nearly 9 million citizens with an identity that is as distinctively and proudly Israeli as the Dutch are Dutch or the Danes are Danish. Anti-Zionism proposes nothing less than the elimination of that identity and the political dispossession of those who cherish it. But it is not bigoted to try to turn a state based on ethnic nationalism, a state designed to protect and represent one's ethnic group, into a state based on civic nationalism, in which no ethnic group enjoys special privileges. In the 19th century, Afrikaners created several countries, among them the Transvaal and the Orange Free State, designed to fulfill their quest for national self-determination. Then in 1909, those 2 Afrikaner states merged with 2 states dominated by English-speaking whites to become the Union of South Africa, later the Republic of South Africa, which offered a kind of national self-determination to white South Africans. The problem, of course, was that the versions of self-determination upheld by the Transvaal and the Orange Free State and the apartheid South Africa excluded millions of black people living within their borders. 90% of the country was black at the time. This changed in 1994. By ending apartheid, South Africa replaced an Afrikaner ethnic nationalism and a white racial nationalism with a civic nationalism that encompassed people of all ethnicities and races. It inaugurated a constitution that guaranteed the right of the South African people as a whole to self-determination. This wasn't bigotry, but its opposite. I don't consider Israel an apartheid state, he said in 2019. I don't agree with Bernart on this, by the way. I actually don't know. I wonder what he thinks now. He might also think Israel's an apartheid state now. I'm not entirely sure. But it is. But its ethnic nationalism includes many of the people under its control. Stephens notes that Israel contains almost 9 million citizens. What he doesn't mention is that Israel also contains close to 5 million non-citizens. For the record, when he said this in 2019, Israel absolutely was an apartheid state. However, Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International did not consider Israel an apartheid state until 2021. So just remember that. Okay? So that's something to consider. Palestinians who live under Israeli control in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, yes, Israel still controls Gaza, without basic rights in the state that dominates their lives. One reason Israel doesn't give these Palestinians citizenship is because as a Jewish state designed to protect and represent Jews, it wants to retain a Jewish majority, and giving 5 million Palestinians the vote would imperil that. Even among Israel's 9 million citizens, roughly 2 million, the so-called Arab Israelis, are Palestinian. Stevens says that overturning Zionism would mean the political dispossession of Israelis. But according to polls, most of Israel's Palestinian citizens see it the opposite way. For them, Zionism represents a form of political dispossession. Because they live in a state that privileges Jews, they must endure an immigration policy that allows any Jew in the world to gain instant Israeli citizenship, yet makes Palestinian immigration to Israel virtually impossible. They live in a state whose national anthem speaks of the Jewish soul, whose flag features the Star of David, and which, by tradition, excludes Israel's Palestinian parties from its governing coalitions. A commission created in 2003 by the Israeli government itself described Israel's handling of the Arab sector as discriminatory. Not as discriminatory as the top of the hour ad break, which seeks to discriminate those who are unsubscribed, but still discriminatory nonetheless. However, if you want to combat this level of discrimination that happens at the top of every hour, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, or with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I ran into some Jews online who argued that anti-Zionism is denial to their right to self-determination. I kind of agree that it's a conflated concept and not the best term to describe opposition to the persecution of Palestinians. Is there an alternative? No, Zionism as a project very violently denies Palestinians their right to self-determination. Objectively so. It's ridiculous. You have to look at exactly what has happened throughout history and exactly what has happened in contemporary Israel's contemporary existence. Fuck, I almost got that. So long as Israel remains a Jewish state, no Palestinian citizen can credibly tell her son or daughter that they can become prime minister of the country in which they live. In these ways, Israel's form of ethnic nationalism, Zionism, denies equality to the non-Jews who live under Israeli control. My preferred solution would be for the West Bank and Gaza Strip to become a Palestinian state, thus giving Palestinians their own territories, citizenship, in an ethnically nationalist, though hopefully democratic country of their own. Oh, this is a different article, I think. Or did we? Oh, the third argument. Never mind. I'd also try to make Israel's ethnic nationalism more inclusive by, among other things. But I don't even agree with this, by the way. I just want you to know. I'm a one-stater. I believe in a one-state solution. I do not believe in a two-state solution. I don't think it's viable without a lot of genuine violence. Like, if you believe forcibly removing people from their homes is a violent act, then the 470,000 settlers in the West Bank that are currently illegally occupying the West Bank have to be removed from their homes. A concept that I was having a conversation with Ethan on, specifically as I talked about Palestinians having a legal right to violently resist the occupation, especially in the West Bank. Okay? The reality is there is a legal right for Palestinians to be able to fight back with violent means against every settler and the IDF in the West Bank. It is literally legal by international law. This would be horrifying if by some magic Palestinians were like as armed all of a sudden as the Israeli occupying forces, there would be horrifying ethnic purges that occur if the Palestinians willed and wanted to fight back against settlers in the West Bank. This would be horrifyingly bloody. So I think that the two-state solution in general is not going to happen ever, and I think that Israel has regularly utilized the possible two-state solution to just completely deny Palestinians any kind of right to self-determination or a nation-state developing. Why I believe in a one-state solution and have for some time now. But in a post-Holocaust world where anti-Semitism remains frighteningly prevalent, I want Israel to remain a state with special obligation to protect Jews. To seek to replace Israel's ethnic nationalism with civic nationalism, however, is not inherently bigoted. Last year, 3 Palestinian members of the Knesset introduced a bill to turn Israel from a Jewish state into a state for all of its citizens. As one of those Knesset members, Jamal Zahalka, explained, "We do not deny Israel or its right to exist as a home for Jews. We are simply saying that we want to base the existence of a state not on the preference of Jews, but on the basics of equality. The state should exist in the framework of equality and not in the framework of a preference and superiority." Wouldn't a one-state solution lead to so much terrorism? Yeah. Is that what happened in apartheid South Africa? Was that not a concern, you think, for white people in apartheid South Africa? It was. There's always that concern. The correct way to do that, if we're going to talk about the hypothetical violence that might occur as a way to stop the ongoing violence that is occurring, I mean, that's a silly argument to begin with. But if you want to talk about that, the reality is that as long as you solve material inequalities as swiftly and as efficiently as possible and offer a right to return to Palestinians, then there is no fucking the likelihood that you are going to see a lot of terror is relatively low. Oh, anyway. What is this? Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism debate 4 years ago with Mehdi Hasan?
In the territory defined as the historic land of Israel or Palestine.
Damn, we got Elon right next to him too. Damn, they're going to fucking destroy these fools on the
most often
left.
defined as hostility, prejudice, or discrimination.
Kind of fucked up that they put a Times columnist and an Israeli former member of the Knesset against Ilan Pape and Mehdi Hasan. One is a ginormous debate lord, and the other is like a very important scholar, a very important formerly Israeli expat, or is it called expat?
Against Jews. Now, surveys suggest that Israel is one of the most disliked nations in the world, along with Iran and North Korea. But how much of this is driven by policies of the Israeli state, and how much is a cover for age-old hatred of the
No, he used to be Israeli. He renounced his Israeli citizenship.
Jews?
He's not
These
an
are the
immigrant.
questions we will examine this evening. So let's go to our first speaker for the motion, Melanie Phillips, who is a journalist, broadcaster, and author. She has a weekly column in the Times newspaper. She writes for the Jerusalem Post and Jewish Chronicle. Melanie, the floor is yours.
No, it's not an exile. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, I never visited Israel at all until the year 2000, and I never wanted to go there. It didn't sound the kind of place.
That's the writer who is referencing the far-right Norway terrorist manifesto. Oh, dude, I love that. That's awesome. She is that fucking aggro they put this person? Really? Nice. I love when people are like, listen, I don't give a fuck about Jewish people, okay? I just ride for an ethno-state. Like, it's just like straight up being like, listen, I don't think you understand. I just love ethno-states, okay? And their development.
Place which had anything to offer me. So when in the year 2000 I objected as a matter of sheer rationality and justice that while Israelis were being blown to bits in buses and cafes during what was called the Second Intifada, they were being called Nazis for dealing with the perpetrators, I was astounded to be immediately attacked as a Jew. I was accused immediately of dual loyalty, of being too Jewish, and of waving the shroud of the Holocaust to sanitize the crimes of Israel.
I highly doubt that people said that in England. Like, British people are like as rabidly ultra-Zionist as like fucking Texan televangelists are. And also, ironically, just as anti-Semitic. So I don't know who the fuck was saying that in England to this person, okay? In the mind of an average, like, conservative British person, the only anti-Semitic thing you can say is not like actually anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish things, but just to simply say that Palestinians are human beings. Immediately they go, that's the most anti-Semitic shit I've ever heard in my life, dog. How dare you? How dare you? Meanwhile, there could literally be, like, the way I envision anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism in the UK is literally like you could have like a fucking weird psychotic EDL guy, like EDL fucking drawing a swastika, and in the midst of it drawing a swastika, the fucking EDL guy sees a brown dude saying free Palestine, and he turns around in the midst of drawing a fucking swastika, and he says, "Oh, what are you fucking doing, mate? That's anti-Semitic. Are you fucking killing it? Are you out of your fucking gob, mate? Why are you being fucking anti-Semitic while I'm in the middle of fucking drawing a swastika? You've disrupted the fucking process. You having a fucking laugh, mate? You're off your fucking knob." You're wrong. No, I'm not wrong, and you know what I'm talking about, because what I just described to you basically fucking happened. What I described to you happened when the Tories literally erected a monument for Nancy Astor, who is a rabid anti-Semite, and the entirety of the British media was like still hyper-focused on how anti-Semitic Corbyn is because of his talks about Palestinian emancipation. What I'm describing quite literally happened. Yeah, that's the government and media which fucked over leftists. Yeah, I mean, I know. I'm not talking about like the hundreds of thousands of people that are fucking on the streets in England. Obviously, I'm referencing politicians and the media.
Well, I think you can see the same pattern in today's Labour Party crisis over anti-Semitism, in which anti-Semitic motifs about Jewish global conspiracies are conflated with attacks on Israel. At one meeting, Jeremy Corbyn noted of two Zionist opponents in the audience that despite, quote, having lived in this country for a very long time, they don't understand English irony, using the smear that as British Jews, they didn't actually belong in Britain. The Palestine Solidarity Campaign is riddled with anti-Semitic.
I do not even remotely believe anything that this psychotic fascist says about Jeremy Corbyn.
Semitic comments such as that the Paris Bataclan massacre.
But I do love that she's saying that. I do love that she is basically proving exactly what I said.
Was a false flag operation to increase support for Israel, or that Kristallnacht was instigated by communist and Freemason Jews to promote war against Germany. Today, a German neo-Nazi group has linked to the BDS movement, noting with approval its efforts to isolate the Zionist aggressor state in defense of the rights of Palestinian people.
Yeah, famously, Germans especially love Muslims, dude. Like, German neo-Nazis love Muslims, famously, okay? If there's a competition of who they hate more, I don't know what they would do. They would explode trying to figure out who they want to fucking kill more, Jews or Muslims, okay?
People. The language of BDS and the far right is interchangeable. Those who say anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism would have us believe that all this is simply a coincidence. I say it is not, and that anti-Zionism is weaponizing anti-Semitism, and this is why. Let's...
Okay. Let's, fuck, this is so long. God, these debates are so fucking, like, shitty and boring. I'll just go to a highlighted moment, you know what I mean?
Thank you, Melanie. So now, our first speaker against the motion, Ilan Pappé, is an Israeli historian, an anti-Zionist activist, a professor at the University of Exeter. He has challenged traditional versions of Israeli history. Ilan Pappé, you have the floor for 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. These are literally the worst content unless some fucking idiot's doing the worm, Lamau. I know. If Ilan Pappé doesn't do the worm here, he lost, okay?
The equation that is being put in front of you tonight is both outrageous and ridiculous. If only because it makes every Palestinian in the world, almost everyone who lives in the Arab and Muslim world, anyone who regards themselves as liberal or on the left, it turns all these people into anti-Semites. Whereas quite a few people who regard themselves as Zionists, like the Christian Zionists, are actually anti-Semites themselves. But it is important to challenge it because it was used with some effect to stifle the debate on Palestine in the West. This allegation is used in order to prevent the promotion for positions of power of politicians known for the long-term support for Palestine. By defaming these politicians as anti-Semitic, official Israel and its supporters worldwide hope to bring them down, as in the case of Jeremy Corbyn, or delegitimize them, as in the case of Ilhan Omar in the American Congress. So this is a good opportunity and an appropriate venue to say loud and clear that if you are against Zionism, or if you define yourself as I do, an anti-Zionist, you are not anti-Semite, or in my case, a self-hating Jew, which my doctors told me is an incurable disease, and I would have to live with for the rest of my life. I will make 5 points, one long one and 4 or 5 short ones. Anti-Semitism is an old, ugly attitude that demonizes Jews because of who they are and led in the past to horrendous policies of discrimination and genocide. It still prevails today, and despite the passing of years, it's basically not changed much. Its origins are deeply rooted in the Christian faith and were adopted in more recent years by right-wing
Speak on it, goat.
Supremacists and some extreme Islamic groups. Anti-Zionism, on the other hand, is a new phenomenon, as is Zionism, and dates back to the 1820s, when, as you know, Zionism began as a Christian project before it was a Jewish project. And then it was part of an internal debate within evangelical Christianity. Anti-Zionism then was a moral position against romantic nationalism and Christian fundamentalism that today we call Christian Zionism. Christian Zionism is an evangelical belief that the return of the Jews to Palestine would precipitate the second coming of the Messiah, the resurrection of the dead, and the conversion of the Jews to Christianity or their barbecuing in hell. Now,
oh, he did such a great job. Bro is copying your talking points. Do you think he watches? Yes, dude. One of the fucking most important, like, anti-Zionist scholars is stealing my talking points. It's really fucked up. Yeah. And not vice versa. Like, his work has not guided my opinion. And it's actually the opposite. He must be a fan of mine.
Now, these barbecuing Christians, who are very important, are anti-Semites who want to get rid of all the Jews they don't like and get in return the only Jew they want, Jesus Christ. It's a double bill. They are today the most important base of President Trump and his ilk, and they are the most important Zionists in the US, providing immunity for Israeli policies on the ground. When Jewish activists and intellectuals adopted Zionism in response to anti-Semitism in the late 19th century, their antagonists were mainly other Jews. They were either Orthodox Jews who saw a premature return to Palestine as tampering with the will of God, and regarded as a heresy the substitution of rich monotheistic religion with the ideologically poor modern idea of romantic nationalism. So they were definitely not anti-Semites. Other Jews believed that supporting universal ideologies such as liberalism or socialism would be the answer, and if they had to move geographically from anti-Semitic environments, they preferred to go somewhere else, mainly to the US, but not only to the US. They were also not anti-Semites. When Zionism became a settler colonial movement on the ground with the building of Jewish colonies in late Ottoman Palestine and during the British Mandate, the Palestinian national movement perceived Zionism as an existential threat to the indigenous people of Palestine. A fear that turned to be valid as transpired with the 1948 ethnic cleansing of the people of Palestine during the Nakba. Opposing the Jewish settlers and the plans for the Palestinians' homeland was not anti-Semitic but anti-colonialist, very much as the Algerians objected to the colonization of Algeria. A small group of the Jewish settlers became anti-Zionists themselves when they consented to live within Arab Palestine as guests, but not as colonizer, as was advocated to them by Mahatma Gandhi in the 1930s. And because of that position, he was never honored with a street named after him in Israel, not even a small pathway or a staircase.
Here, this is
After
the video.
the creation of the State of Israel
Also, dude, oh my God. Dude, so fucking petty. Remember what I showed you about Rachel Corrie and also Alan Rickman? Like, there is something so deeply petty about the way that a lot of right-wing Israelis carry themselves, like, so fucking petty. They'll be like, nah, fuck that. I will never forgive and I'll never forget you for, for even daring to recognize the dignity and humanity of Palestinians, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you.
1948, anti-Zionism as an anti-colonialist ideology continued to inform the Palestinian national movement's vision and strategy, as is manifested in the PLO National Charter, that called for the establishment of a democratic secular state in Palestine that would respect all three religions. In Israel itself, the Communist Party, supported almost exclusively by the Palestinian minority inside Israel, not because of the communist ideology, but because it was the only anti-Zionist party Israel allowed to exist, they regarded Zionism as an ideology of discrimination and apartheid. Most scholars today looking at Israel then and today agree that this is a valid point, which again has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. 2, in our century, anti-Zionism is a moral position against the Israeli structural violence directed at the Palestinians, which is attributed by anti-Zionists such as myself to an ideology that is not only endangering the very existence of the Palestinians, but is also very bad for the Jews who live outside or inside Israel. This ideology generates anti-Semitism. Opposing it might bring it down. In our century, anti-Zionism is a scholarly position, a moral stance, and a vision for the future. As a scholarly position, it frames Zionism as settler colonialism, similar to European settlers movement who went to the Americas, South Africa, and Australia, encountering indigenous people and removing them in order to create new homelands for themselves. It's a moral stance that rejects an ideology that imposes an apartheid system inside Israel.
I bet she fucking loved South Africa too, though, so I can see her being like, actually, big fan of the South African apartheid. Why didn't you ask me if I like it or not?
A military occupation in the West Bank and siege on the Gaza ghetto. It's a vision for the future of a democratic state for all, by restoring justice to the land, by respecting United Nations Resolution 194, calling for the unconditional return of the Palestinian refugees expelled in 1948 and since the Nakba. This may be a utopian view, but it's not an...
You missed the small part where you said the only anti-Zionist party allowed to exist in the early years was the Israeli Communist Party. I mean, that's still kind of what's going on. I mean, I had the guy, the anti-Zionist MP, Dr. Ofir Kasif, on the broadcast. You recall, he's been suspended right now.
Anti-Zionist one, anti-Semitic one. 3, for those who claim that anti-Zionism is a refusal to recognize the right of Israel to exist, we should say that states do not exist by right. They are founded by historical processes, and they become a fait accompli. The debate is about the nature of the state and the regime. We are all entitled to wish for and work for a better, more just, and egalitarian state for everyone who lives in Israel and Palestine, and for those who were expelled from there. 4, In 1975, a vast majority of the United Nations member states defined Zionism as a form of racism and racial discrimination. It was passed with the same majority that passed the 1947 resolution recognizing.
What is your opinion on people who have a platform and have used it for good in the past, BLM, women's rights, but have stayed completely silent about Israel and the ongoing genocide? People who've been in this game for a long ass fucking time know that there's a term for it. It's progressive until Israel. Like, it's there are a lot of people in the Western world who are very progressive until you ask them about Israel and Palestine. Progressive except Palestine. Sorry, it's progressive except for Palestine. So it's kind of like TERFs, you know what I mean? Well, many of those people are not actually progressive in any capacity, the trans-exclusionary radical feminists, but that's it. It has been for a very long time a litmus test. There are a lot of people who are very progressive until until the issue of Palestinian plight comes to mind, and in which case they start saying blood and soil shit like that at the drop of a hat. The demography of Israel must maintain an ethnic purity in the form of Jews having the outright majority. We cannot disrupt this delicate process, because if we do that, the Palestinians that come in, if a right to return is allowed, then all of a sudden, holy shit, these Palestinians are going to change the outcome of the Israeli nation state, this beautiful nation state that we've developed, that we've built, that we've designed.
Israel. The difference was that in 1947, the colonized world was not represented in the United Nations. In 1975, it was. But it was still trying to find its way in the post-colonial world. The Third World's discourse equated Zionism with continued colonialism. Alas, neoliberalism, corruption, and post-colonial political system, corruption in the post-colonial political system, and aggressive American imperialism have casted to the sideways of history this impulse and energy. But at its height and within it, anti-Zionism was part of the wish of the colonized people to build a better and more just world. Again, nothing to do with anti-Zionism, with anti-Semitism. When the 1975 resolution was revoked in 1991, the debate on Zionism entered a new phase, its present phase. After the horrific events in 9/11 and the so-called war on terror, the Israeli Hezbollah invented the threat of a new anti-Semitism. This was the only...
Yeah, that's another great example of this. Is like, you'll see this a lot. A person I went to school with was super progressive, was part of the queer clubs in the school, talked about white supremacy and everything until October 7th, when she proceeded to drop PragerU clips to defend Israel. Yes, the progressive until Palestine, progressive except Palestine, will have motherfuckers you've known for a very long time who literally have been at the forefront of liberation and social justice, dropping Ben Shapiro videos, okay? Dropping fucking Ben Shapiro videos and PragerU videos without even thinking about what they're doing, about how this is ridiculous, utterly ridiculous.
Only way to repel the moral outrage people around the world felt towards the policies of incremental genocide in the Gaza Strip and the brutal oppression of the West Bank. If you voiced criticism against these policies, you were depicted as a new anti-Semite.
Union goon journeyman. I've never seen that happen.
To provide scholarly
scaffolding
for such an accusation. The Western elites bought or were intimidated into buying this false allegation. But the civil society, and in particular the younger generation, reject with disgust this attempt to silence them. They know enough to call the bluff and understand the full meaning of solidarity with the Palestinians. They demonstrate in the streets, in their campuses, and join the Palestinians on the ground at the personal cost to show how outrageous it is to call the pure struggle for justice anti-Semitic. If you are...
Do you have any speculation why that is? The left until Israel? It's just propaganda. It's baked into every facet of Jewish cultural identity in America from a very early age. That's it. It's just Jewish schools, Jewish camp, birthright, partnered up with Islamophobia. And it still doesn't work, by the way. That's the funniest part. It like is not that successful. Like, in spite of decades of propaganda, Israel's actions usually are just so fucking openly genocidal that like many Jews, in spite of all of that, especially young Jews, in spite of all of that, will go, no, fuck that. No shot. This is ridiculous. That's why I always say the greatest supporters of Israel in America, especially by numbers, is not American Jews. American Jews are in the minority when it comes to Zionism in America and in the Western world. It's Zionist Christians, which Ilan Pape perfectly explained.
An anti-Zionist today, you are not only standing firmly on a sound moral base in condemning this ideology that generates all these crimes, you are also expressing your disgust at the hypocrisy of your government, mainstream media, and academia. We will not be silenced by false accusation of anti-Semitism, and neither should the British Labour Party be intimidated by cynical media without a moral backbone or sinister legislation efforts utilizing a justified struggle against terror in order to provide immunity to Palestine's colonizers and oppressors. Finally, the Labour Party is responsible in many ways for the debate we have today. We all know that the so-called revelation of institutional racism, institutional anti-Semitism in the Labour Party began not on the day that Corbyn was elected as a leader, but after 2 attempts to depose him and failed. Then suddenly the campaign emerged. I know the force of this campaign of intimidation. I faced it myself. It is ugly, unfair, and destabilizing. But a proud party with a historical role of defeating fascism in this country in the 1930s should not so easily succumb to false allegation of anti-Semitism. Finally, we should retake, five sentences. Let us retake the conversation and prioritize it. Let us discuss how to stop the destruction of Palestine and the Palestinians, which the Trump's deal of the century wants to do. Let us fight violent fanaticism wherever we encounter it. Uproot racism of all kinds without building a hierarchy of victims, and remove silly and outrageous equations like the one titling the event tonight. Thank you.
The GOAT. Let's see what he has to say.
Columnist on the US online magazine.
I know some of you want me to listen to these parts as well, but I don't really care. I think it's a very important topic, but there will be greener pastures tonight. Again, this is an important topic to cover, but the nonstop coverage is draining, overwhelming at times. Okay, how about before you fucking complain about allyship fatigue, just watch, okay? You got to watch the lady. She's a former Knesset member and a fucking demon. Okay. By the way, half the time, I don't like listening to ultra-Zionist Israelis specifically, because it does come across as so fucking blood-curling and bloodthirsty that, like, I worry that it will develop it will end up developing anti-Semitism, and it will make people think that, like, this is a consideration that people have. Like, there is something that I regularly try and desperately avoid doing is unironically showing the genocidal side of fascists, because people don't, especially in the Western world, people don't have a way of not thinking about marginalized groups, Jews being a marginalized group, as anything but monolithic. Okay? That's what it is. Like, there's a big reason why I don't show a lot of this stuff. Because I am not in the business of, like, trying to develop resentment. I'm in the business of trying to educate people. And I don't want Americans. It's like this. It's no different than sometimes when I won't show you, like, some Pan-African nationalist narratives, right? Like, because I know that white people don't have a way of analyzing that through the lens, or not even Pan-African nationalism, but like Black Israelites or whatever. Like, a lot of white people don't have a way of looking at that and going, well, that's a very specific subsect. and then immediately start developing bigoted opinions that like all black people must feel this way. It's the same as when you look at like a trans person posting cringe and you assume like all trans people must be this way. That comes from one of the secondary consequences of being a smaller percentage of the population, right? I thought you were going to say, I don't like listening to women. Oh, that too. That's the reason, I think.
In fact, when you compare the beginnings of anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, the similarities are striking. Anti-Semitism began by creating a new collective designation for the same people, which rendered them different. In secular 19th century Europe, it was no longer Jews, but Semites. And it never was intended to mean anything but Jews. In the Soviet Union, who claimed to not notice different religions and peoples, Jews were designated as Zionists.
Wait,
and today...
Wait, Melanie Phillips invented Londonistan? Oh, hell yeah. That's the other lady. The other, like, anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism lady is the one who invented or who wrote the book Londonistan? Let's fucking go. I love that. Londonistan. Most of these people are just fucking rabid Islamophobes, dude. And they just want to mask their rabid Islamophobia by trying to fucking find like a different outlet for it. They want to launder Islamophobia by claiming that they're like anti-Semitism. That they're against anti-Semitism, but in fact they're not. It's not that at all. It's that they are literally just Islamophobic.
In the West, in the UK, Zionists, Zios. The designation is then described as having essential, immutable, loathsome qualities. In Christian Europe, we were Christ killers. To the Nazis, we were an impure race.
Oh, there was more. Socialists. To the Nazis, you were socialists. That's the thing.
To the Soviets, we were capitalists and imperialists. And today, the state of Israel is the ultimate violator of human rights. It is described as born in sin. It is guilty by its very nature of the crimes of racism, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, Nazism, genocide. The designation of the group and ascribing of essential evil qualities is...
I mean, you can criticize Stalin for a lot of things, doctor's plot especially, right? Very paranoid, especially towards the end of his life. But odd to say this about the USSR when he was a Zionist. Like there were a lot of people early on in the communist world and the socialist world there were as well.
Is always given the aura of rationality and respectability by relying on the greatest source of authority of a given era, religion in pre-modern times, science in the modern era, human rights in our own. The aura of the greatest authority is necessary because the collective transformation of the Jews into a loathsome other requires that one be willing to
Stalin was not just anti-Semitic in his views, but enacted anti-Semitic policies, not Lenin, Trotsky, or others, though? Yeah, I mean, yes.
Reality, if not outright ignore it. It is only by appealing to the authority of religious doctrine that all Jews living in the 12th century could be collectively designated as the killers of Christ over 1,000 years earlier. It is only by appealing to the authority of a perverted science that the very Jews who contributed to European society could suddenly be considered as endangering its racial purity. And it is only by appealing to a perverted version of human rights that Zionism in Israel could be designated as its...
It's just so weird that Zionism, okay, outside of like Jewish Zionism, Zionism is almost always supported by the most anti-Semitic people. Like, there are more anti-Semitic people out there that love Zionism in America, that are more outspoken about Zionism, that are not Jewish, by the way, than vice versa. It's so odd. It's so strange. I wonder why. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that, like, you know, it's a great opportunity to purge Jews safely from the Western world and send them to the fucking desert, which is why early non-Jewish Zionists, like formative early non-Jewish Zionists, which is a long and a variety of different ideologies there, were on board with this mentality.
Greatest violators. It is only by perverting the idea of human rights that those who were actually ethnically cleansed from every part of the Arab world could be accused of ethnic cleansing. It is only through this sort of perversion that the people who repeatedly said yes to partitioning the land into a Jewish state and a Palestinian state could be described as those who stand in the way of a two-state solution. And it is only through this perversion that in an age when the idea of the nation is still tied for almost all states to the idea of a common history, language, ethnicity, and remnants of religion, Israel is singled out as uniquely deviant. But why go to all that effort to single out a group and distort reality? Because we humans have a primal need for scapegoats. And for whatever reason, my people have been the designated scapegoats for so many and for so long. For medieval Christianity, we stood between a brutish and nasty world and salvation. For Germany, for Europe, we stood between them and glory. For Stalin, we stood in the way of communist utopia. And today, why bother fighting colonialism and its aftermath? Easier to designate Zionists as...
She went to Yappington University. I don't know why. It's such a stupid thing to say, but it makes me laugh every time.
Colonialists and blame them. Why do the hard work of fighting racism in its many manifestations across all societies? Easier to designate Zionism as racism and apartheid and blame it. Why acknowledge the tremendous difficulties of living up to the ideals of human rights? Designate Zionism in Israel as its greatest violators and blame them. But the problem with human scapegoats is that unlike ancient animal ones, humans might resist their sacrifice a bit more. And
I can't. This is so. I find it to be very not particularly helpful and kind of boring. Especially because I've heard it so many fucking times. I just want to hear this debate pervert Mehdi Hasan address some of this shit. I wish there was more of a back and forth. It's just like she's just chirping like unhinged chirpington. I can't. It's also, she's not even addressing why anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. She's doing the same thing that I've heard a million times over, which is that like Israel has to exist in the way that it does. Like, I feel like there's two separate arguments here. If you think that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, you should make an argument as to why anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And I think people, like even Johnathan Greenblatt does a better job of like trying to marry the two concepts by being like, look how anti-Semitic these anti-Zionists are. Instead of doing that, she's just simply talking about why, Israel has to exist.
And we have been witnessing tonight a deeply cynical proposition deliver a farrago of straw men, distortions, deflections, false accusations, and of course, straight up pro-Israel propaganda. Then again, hearing Melanie Phillips come here and champion the rights of gays in Israel in order to defend Zionism was well worth the entry ticket in and of itself. So let's be clear, about what this motion
Mehdi
is
Hassan.
tonight, because it's the motion you all have to vote on in good conscience. The motion says, quote, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. It doesn't say some anti-Zionists are anti-Semites, which is true. It doesn't say anti-Zionism can sometimes turn into anti-Semitism, which is true. It doesn't say that anti-Semites often use anti-Zionism as cover, as an excuse for their bigotry and racism, which is true. I wouldn't oppose any of that. But that's not what the motion says. The motion says, ridiculously, sweepingly, offensively, ahistorically, that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. That merely being opposed to Zionism, a political ideology, remember, is inherently, by definition, ipso facto, anti-Semitic, which is absurd. Think about the implications of voting for that tonight. You'd be saying every anti-Zionist is a bigot, a racist, and an anti-Semite by definition. Even the many Jewish and Israeli anti-Zionists. So Ilan, Jewish historian, born and raised in Israel, served in the Israeli military. He's an anti-Semite. That's what they want you to believe. That's what they want you to vote for tonight. So is the...
I mean, he's just run. Okay, bro, he is literally simply just serving the crowd here. He's serving it harder than I serve you the top of the hour ad break, okay? He is literally running laps around these two ladies, mostly because he is the biggest debate pervert. And he's not even, he didn't even address anything. He just straight went to the act. Now he's talking too much about the premise itself. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Bro is anti-Yapite.
The former Speaker of Israel's own parliament, the Knesset, Avraham Berg. Melody would say he's a self-hating Jew. So is my Intercept colleague, Naomi Klein, the acclaimed author and climate change activist. So is Noam Chomsky. He's an anti-Semite as well. They want you to vote for them and say that the thousands of Haredi, ultra-Orthodox, anti-Zionist Jews who oppose Zionism for religious theological reasons, they're anti-Semites too. That's what they want. That is what they are asking you to vote for tonight. It's absurd and it's ahistorical. Don't take my word for it. Listen to the 35 top Israeli Jewish scholars and academics, historians of the Holocaust, who came together just a few months ago and published an open...
This is why it's so fucking weird, like, that people try to make this argument, but in a liberal, like, I like facts kind of way, where you're just... You've lost the fucking plot. Like, you keep finding yourself aligning and identifying with like actual fucking fascists while simultaneously completely avoiding like so much scholarly work on the subject matter. Like, you have to literally go la 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 la, all matter of like genocide scholars, Holocaust historians, like historians of the fucking historians of Israel, historians of Palestine, like apartheid historians, like every single one of them is just like fucking written extensively on the subject. And if you are a liberal who is like desperately trying to fucking grab onto anything they can to defend Israel's current ethnic cleansing campaign that is damn near identical to the post 9/11 bloodlust that Americans had, but it certainly has lasted for a lot longer and has become basically a part of the fascist identity of Israeli politics. If you cannot comprehend that, you are not looking at anything. You're not looking at any of the actual writing on the matter.
Open letter in which they wrote, and I quote, "Many victims of the Holocaust opposed Zionism. On the other hand, many anti-Semites supported Zionism. It is nonsensical and inappropriate to identify anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism." End quote. Are they anti-Semites too? Really? All 35 of them? By the way, in terms of the history they refer to in their letter, it is an undeniable, indisputable fact that many, many European anti-Semites, as Ilan alluded to, did support Zionism at the outset. They did embrace the founder of Zionism, Theodor Herzl, because for their own selfish racist reasons, They shared his goal of treating Jews as a foreign, separate nation and getting them out of Europe. Take British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour, author of the 1917 Balfour Declaration, in favor of Zionism. Balfour dismissed Jews as, quote, an alien and hostile people. He sponsored legislation to keep Jewish refugees out of the UK. The only Jewish member of the cabinet at that time, Sir Edwin Samuel Montagu, opposed the Balfour Declaration and called Zionism a mischievous political creed. Yet apparently, according to the proposition tonight...
Is there any real scholars who studied the topic extensively who are pro-Israel? Yes, there are some, I would say, but they're nowhere near as like rabid and as like bloodthirsty or as psychotic as like the British or American media is. They're nowhere near as aggressive, and oftentimes if you look at their writing, for example, you will find, like, I mean, it's Alan Dershowitz and shit, but those are like not serious people. I'm talking about like historians, right? I already ran the top of the hour break, chatter. You forgot. There are definitely people who try to do this, who try to make claims, but in many instances, like even Zionist scholars will still end up being used when, I mean, you can look at Zionist scholars and their work to develop a better understanding of the mentality of Zionism, but it doesn't necessarily lend credence to why it must exist and why it's actually perfectly morally just. Does that make sense? Benny Morris is a historian who justified the Nakba despite all of his research on the ethnic cleansing. So there are Zionist scholars, but even then, when you look at the work of the Zionist scholars, in many instances, like, you can still use it to make anti-Zionist arguments, and many anti-Zionist scholars do make said arguments. Obviously, I'm not talking about like the people who plagiarized the other work that Norm Finkelstein had like absolutely eviscerated. I mean, I'm talking about like I'm talking about people who like try and adequately report on Israel's history, but still try to maintain like a Zionist position, a Zionist predisposition.
Montagu's the anti-Semite and Balfour isn't. That's the madness that you're going to vote for tonight. This motion is not just ahistorical, not just absurd, not just offensive. It's a distraction. It's a dangerous distraction from the very real and murderous anti-Semitism that is on the rise, and that comes not from the left, not from anti-Zionists, not from the BDS movement, as Melanie would have you believe, but from a resurgent far right. In Germany, according to official figures, in 2017, 9 out of 10 anti-Semitic hate crimes were carried out by far right or neo-Nazi groups. I live in the US, 2 synagogue attacks in the space of 6 months, 12 innocent Jewish worshippers murdered in cold blood by far-right white nationalists. And yet the proposition tonight, like the Netanyahu government, like the Trump administration, want you to ludicrously believe that the threat to Jews right now, the real rise in the new anti-Semitism, comes from the anti-Zionists, from the BDS movement, from the Palestinians, and not from the murderous far right. When the irony is that Netanyahu, prime minister of the world's only Jewish state, has been cozying up to some of the worst anti-Semites on the right, who also happen to be proud Zionists. Let's be clear about that. Many of the most prominent, influential, right-wing anti-Semites today, Donald Trump, Viktor Orban, Steve Bannon, they're not anti-Zionists. They're hard-right, hardcore Zionists and pals of Netanyahu. Let's also just deal with some of the canards we've heard tonight from the proposition. Einat mentioned that it's anti-Semitic to suggest Israel is born in sin. Every black American I know says to me and says to everyone else that the United States was born in sin. Slavery was a sin at the start of the United States. No one accuses them of being anti-white racists or anti-American racists. It's just a statement of historical fact. They say the proposition that when you oppose Zionism, you're denying Jews and no one else a right to self-determination.
Yeah, one thing I always bring up is that like when I criticize Saudi Arabia or Iran or even Turkey, nobody turns around and tells me, Hasan, you're Islamophobic, right? These are majority Muslim nations. It's ridiculous to assume that any kind of apt criticism against the nation state of Israel, especially as it is engaging in its ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign of Palestinians, is not going to mean that I am anti-Semitic.
Which is just flat false. Not every nation or ethnic group wants a state, gets a state, has a state. Ask the Kurds, ask the Catalans, ask the Scots. There are more than 5,000 ethnic groups in the world today, but only 193 member states at the United Nations. Take the Druze, an Arab ethnic minority group. 100,000 or so live in Israel. Do they have a right to self-determination? If they create a Druze state inside of Israel, is ANAT okay with that? If ANAT says, no, you can't have a Druze state, is she racist towards the Druze? National self-determination doesn't always correspond with statehood. Melanie says, it's not racist for the Kurds to aspire to statehood. She's right, it's not. But the flip side of that is true as well. The British government, the American government, most of the EU governments do not support Kurdish statehood. Does that mean the British government, all of us, are racist towards the Kurds? People have legitimate debates about where state lines should be drawn, which states should be created, how those states exist. It's not racism or bigotry to have that legitimate debate. It can be, but it's not by definition. The issue is not whether Jews deserve a homeland or have a historic connection to the land of Palestine. Of course they do. The issue is whether those historic and religious claims justify creating and expanding a Jewish majority state in which one ethnic group is privileged over another, while another group is permanently disenfranchised, dispossessed, and subjected to endless military occupation. That's what we're here to oppose tonight. Nothing more, nothing less. And has the proposition even stopped to ask what it means to say to that oppressed group, the Palestinian people, to say to them that you're either a Zionist, you either subscribe to the ideology of your oppressor, or you're a racist. What kind of choice is that?
I mean, it is identical. It's identical to how white supremacists will regularly be like, you're engaging in anti-white racism if you call me a fucking racist.
Melanie says tonight that denying Jewish nationhood is racist, it's anti-Semitic. And yet she has no issue erasing the Palestinian people from the face of the planet. She said in her speech that only the Jews have a unique right to nationhood and statehood in that part of the world.
Oh, yeah.
Not the Palestinians. What is that? Is that not bigotry? Is that not racism? Is that not wiping a people off the face of the planet? But this is what you'll be voting for tonight if you vote for the proposition. This is what the Israeli, pro-Israeli argument has always been, to silence the Palestinians, to silence their opposition to occupation, to silence their resistance as Palestinian citizens living inside of Israel, to a nationalistic ideology which treats them like second-class citizens, which denies them many of the rights and privileges of the majority. And one thing I want to make clear to you tonight, you don't have to be an anti-Zionist to vote with me and Ilan tonight. You don't even have to be a critic of Israel. You can be the biggest supporter of Israel in the world and vote with the opposition. All you have to be is someone who recognizes that it is an egregious smear, a naked slur, to claim, to label those of us, Jews and non-Jews alike, who oppose a political ideology in good faith because we think it's unjust, iniquitous, oppressive, to label us as anti-Semites for holding that political view. All you have to be is someone who recognizes that the claim that we hate or are opposed to Jews simply because we don't agree with the idea of a state that privileges one group over another makes us racists. So let me repeat, to be clear, tonight's debate is not about Israel per se. It's not about whether you support or oppose Israel or the occupation. It's about whether you believe the proposition have made the case that those of us who oppose Israel in its current form, who oppose the political ideology underpinning it, that we're racists.
God, he's such a fucking lawyer, dude. This is like, he's lawyering. This is why I always say lawyers are the fucking maximalist debate perverts, okay? They're debate maximalists. Like, he dismantled the argument, and luckily, of course, because he's very smart, he dismantled it while also making very good points. But the thing is, he's dismantling the argument first and foremost. Does that make sense? Like, He's even saying, like, look, it doesn't even matter if you think Israel's an apartheid state or not, like, or if you think that Israel is good or bad. It's just the argument itself. Is anti-Semitism anti-Zionism, or is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism? I was talking to Lolo about this last night, but it's very similar to like explaining the concept of reasonable doubt. Every lawyer, every defense attorney in front of a jury will always defend the concept of, or describe the concept of reasonable doubt. They have to, so that the jury pool understands like what they are deliberating on. And that's kind of what he's doing here, basically. It's not even about the facts of the matter, but like attacking the argument. But also, I mean, he's right. He's also correct on the facts as well.
That's the bar that has to be crossed tonight. It's that simple. And I'll tell you this for free. Those of us who value our free speech, who don't want to see anti-Semitism cynically weaponized by supporters of Israel, who oppose that ideology of Zionism in good faith with good reason, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not be silenced. We will not be bullied. We will not be cowed. We will not be smeared. So, ladies and gentlemen, stand with us against this unjust, inaccurate, irresponsible, dishonest, ludicrous, simplistic.
Because anti-Semitism, being anti-Semitic. In the West, anti-Zionism has become the respectable, shiny way of being anti-Semitic because we already have. And the reason that people want to separate the two is because they need the cover of respectability to.
Yeah, dude, totally. Anti-Semites are always like, man, I sure would love to find a way to just be anti-Jewish, but also let people fucking, not clue people in on my fascism. Like, are there people who do this? Are there people who launder anti-Semitic sentiment while specifically talking about Israel? Yes, absolutely. Are there people who aren't like Nazis, neo-Nazis, who have developed anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic points of view, who are anti-Zionist? Absolutely. Okay? Yes, this is true. This happens. But the overwhelming majority of anti-Zionism revolves around the Palestinians peacefully coexisting and being free of. Bro, are you pretending racists don't get canceled? The fuck? Dude, you know what's really funny to say about this? Okay, you know what's really funny to me specifically about this? Is that if you have seen anything over the course of the past fucking 10 years, it's that no, the real racists rarely ever get canceled, dumbass. It's actually, think about the metric ton, the absolute metric ton of vitriol directed towards people who simply had the gall to say verbatim what the Haaretz editorial board said on October 7th, that the violence that Israeli civilians endured on October 7th is directly in the hands of the Israeli government and the occupation. Okay? And for that crime, they've been doxxed. They've been fucking hunted down, basically. Their job opportunities have been closed off to them. And it's perfectly normalized, perfectly valid. They consider this to be the worst form of anti-Semitism to ever exist, repeating what the Haaretz editorial board said. Okay? Those very same people, like Barry Weiss, like Ben Shapiro, have regularly gone out to bat to defend actual Nazis under the auspices of free speech. Okay? The notion, and you're doing it too. You're doing it now. Palestine is #1 in the world in terms of racism, and you support them XD. The idea that it's like actually anti-Semitism begins and ends with the Palestinian plight is so hilariously stupid. These are deeply unserious people, and you yourself are a deeply unserious person. What a ridiculous statement. So many Nazi sympathizers in your chat. Not to be fascist or anything, it proceeds to say the most fascist thing ever. How many Jews live under Hamas or Fatah? Yeah, dude. Because, first of all, technically under Fatah, okay, if the Palestinian Authority actually controlled the occupied West Bank, there would be 500,000 Jews that live under Fatah. Except the difference here in that situation is that Jews don't want to live under any kind of Palestinian rule because, much like you, they think Palestinians are fucking dogs, okay? They're not human. Actually, they care about dogs. They don't care about Palestinians at all, so it's less than a fucking dog. You said Fatah waged a holy war during the Intifadas? No, they didn't. Fatah has always been secular. So you're doing this thing that is completely ahistorical and also absolutely fucking just casting the classic broad brush that all Arabs are fucking totally Islamist fundamentalists who are just waging a holy war. It is not a holy war. Okay? Do you think that when the IDF drops bombs on top of 3,000 children, almost 4,000 children, is it waging a holy war? And if it is it a just war? Do you think that it's a just holy war if you admit that? Israel is an ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-state. Is it a holy war? How secular of them. I love the idea that like blowing up buses is actually automatically, he's again revealing the Islamophobia. Blowing up buses, dude, duh, Muslims do that. That's like not a fucking secular thing at all. I love the argument that many people who try to fucking shit on Palestinians engage with. It's just racism. Like, it's like the fucking meme, the meme of Indian Twitter being like, hello, I am Adolf Hitler. Like, it's literally always that. Okay, I guess it's comparable to Hamas having their main headquarters under their biggest hospital. Yeah, dude, totally. I don't know if you know this, but like the Al-Shifa Hospital specifically that you're talking about has been rumored to have this Hamas headquarters underneath them. I don't know if you know that, but it's also a very large hospital that like international doctors have also worked at. If you don't think that Palestinians are anything but like a monolithic group of savages, then I don't know, maybe you listen to the fucking Norwegian Doctors Without Borders doctors that have worked there and said, no, of course there's no fucking there's no military position underneath the hospital. Also, I love how horny you are to blow up a hospital while simultaneously saying blowing up a fucking bus is, of course, Islamist fundamentalist violence, but blowing up a hospital eventually, well, that's perfectly valid and just because Israel's doing it. I get it, dude. I get it. You are an Islamophobic monster, okay? You are an Islamophobic dog. And guess what? The rest of the world sees that. The rest of the world sees what that is, and they recognize it, okay? So your days of being able to speak like this are numbered. It does not matter how horny you are to fucking kill as many Palestinians as possible. You, much like Benjamin Netanyahu, are trying to fucking get that ethnic cleansing out of the way before he's shit canned from his position of power. Trying to get one big ethnic cleansing out of the way so you can annex a piece of the fucking northern part of Gaza. Disgusting.
President Netanyahu to put on the table the proofs and the evidence that there is a control and command center for the Palestinian resistance in Shifa.
Buses don't have Israeli babies inside them. Stupid analogy. I believe in stopping the death and destruction altogether. The only way to do that is by ending the apartheid regime. You do not care as long as Israel can engage in disproportionate acts of violence.
Hospital. We have heard these claims since 2009. We have twice been threatened to leave Shifa Hospital into.
Also, the irony of saying this, while simultaneously the IDF headquarters being in a fucking shopping mall, is not lost on me. Is it okay to nuke the shopping mall then? IDF's headquarters are right there.
2009 and 2014, because the Israelis were going to bomb it because it was a command center. Now, I have been working in Shifa for 16 years on and off, in very hectic periods. I've been able to walk freely around. I take lots of pictures, I video film. I've been sleeping in the hospital during bombardment. I've been all over. I've never been restricted, controlled. Nobody has ever controlled my picture and documentation material. So, well, if there is a command center, show us. You have pictures and X-ray films of all Gaza, all the tunnels, everything. So why is it that these 16 years of threats that Shifa is a command center has not been given any evidence at all that it de facto is? Now, if it was a military command center, I would not work there because I obey to the Geneva Convention, number one. Number two, if the Israelis claim that this is a mixed military-civilian target, because obviously it is civilian, with tens of thousands of people gathering there and 2,000 patients being treated. If it is a mixed military-civilian target, the civilian precautions take priority over the military. So in accordance with the Geneva Convention, you can't bomb hospitals unless they have very clear military functions. So to me, this is all part of this immense intimidation of the Palestinian people in Gaza. They are threatened with leaflets.
Genuinely, why do you engage people like that? He's forming a half-mess cook propaganda points. I mean, it's good to fucking react to that kind of thing because it reflects the attitudes that many Zionists have. I think that their indifference to the humanity of Palestinians is important to fucking address quickly and expeditiously. It's something that you can understand too.
From the planes and the helicopters. They're threatened by phone calls. They're threatened by, you know, if you stay in northern Gaza now, we define you as a terrorist. What is this?
I also banned them, so I don't know how they're saying more of this shit.
2023, 2.5 million, 2.2 million people, civilian, unarmed people being killed. A child killed every 10 minutes so far today. Banned? The number of killed Palestinian children is 3,324, and there are missing 2,000. They are now.
No. Give it to me. I want to see what else they were saying. These fucking dumb bitches.
Children in Gaza. That's 5,300 Palestinian children killed in 3 weeks. And I asked President Biden, what kind of president are you?
Right, he's cooking. So support Israel in destroying Hamas. Maybe you can convince Gazans to cooperate with the Israeli authorities and condemn Hamas from preventing their civilians from leaving North Gaza. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. You're a disgusting genocidal piece of shit and a fucking monster. And I hope that your days you experience a fraction of the horrifying existence that every Gazan child has to endure on a daily basis. Maybe one day, that way you can understand a way to empathize with their plight, okay? So that's number one. Number two, support Israel in destroying Hamas is a fucking idiotic take because Israel has been claiming to want to destroy Hamas for since its inception, as a matter of fact. Israel just uses Hamas as a way to kill as many Palestinians as possible in their endless ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. That's number one. Two, convince Gazans to cooperate with the Israeli authorities. Well, what about the fucking West Bank, where the Gazans, or the Palestinians rather, are cooperating with the Israeli authorities, and yet all that has happened in the West Bank is 100 people have been murdered, both by the IDF and also by the settlers themselves directly, since October 7th. Those motherfuckers didn't do anything. The Palestinian Authority is secular. The Palestinian Authority actually is a part of the Israeli security apparatus. So what's happening there? What happened? Only someone who is completely physically unable to see the truth can look at a situation like this and keep thinking, oh no, what we haven't done is be violent enough. We have to just kill more Palestinian children, and then maybe magically Hamas will perish, even though every single time you fucking kill a Palestinian child, or every single time you engage in a raid in the Al-Aqsa mosque, all you're doing is radicalizing people further and further and further. Every single time you kill parents and their children, every single time you kill parents, their children become more radicalized. Israeli HQ is a military base. What shopping mall are you talking about? There is a IDF base inside of a fucking civilian area. And also, on top of that, every single person has mandatory conscription. Every single person in Israel does mandatory conscription unless they get a fucking religious exemption. So what does that mean? So then every single person in Israel is technically an enemy combatant? Is that what you think? Do you want to do that? Do you think it's valid if a fucking nuclear bomb was dropped in the middle of Tel Aviv? Because guess what, dude? Those guys are all eventually going to have to, by state mandate, serve in the goddamn IDF. No one would think that that is an acceptable or morally or legally permissible act. But when Israel does the opposite on Palestinian children in the form of not directly one nuclear bomb, but in the form of 7,000 to 12,000 bombs that they've dropped on Gaza over the course of the past fucking 2 weeks, it's totally valid. It has to be done. The only way that you can support this argument is if you just think only one side of the equation are human beings, but you're too cowardly to openly admit that, which is why you have to dance around that reality and say things like, oh, it's Hamas, it's just Hamas, we got to defend Hamas, we got to destroy Hamas, we want to defend Israel, we want to destroy Hamas. You are cowardly. Everyone here knows what you mean, so just say it with your fucking chest. Say what that one Israeli TV channel has been saying all along, that every single number that came from the supposedly Hamas-backed Gazan health ministry is actually a valid target. Because if you go to the Israeli TV channel that fucking shows the bombing campaigns that you can watch without going to Sderot, you don't have to go to Sderot to engage in the night cinema there. It's too much of a fucking, it's too much of a trek. You can just watch it from the comfort of your home. On that fucking TV channel, it literally shows the Gazan Health Ministry numbers, which they, I guess, believe are valid, and says every single one of those people that were killed by Israeli rockets was a terrorist. Destroying Hamas saves Palestinian lives. You should support it. Whether the Israeli government does or not is not my point. Did the IDF kill their own citizens too when Hamas using their own human shields? Yes, the IDF has killed their own citizens. You're a fucking idiot. Yes, the IDF has killed their own members. The IDF has killed their own citizens. You are an absolute fucking dumbass if you think that the IDF doesn't do that. No, I don't think all Gazans are combatants or should die. Yeah, you just think that it's okay to fucking cut their water, cut their power, cut their food, and also control it in times when you're not engaging in a fucking siege. These are all war crimes, and you are desperately trying to justify said war crimes by saying, "Oh, we're just gonna attack Hamas." That's what it is. No, you're not. The IDF has not only killed so many, the IDF has not only ended up killing so many Palestinian children, they've killed UN workers. They've killed UN workers. They've killed doctors. Fucking ridiculous. They've killed journalists. Shut the fuck up. So a taker of a hostage is not reliable for the safety of the hostages? The fuck? What an ironic thing to say here. What an ironic and silly fucking thing to say here. Explain to me how dealing with a hostage negotiation or a hostage situation revolves around blowing up a fucking entire bank, for example. Let's say a goddamn bank is taken over by a group of militants, okay? Do you think it's apt to destroy the entire city block that the bank is on? Do you think it's fine to do that? If there's a school shooting happening in the United States of America, in a fucking school in the US, do you deal with the school shooting by blowing up the school? Is that how you do it? So why is it that it's totally morally and legally permissible for the IDF to engage in that exact same kind of wanton violence on a group of people that they fucking have full control over their lives, why is that acceptable? It's not acceptable. It's only acceptable if you think that these guys are not real human beings. That's it. That's it. Anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a turning point for leaders and nations. It is time for all of us to decide if we are willing to fight for a future of hope and promise, or surrender to tyranny and terror. Now rest assured, Israel will fight. Since October 7th, Israel has been at war. Israel did not start this war. Israel did not want this war. But Israel will win this war. Hamas launched this war by perpetrating the worst savagery our people have seen since the Holocaust. Hamas murdered children in front of their parents, murdered parents in front of their children. They burned people alive. They raped women. They beheaded men. They tortured Holocaust survivors. They kidnapped babies. They committed the most horrific crimes imaginable. And they're part of the axis of evil that Iran has formed, an axis of terror that works by arming, training, and financing Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and other terror proxies throughout the Middle East and beyond the Middle East. In fighting Hamas and the Iranian axis of terror, Israel is fighting the enemies of civilization itself. Victory over these enemies begins with moral clarity.
There is nothing more evil than a Palestinian baby. You know what I mean? Big homie's like, I stay up at night thinking about Palestinian babies I haven't been able to murder yet. I cannot begin to tell you the sheer evil that the Palestinian child that I blow up with a bomb holds in their heart.
It begins with knowing the difference between good and evil, between right and wrong. It means making a moral distinction between the deliberate murder of the innocent and the unintentional casualties that accompany every legitimate war, even the most just war. It means holding Hamas responsible for the double war crime it commits every day by deliberately targeting Israeli civilians while deliberately using Palestinian civilians as human shields. It means making clear that the use of human shields is not only an immoral tactic of terror, but also an ineffective one. Because as long as Hamas's use of Palestinian human shields...
Yeah, it's like, it's ineffective because we are ruthless, bloodthirsty monsters. Okay? He's like, we don't give a fuck. Like, there's not enough evidence to begin with, but we don't give a shit. We don't even remotely care about, like, it works in our favor because we want to fucking ethnically cleanse Gaza anyway. He's like, it doesn't work because we are monsters. And not only that, but we are literally so monstrous that we're killing our own civilians too.
Result in the international community blaming Israel. Hamas will continue to use it as a tool of terror, and so will others. Hamas will continue to use the basements in Gaza's hospitals as the command posts of its vast terror tunnel network. It will continue to use mosques as fortified military positions and weapon depots. It will continue to steal fuel and humanitarian assistance from UN facilities. While Israel is doing everything to get Palestinians, civilians, out of harm's way, Hamas is doing everything to keep Palestinian civilians in harm's way.
Dude. Did people forget that for the past 23 days, Israel has not allowed water, food, and electricity to go into Gaza unless completely limited? Like, what's happening? Is that Hamas? The fuck do you mean? They literally shut off communications. They blew up telecommunications. They blew up power to telecommunications inside of Gaza, specifically so they could hide their war crimes when they first expanded, and only had to stop doing that and allow the Gazans to rebuild and repower their fucking telecommunications when America said, don't do that. And yes, here, if you want to see a fucking war crime, here it is. Israeli armor pushed deep into the central Gaza Strip with a Merkava seen here destroying a vehicle at a roadblock set up on Salah al-Din Street, one of the two major north-south arteries. That is a disgusting way to describe what actually happened. I'm going to lose my fucking mind, dude. Don't ever send me this fucking piece of shit ever again. The Times of Israel itself actually fucking showed. The Times of Israel reporter was the one who fucking actually first filmed this and found it. That is not what happened, OSINT Technical, you fucking piece of shit. God damn it, dude. I hate these fucking OSINT cocksucking motherfucking pieces of shit scumbags, dude. Fuck. God, it's so fucking annoying, dude. This is the one I wanted to show you. Fuck. Here. That's a car on it's a civilian car full of fleeing people. Okay? It's a civilian car full of fleeing people inside of the Netzarim Junction, which is a part of the safe evacuation route. They see a fucking tank coming, and they immediately turn around, and as they're trying to do a fucking U-turn, the tank fucking blows them up. Father, mother, and 2 children. Only the mother survived in critical condition. I can't believe that fucking OSINT, the fucking OSINT scumbag showing that and being like, oh, they're clearing out cars and in the debris. What a disgusting way to fucking show that, dude. Are you joking? You think that's disgusting? Check out what the IDF said about it. The IDF was not shown any proof that this was a civilian car and there's no information on who's inside. Then your tank shouldn't have fired on it. Yeah, the IDF said that it doesn't matter. Which, by the way, is in the safe evacuation route. The Israeli Defense Forces was not shown any proof this is a civilian car and there's no information on who's inside. So we get to blow it, dude. Anyway. There is no justification for these acts, dude. Even Americans in Iraq weren't this insane? Yes, they were. They were.
Really important question. Whenever I hear the phrase collateral damage, or I hear objections to language or claims that it's not the same, do you think that if Hamas was hiding in Israel, the Israeli army would be pursuing the same tactics in pursuit of them with regard to civilian life?
Yes. Yes.
No, I don't.
Well, there it is. Why?
Yes, they would. They would. They would. I know the point he's trying to make here, but they would, 100%. They would.
Why not?
Because Hamas are the enemy.
You have to understand. You have to understand. The Israeli government's position is not one that cares about the security and safety of Jews in Israel. It is not one that cares about the security and safety of Jews around the world. It is one that cares about land grabs and ethnically cleansing Palestinians in a way that the international community won't remove support from them on. Like, they want to do it in a time frame as legally permissible as possible without America or the Western world completely taking support away. Is it true that they want to destroy Al-Aqsa, build a temple there? No, I mean, I'm not going to speak on that shit.
In another country. It would be a terrorist situation.
It is a terrorist situation. But why would they not go after Hamas with the same tactics in Israel that they're going after them in Palestine, in Gaza?
For obvious reasons.
Well, tell me what they are.
Because they wouldn't be. If they were in a hospital, people do get killed in hospital situations.
Yeah.
They do eventually storm buildings, and the hospital.
But why is collateral damage acceptable in one?
I didn't say it was acceptable.
Okay, but why is it collateral damage then if it happens in Gaza but not if it happens in Israel?
The motivation is different between the murderous death cult.
Yes,
and
I agree.
The Israeli
I completely agree. But that's
all,
why I'm not
all
asking that question.
When you say words like they're doing it on purpose and it's out of
Well,
revenge, you have absolutely no proof that they are.
I didn't say they were doing it on revenge. I said families of the victims of Hamas attacks have warned Israel's government that revenge is not a policy amid mounting concerns about civilian casualties in Gaza. You don't get to put words in my mouth, but you do get to answer.
Say that, and also
you do get to answer my question. Why would it be different for the Israeli army to cause collateral damage in Israel as opposed to in Gaza? Why would it be different?
I would say they're less likely to do that.
No, but this is the question. Why would they be less likely to go after Hamas in the same way if they were hiding in Israel that they are if they're hiding in Gaza?
Because there would be Israelis there.
Pardon?
And they would care less about. They would care more about Israeli lives than Palestinian lives. But they're also.
And that's it. That's all I wanted, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful for your honesty.
I mean, yeah. It's somewhat of an impossible hypothetical anyway, but I respectfully disagree. Israel's a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. They would not bomb the shit out of Israeli buildings. The West Bank is proof of this. I think that we've never had a situation like October 7, but at least the Hannibal Directive, or whatever it's called now, shows that when there is a hostage, when there is a Hamas hostage situation, they kill indiscriminately. They kill the hostages. There hasn't been enough investigations conducted on the kibbutzim operations by the IDF, and we do know they bombed one of their own bases. I think they called in airstrikes on one of their own bases because Hamas was in it, and we know that they have absolutely blown up entire areas where there are Israeli hostages, and they're still doing that right now. One of the survivors of the attacks on the kibbutz said that a lot of hostages died inside of houses. The only thing I found in Hebrew media at Haaretz was one other instance where they basically covered it one time and said that the houses were fired upon, but there isn't enough evidence on the matter, in my opinion, other than one personal eyewitness testimony that is not exactly the best because they were literally under duress. They were also held captive. It's a first-hand account. It's not always going to be the most consistent. But yes, I do think that Israel, in a situation like that, would engage, maybe not as violently, but still fairly violently, with the Israeli captives as well. Where's the... Oh, here.
Israel urges Palestinian civilians to leave the areas of armed conflict. While
yeah, this is the hostage interview I'm talking about. Yasmin Parat. This is on Israeli. This is on the Israeli national news radio station, right?
זה היה שעה מאוד מאוד מתוחה והרגשנו בפחד שלא יתואר. ואחרי שעה הם מצליחים לפרוץ את הממד ומוצאים אותנו, את ארבעתנו, לבית ליד, שכבר בו שהו 8 בני ערובה נוספים. אנחנו מצטרפים ל8 האלה ואנחנו הופכים להיות בערך כ12 בני ערובה, עם 40 מחבלים ששומרים עלינו. אני מקצרת לך את הסיפור,
הם מתעללים בכם?
הם לא מתעללים בנו, הם מתנהגים אלינו בצורה מאוד אנושית, זה אומר שהם שומרים עלינו. כן, מה זה אומר אנושית? שומרים עלינו, הם נותנים לנו לשתות פה ושם, שהם רואים שאנחנו בלחץ, הם מרגיעים אותנו. הייתה תחושה מאוד מאוד מפחידה, אבל אף אחד לא התנהג אלינו באלימות. למזלי, לא קרה לי מה שאני שומעת בתקשורת.
קרו דברים איומים ונוראים.
נכון, אבל אחרי שעתיים, בקיצור, בהתחלה לא היה שום גורם ביטחוני איתנו. אנחנו אלה שהתקשרנו במשטרה יחד עם החוטפים, כי החוטפים רצו שהמשטרה תגיע, כי המטרה שלהם הייתה לחטוף אותנו לעזה. בסיומה, במהלכה, אחד המחבלים החליט להיכנע, זה מחבל שיצר איתי קשר, במהלך השעתיים האלה יצרתי קשר עם כמה מהחוטפים, אלה ששמרו על הבני ערובה.
כן.
והוא מחליט להשתמש בי כמגן אנושי, הוא מחליט להיכנע, אני לא מודעת לזה באותם רגעים, זה בדיעבד. הוא מתחיל להתפשט, הוא קורא לי ומתחיל לצאת איתי מהבית תחת אש, אני צועקת בזמן הזה לימ"מ כשהם יכולים לשמוע אותי, שיפסיקו לראות ואז הם שומעים אותי ומפסיקים לראות.
By the way, this person very clearly calls them terrorists, and it's not like she's a fan, you know what I mean? I think her husband was shot next to her, or someone that she knows was shot literally next to her while they were hiding in a fucking closet. She's not exactly she doesn't have any fucking reason to defend anyone.
לראות, אני רואה על הדשא של בגינה של האנשים מהקיבוץ שיש 5 בני ערובה ששוכבים או 6 על האדמה בחוץ, ממש כצאן לטבח מול הירי של הימ"מ שלנו והמחבלים.
הטרוריסטים ירו בהם?
לא.
What's the point of showing this? The chatter asked, would there ever be a circumstance where the IDF would go and raise an entire area where Israelis are? To which I gave multiple examples of when they have done that throughout history.
הם נהרגו מהחילופי ירי, תבין שהיה חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים.
זאת אומרת, יכול להיות שזה כוחותינו ירו בהם?
חוטפים את החמאס. חיסלו את כולם, כולל הבני ערובה, כי היה שם חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים. אני משוחררת בסביבות השעה 5:30, ב8:30 כנראה מסתיימת הלחימה, אחרי שהיה חילופי אש מטורפים, אפילו 2 פקזים של טנק שירו לתוך הבית, שזה בית קיבוצי קטן, זה לא איזה, רואים את זה בחדשות.
כן.
זה לא מקום גדול. וברגע הזה כולם נהרגו, היה שקט חוץ מניצולה אחת שיצאה הדס דגן, וזהו רגע.
איך כולם נהרגו?
They're also currently bombing every fucking target they can in Gaza, while Hamas and other militant groups inside of Gaza have 230 hostages, many of which are Israeli.
מהחילופי אש.
מהחילופי אש, כלומר יכול להיות שגם זה מאש כוחותינו?
חד משמעית.
כן?
וככה אני מאמינה.
אוי, זה נשמע כל כך רע.
the sooner you realize that Israel, like the Israeli government and the IDF's interests are more so killing Palestinians, ethnically cleansing Palestinians in a way that is like somewhat permissible to the Western world, rather than to save Israeli lives, the easier you will understand this conflict. That's it.
Hamas prevents those civilians from leaving those areas at gunpoint. Hamas is also preventing foreign nationals from leaving Gaza altogether. And most despicably, Hamas is holding over 200 Israeli hostages, including 33 children, holding them, terrorizing them, keeping them as hostages. Every civilized nation should stand with Israel in demanding that these hostages be freed immediately and freed unconditionally.
Brother, of course. Like, what? Who the fuck is like, no, dog, Hamas has a right to those hostages? Like, I don't think anybody's saying that. Who is fucking saying that? Absolutely every single person, including myself, every single person in America, every single person in the Western world, people inside of Israel that are related to the hostages are saying, hey, fucking stop blowing up the hostages. Fucking Hamas has said, we will do a hostage negotiation. We'll do a hostage swap. We'll do a hostage swap. We'll do a hostage swap. They're like, nah, fuck it. YOLO. They're asking for a release of the Palestinians who are falsely detained in the hands of Israel. Anyway, I don't know why they censored the faces of the people.
People are living in the ruins in Gaza. The Israelis insist that they hit Hamas targets who use civilians as human shields. America said it had sent Israel another reminder that...
You're not supporting Hamas taking hostages. You're just saying we should let Hamas use them as bargaining chips in order for them to achieve their self-described plan of destroying us. Dude, walk me through the fucking steps of how releasing the hostages in a conditional swap is going to step-by-step destroy Israel. Please. Please, go ahead. They don't hurt innocent civilians? Wow, almost like causing them injury lowers their value. Hasan, there are hundreds of witnesses, interviews all around multiple Israeli channels. 99% shared a very similar scenario, including Hamas shooting a bunch of unarmed people, kidnapping anyone they saw on sight. Wait, I do believe that they did that. I never said they did not. Yes, of course I believe that. What are you, fucking stupid? What are you saying? There has never been a moment where I have ever said that, like, oh, dude, October 7th, like, it wasn't bad at all. I've never said that. Or claimed that it wasn't brutal, horrific, that many innocent civilians were fucking killed, slaughtered at gunpoint. What are you saying? Conditional swap for 1,000 convicted terrorists, that's suicidal? Brother, I can't keep arguing with your fucking dumbass if you are going to just always hit the racism button, okay? Convicted terrorists? You think Israel currently has 11,000 convicted terrorists? The fuck are you saying? No, you literally think like 12-year-olds that are in unlawful detainment, in custody, in the custody of the Israeli state, are just convicted terrorists. You are a psychopath. It's always, it literally is like arguing with Adolf Hitler, dude. I swear to fucking God. Like, any argument that I try to have with someone and be as reasonable as possible devolves into, my enemy are not human. I am literally Adolf Hitler. That's what he's saying to me. It's just that no one understands it because he's saying that about Muslims and Arabs in general, so it doesn't fucking matter because most Americans also have similar fucking dehumanizing opinions about Arabs in general. Just making clear it wasn't an argument or anything. No, you aren't making anything clear. The only thing you've made clear over and over again is that you are a fucking racist son of a bitch. That's it. How many Hamas members do you think exist in Gaza? I think around 100K. Probably more people in the West Bank. That's like, what? Do you think there's more than 100,000 people? First of all, there isn't 4 times the population in the West Bank as there is in Gaza. They're almost even. That's number one. Number two, did you say there's 4 times the population of Hamas sympathizers and terrorists in West Bank? Okay, we're done. Okay, this guy was funny at first. We know how many fucking Hamas militants exist. The number is 35,000, okay? This guy literally going, hey man, at the end of June 2023, the Israel Prison Service was holding 147 Palestinian minors in detention on what it defined security grounds. IPS was also holding 26 Palestinian minors for being in Israel illegally. Look at these little terrorists, dude. These little minor terrorists. They have no legal recourse. They have no rights. I'm sorry, man. I can't fucking do that. They said 30K in the beginning. Now it's 35K. Never mind. I was confusing them with Hezbollah. Yeah, you're confusing a lot of things, dude, because you're a fucking racist piece of shit who is literally so goddamn genocidal that you are the modern inception of a Hitlerian youth, okay? Literally, just come in here and be like, I am the Adolf Hitler of Arabs. Like, I hate Arabs that much, okay? Just say that, and it will be a more honest discussion. I mean, there's one way to argue, like, for a lot of these motherfuckers. It's just like literally being like, I'm the most racist motherfucker on the planet. You do not understand how racist I can get, okay? Just trust me. Here.
אנחנו נמצאים בשבי החמאס 23 כמה ימים? 23 ימים.
This is the hostage video that was released.
אתמול הייתה מסיבת עיתונאים עם משפחות החטופים. אנחנו יודעים שהייתה אמורה להיות הפסקת אש, היית אמור לשחרר את כולנו, התחייבת לשחרר את כולנו, ובמקום זה אנחנו נושאים במחדל הפוליטי, ביטחוני, צבאי, מדיני שלך, בגלל הפשלה הזאת שעשית ב7 לאוקטובר, בגלל שלא היה צבא שם, אף אחד לא הגיע, אף אחד לא שמר עלינו, ואנחנו אזרחים תמימים, אזרחים שמשלמים מיסים למדינת ישראל, נמצאים בשבי, בתנאים לא תנאים. אתה הורג אותנו, אתה תהרוג, אתה רוצה להרוג את כולנו, אתה רוצה עם צה"ל.
Listen, what they're saying so far, because you could say they're under duress, they're at, they're saying this at gunpoint, but what they're saying is identical to the other hostage that was released that said exactly the same shit. It does come across a little bit rehearsed, I will admit, but also there are people who were not held hostage at all that were also victims from Kibbutz Be'eri that said identical things. You have to remember that. I mean, I don't know where these ladies are from, okay? But a lot of the kibbutznik are all fucking pro-Palestinian rights. So it's not that shocking that they would say something like this. A lot of the people that live in the fucking kibbutzim are all like fucking commies.
להרוג את כולנו, לא מספיק טבחת בכולם, לא מספיק אזרחים ישראלים נהרגו, שחרר אותנו עכשיו, שחרר את האזרחים שלהם, שחרר את האסירים שלהם, שחרר אותנו, שחרר את כולנו, תן לנו לחזור לחזור למשפחות שלנו עכשיו! 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 עכשיו!
Yeah. Hey, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, remember the old lady that was released who said almost identical stuff to what they said? Yeah. They fucking extended the hospital administrator and his vacation. They told him to just, don't come back to the hospital for another week for allowing the old lady to speak to international press immediately after being released by from Hamas custody. The old lady who dabbed up the Hamas dude. Yeah. Remember when she spoke to the media and said, like, damn near identical, the exact same things that these ladies just now said? Yeah, they are. Here's something that no news channel. Here's something that no news channel cared to report on for some reason. The Tel Aviv Hospital spokesperson, Avi Shushan, was sent on leave last Friday due to the press conference with the 85-year-old Yochaved Lifshitz, regarded as beyond a PR fiasco for speaking of Gazans as human beings. I was about to subtitle the entire press conference, but eventually never did. Shall I? The parts that got translated and published were most parts of the Lifshitz reiterates the same message several times and is clearly lucid. The spokesman for the Yochaved Hospital was put on leave following Yochaved Lifshitz press conference. The spokesman for the Yochaved Hospital, Avi Shushan, was put on forced leave following the press conference of Yochaved Lifshitz, who was released from Hamas captivity, which was held at a hospital. Yochaved director, Professor Roni Gamzo, was summoned yesterday to a conversation on the issue with the director of the General Ministry of Health, Moshe Bar Siman Tov, in order to learn lessons from the press conference. The words of Lifshitz, an 85-year-old resident of Kibbutz near Oz, about the medical treatment and the good treatment she received in captivity caused a stir and led to an exchange of accusations between various information sources. The Prime Minister's office said that this blow to its image harms Israel's advocacy efforts. Dude, can you imagine being like, we can't humanize these people. We can't humanize the victims, and we certainly cannot humanize the fucking militants. Like, even to recognize that there is a self-interest here. There is a great deal of self-interest here, right? The goal for Hamas in the circumstances to take very good care of the hostages, right? And instead of just saying, well, Hamas is self-interested because they want to take good care of the hostages, like because they want to do a hostage negotiation, instead of fucking saying that, they literally go, why did you let them speak to the fucking media? This is going to make us look bad. This is really going to fucking tamper our efforts with our ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, dog. I hate that. While there are tremendous efforts to convince the world that the kidnapped should be released as soon as possible, someone comes in and says they're being well taken care of. The press conference was held by Shushan as the hospital spokesperson, but not on his own opinion. In an event of this magnitude in which dozens of foreign media were also present, the director of the hospital and other factors are also involved. But what particularly drew fire in Shushan's direction was a story he published on his own personal Instagram account, which he wrote, "If there's one thing I love, it is to give a wow effect to journalists who are not expecting it at all. Like announcing in the morning that not only the family of the abductee will be interviewed, but the abductee herself, and seeing their shocked looks." Against the background of the criticism of the hospital, Shushan published a statement in which he wrote, "The hospital asked to allow the abductee, her family, and the media to have an orderly and coordinated dialogue. The guidance of the family regarding the nature of the messages and their content is not the responsibility of the hospital, but in the hands of the official security and informational agencies." Shushan did not respond to Haaretz's inquiry, and according to the Gemzo, he has been put on vacation for 2 days and was asked to extend it by a week. They put him on leave because they were like, it's fucked up that you let this happen to begin with. Like, how dare you? Anyway, speaking of theatrics, here it is, dude. The Israeli delegation dramatically put on a Nazi-era yellow star in the meeting of the UN Security Council. This is trivial. Dude, this is trivializing the Holocaust in a gross fashion. I don't understand, like, I don't know where to begin, okay? This is going to probably piss off people, I think. This is yet another instance of, like, Israeli officials being incredibly and utterly and profoundly way too arrogant. So arrogant that they just are blinded by their own personal arrogance and don't see that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can for $5 or for free, or you can get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The fuck? Did you just send me the fucking Apple event? You think I give a shit about that? What are you, crazy? Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
From now on, my team and I will wear yellow stars.
He's literally like, dude, not letting me continue doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza is akin to the Holocaust. Okay? Are you fucking insane? Like, are you fucking insane? Does nothing matter? Does nothing matter to you? Does history not matter to you? Especially one that is so important to the entire world and especially to Jewish people. That you would turn around and go, listen, dog, if you don't let me keep killing babies after I've killed 4,000 children, this is literally my personal Holocaust.
We will wear this star until you condemn the atrocities of Hamas and demand the immediate release of our hostages. From now on, my team and I will wear yellow stars. We will wear this star until you condemn the atrocities of Hamas.
Is there a point of this level of arrogance backfires? I thought it would have happened by now. I mean, the dam is breaking a little bit. Lost Soul, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Where I think every time they do stuff like this, it probably pisses off a lot more people. Where they're like, dude, come on. This is an interesting thing because these fucking scumbags do, because Israel treats Holocaust survivors like fucking dog shit. I mean, I've heard of that as well. But that's a more complex story than the way you understand it. Now we're getting into the Israelis treat Holocaust survivors bad is like getting in. You know how you sometimes say you're getting into black people's business? It's like getting into Jewish people's business in that situation. The Holocaust is a very powerful, a very powerful moment in time, and it broke a lot of people in very different ways, and the trauma that people withstood in the aftermath of that is unique, and it's hard to understand. I will explain it like this. There is an attitude that is ahistorical and revisionist in some circles that portray, that are angry almost, or critical of Jews for not fighting back as they claim, even though plenty of Jews did. The idea that like they were cowardly and how could they have done this? How could they have not defended themselves? And how could they have allowed themselves to be put in concentration camps? It's ahistorical. It's wrong. Plenty of Jews fought back. It also is difficult to, it's weird because it's like, the reason why I say it's ahistorical is because that's not how the Holocaust happened. Like, it didn't happen overnight. People weren't like, oh, we're pressing the Holocaust button. There's a reason why in plenty of in plenty of the transfers that were occurring, people did not know that they were directly going to concentration camps. It's like the boiling frog narrative, where you were just like slowly but surely increasing the pressure. A lot of people did not realize that they were going to death camps. Okay? But beyond that, there were still plenty of Jews who fought back, by the way. So that's why it's like completely ahistorical. So there's also the trauma and the survivor's guilt and the stigma that comes from that as well. Yeah, they view them as weak for not fighting back, completely cynical and self-aggrandizing, horrible pieces of garbage who say that kind of thing. I think it's partially like, but I think that it's an important way to understand, like, at least why some in the Zionist movement are so violent in their desires. That violence comes from like that violence comes from, ironically, misunderstanding never again and thinking that it just means like never again to Jews, but certainly maybe again immediately to Palestinians at least. But yeah, people have written about the trauma and the survivor's guilt quite a bit. And yes, there is a weird cultural attitude certainly exists in Israel that is built around an ahistorical understanding of how the Holocaust came to be. If anyone thinks the Jews didn't fight back against the Nazis, they need to read more about the Bielski brothers or the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. They made a movie called Defiance. Yeah. Not to speak for all Jews, but anecdotally, everyone I know thinks that's what never again means, though. Yeah. I mean, it's wrong, but you just keep educating people. Not much else you can do about it. All right, let's finish
Hamas are legitimate military targets and civilians are not. In Gaza, the UN fears civil order is breaking down. Its food warehouses in the south were looted. The desperation comes from Israel's siege, which the UN says violates the laws of war because it's a collective punishment of civilians. Thousands of people ransacked the warehouses.
Bro, it's their food. Like, what are they supposed to... Like, they're starving. It's food that was sent to them that is being housed in a UN facility that was supposed to be distributed to them, and they're fucking starving. Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Israel says there's no food shortage in Gaza. He's saying we have no flour, no water, not even toilets. Our houses were destroyed. No one cares about us. We appeal to the people of the world. The big powers are against us. We need aid. We wouldn't have done this if we weren't in need.
We need fresh water. We need food. We are starving. This is totally unfair. Our children can't sleep.
I saw another thing that was like very similar to this, which is so like, I mean, we've been going Holocaust heavy today, but something I saw that was akin to Holocaust denial, the famous like, well, they had swimming pools, and therefore like Auschwitz was actually just simply a camp and was not bad. Something similar to that kind of narrative I saw from an official in the Israeli government. Here is the Israeli Prime Minister's spokesperson to the Arab world, Ofir Gendelman, who said, these pictures were taken today at the Deir al-Balah beach in central part of the Gaza Strip. Israel only targets Hamas, ISIS, and does everything possible to save the civilian lives in Gaza. Now, you might be wondering why the fuck these people are in the water and with their clothes on. And maybe you even recognize it when he posts this photo. And this one. Literally the stupidest propaganda I've ever seen. People are washing their clothes and themselves in the polluted Gaza Sea because they don't have clean water due to Israel's illegal siege. These photos are evidence of your crime, not mercy. Brother, I know what the fucking Lehi group is, okay? I know. We've talked about it a lot. I don't know if you were in here when we did. I've covered it quite a bit. Anyway, almost every day I've brought it up. So, but yeah. This is evidence of your crimes, not your mercy, is actually a pretty fire bar. But it's also quite insidious when you consider the exact same propaganda was done in the Holocaust. Like, oh, they have showers. They have swimming pools. How can you say that this is a place for ethnic cleansing? It's nuts. Nuts. But, you know, that's how fascism works.
Further north in Gaza City, after patients and staff refused Israel's order to evacuate Al-Quds Hospital, the wards filled with smoke as buildings nearby were hit. Only a few miles away in Sderot, the closest Israeli town to Gaza, a sense of grim determination has replaced the panic of the first few days after the Hamas attacks. Eyal Hashbi, Sderot's head of security, said his nephew and some of his team were killed by Hamas. A visiting general, Nimrod Aloni, was greeted like a man back from the dead. On the 7th of October, Hamas made the false claim that they'd captured Aloni and taken him into Gaza. Hashbi said they were all still trying to process the horror of what happened. The security chief took me on a tour of Sderot's defenses. Hamas, he said, had hit them hard. The equation had to change, and if Palestinian civilians suffered, it was not Israel's fault.
I mean, it never is.
We allowed them to come work in Israel, and we thought this would help the ordinary people of Gaza. We thought a good economy would bring some peace, but now we know that only security brings peace. But after 20 rounds of war with Hamas...
It's wild to see, like, the absolute wrong conclusion so many times over. But I guess that's, like, racism is such a fucking powerful attitude to have that it's almost impossible for them to see beyond it, you know?
An Islamic jihad. This needs to be a story that ends here.
Our eyes were closed, he said, and we lost everything. Israel's dead are still being identified. Hashbi says he can't face any more funerals. Night and day, Israel's ground war to destroy Hamas gathers pace. It is reverberating around the region. The risks of a wider Middle East war remain. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News in southern Israel.
We're live now to speak to Tommaso Della Longa from the Red Cross, joining us from Geneva. Thank you and welcome to the programme. First off, I wonder if you could just confirm whether you've been able to... We have had that communications blackout for a time over the weekend. Have you re-established communications with your team on the ground?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks.
I'm gonna fucking die.
I think the anti-Israel protesters in this country are extremists.
What I can say is what we've been very clear about this. When it comes to anti-Semitism, there's no place. We have to make sure that we speak against it very loud and be very clear about that. Remember, what the president decided to, when the president decided to run for president, is what he saw in Charlottesville in 2017, when he saw neo-Nazis marching down the streets of Charlottesville with vile anti-Semitic just hatred. And he was very clear then, and he's very clear now. He's taken actions against this over the past 2 years, and he's continued to be clear. There is no place for this type of vile and despite this kind of rhetoric.
Did she just compare pro-Palestinian activists to Charlottesville? Like the Nazis that said Jews will not replace us? Am I misunderstanding? Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I might not vote for Joe Biden. I don't know. I'm in California. It doesn't fucking matter all that much, but goddamn, and I voted in every fucking election. I don't know. You can yell at me all day, every day, but holy fuck, something's got to change, and change dramatically and immediately, and an immediate reversal is a necessity. This is absolutely unimaginably disrespectful. It's fucking gross. This equivalence is completely mind-boggling to me. I don't know how he has the audacity, the administration has the audacity to say such horrifying things. Like, I get why he says the Gazan Health Ministry numbers are fake, because he's a fucking white supremacist, Islamophobic piece of shit. He's a monster, right? And now he is, but there's a difference, right? Like saying like, oh, those Muslims over there, they're fucking liars. That is American foreign policy. It's not morally right. It's completely incorrect. It's genocide denial. I've told you this already. But to also then turn around and go, and the people supporting Palestinians in America are the same as Nazis. Well, holy fuck. Now you're just like shitting on your fellow citizens on top of that. Like you're not in Israel. You're not an Israeli Zionist, okay? You're not in Israel. If I hear stuff like that from an ultra-Zionist living in the fucking West Bank, then like, yeah, okay, that guy's crazy, right? You're an American who lived in Delaware and Scranton, Pennsylvania. Okay? You're a Catholic. You're an American. You're not a guy who fucking is like a far-right Israeli Jewish power voter, okay? Why are you saying these things? The only time I've ever heard this kind of mania, which is something that I showed you guys yesterday, was like the Rachel Corrie situation, right? Like I've only heard this kind of zealotry from not just like any Zionist either, but like the most rugged ultra-nationalist fascists in Israel. What are you doing? I don't understand. I don't understand like how horny American Christian evangelicals are, that they forget who they are. They forget what they represent. They forget what country they're in. They're so used to repeating the most psychotic, bloodthirsty, monstrous shit verbatim that they're just repeating some of the most insane parts. Like they're yelling at Jewish people that want to protest and want to have a ceasefire. You're literally saying Jewish Voice for Peace is akin to fucking Nazis in Charlottesville. You are out of your fucking mind, dog. This is completely and utterly ridiculous. You have no... Oh my God. The statement is probably one of the worst in the last couple of weeks. Like when conservatives are shitting on BLM. Yeah.
Here, you guys, though, talk about extremists all the time. It is usually about MAGA extremists. So what about these protesters who are making Jewish students feel unsafe on college campuses? Are they extremists?
I've been very, very clear. We are calling out any form of hate. Any form of hate. It is not acceptable. It should not be acceptable here. And we are going to continue to call that out. And let me be very clear. This is a president that has continued to have that fight in his office, in this administration. You know, when he repealed Trump's Muslim ban on his first day in office, that is something that
She's about to be like, and we're bringing it back because these goddamn muzzies need to know their fucking place. Am I right? We're bringing that shit back, baby. That's right. We've decided they're coming into our country and they're scaring our Jewish population and they're saying stuff like free Palestine. How about you're not allowed in the country no more?
that this president did. He also established an inter-policy committee to counter Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and related forms of bias and discrimination. We have taken this very, very, very seriously, from the president all the way on down.
Okay. I've heard a lot of stuff about ADL and how they call JVP a hate group. I haven't seen it. Please link me proof. And I've also heard that the ADL took off Chaya Raichik from their list of terrorists in America. So if that's the case, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. I mean, it's just moral bankruptcy at that point. I don't believe it. I have not seen it. Is she still in the fucking... Is she still... Wait, they did not take fucking Chaya Raichik off the extremist glossary. Oh my God. Wait. In this past week, the ADL removed libs of TikTok off of their glossary of extremists and added Jewish voice for a piece onto their extremists. No, this is from 2018, man. They've had this for a while. They just updated it. They've fucking called Jewish voice for a piece extremists since 2018. They temporarily removed LGBTQ hate accounts that lives to TikTok from its glossary after the account's owner, Chaya Raichik, threatened legal action. Who cares? What do you mean? What do you mean? You're the ADL. Who are the primary groups behind the U.S. anti-Israel rallies? Students for Justice in Palestine. SJP is the most prominent active anti-Israel, anti-Zionist student group in the United States. SJP often applaud and justify terror attacks in Israel in an attempt to expel Zionists from campus life. Protests outside of Hillel's. Disrupt events on campus they deem pro-Israel and sometimes promote classic anti-Semitic tropes. In one instance, April 2022, I've never heard of it. I don't know about SJP. But if the ADL says they're bad, I doubt that they're actually bad. They're probably good, as a matter of fact. In one instance, April 22, 2022, while participating in SJP protests outside the Hillel at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, a student threw a rock at a Jewish student. No one was hurt. In June 2022, SJP chapters are among the most enthusiastic proponents of the Anti-Semitic Mapping Project website, which includes a call to dismantle and disrupt the main Jewish organizations of the Boston area, including a Jewish high school. Wait. What is the Boston Mapping Project? "38 nonprofit organizations named 30 are Jewish organizations. No other community is similarly targeted." Wait, what the fuck? The Mapping Project is an interactive map that pinpoints the location of Jewish communal and other community organizations in Massachusetts, including the ADL. The map lines extends outward to any other groups, expose and isolate. They were mapping which shops and such openly support Israel, so you know who to boycott. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. Classic. Classic. That must mean that they're anti-Jewish. It's like, oh, got it. All right. This is why they say it's fucking anti-Jewish. It's BDS Boston. God damn, dude. In a statement published after the October 7th invasion, National SJP described Hamas's massacres of Israelis as a historic win for Palestinian resistance and called not just for slogans or rallies, but armed confrontation with the oppressors. What? Armed confrontation with the oppressors? What are they saying? Like, yeah, dude, students for justice in Palestine are going to fucking rise up in arms and kill, Zionists? Like, it's fucking, what are these people saying? The SJP chapter of the University of Illinois Chicago shared a video which shows to appear a Hamas terrorist who filmed himself from inside the home of an Israeli during the attack. Several of the SJP chapters have also applauded Hamas terror attacks. Yeah. SJP's first chapter was founded by the University of California, Berkeley in 2001. It approximately has 200 chapters, some chapters based in Canada. It furthers its aims by organizing lectures and rallies, disseminating materials via its social media accounts and campus newspapers, organizing anti-Israel BDS resolutions and petitions on campuses and more. So I don't know enough about SJP, right? So I can't speak on that, right? But I do know a lot about Jewish Voice for Peace. So this will be, depending on how they talk about Jewish Voice for Peace, an organization I'm very familiar with, an organization I've hyped up and defended and promoted quite a bit, especially throughout time, but especially recently. If they demonize them pretty aggressively, I'm going to immediately assume that, maybe these guys are... Hasan, please do not promote Mapping Project. They're not careful enough with their info. Okay, thank you. If I see them fucking shitting on Jewish Voice for Peace, I'm gonna definitely massage my perspective a little bit. Bro, I'm in SJP. Only thing we've done is raise fundraisers. SJP is a student organization. They organize protest demonstrations across campuses. Yeah, no, I understand that now. Okay. Is a radical anti-Israel and anti-Zionist activist group that advocates for the boycott of Israel and the eradication of Zionism. Awesome. The spread of JVP's most inflammatory ideas can help give rise to anti-Semitism. Oh, this is so cowardly, dude. They can't fucking say the Jewish Voice for Peace, primarily comprised of Jewish people who want peace, are openly anti-Semitic. So now they're like, well, they could give rise to anti-Semitism, I think. Yeah, Jewish voices matter, but just like not all Jewish voices, especially not the ones that are saying like Israel is the fucking genocidal apartheid state, which of course is backed up by multiple NGOs. Okay. And sometimes it is espoused classic anti-Semitic tropes in itself. For example, in May 2022, its national account posted a cartoon depicting Israeli soldiers joyously drinking the blood of dead Palestinians. Wait, are they not going to show us what the fucking cartoon was? I want to see this. That's so awesome. The Jewish Voice for Peace is doing anti-Semitic tropes in the form of blood libel by fucking directly using blood libel to adequately show what the IDF is doing. Disagreeing with Israeli apartheid creates dozens of neo-Nazis. Yeah. It's just so many of them. Pictures at the bottom. Wait, this is what... Art of Palestinian Resistance, Israeli Violence, and American Complicity. Wow. I can't believe they posted this. Sorry to show you the fucking horrifying nature. Safe Palestinian kids can't get enough now. The Zionists equals Palestinian child killers. Another banner featured the same doctor photo of Netanyahu. Huh. That's really interesting. So, hold on. I'm sorry. This is really anti-Semitic, right? Wait. Let's pull up something here. Certainly, Netanyahu has never done this for, I don't know, his own political opponents, right? I mean, for example, like if there was an assassination of like a former prime minister and like Netanyahu maybe had like protests, right? I mean, let's see if there's any photos on here, but this article doesn't show any of the photos. The idea that this is exclusive to Jewish Voice for Peace is hilarious. The things I've seen from Likud supporters about their political enemies. Oh my Lord. I kid you not. These are the two cartoons Jewish Voice of Peace recently posted on their official Instagram feed. I believe once characterized the anti-Semitic triangle as blood money and conspiracy theory. These hit all three. I don't understand. This is literally what, like, you can't do this. You can't say that any kind of artistic depiction of what is currently happening is anti-Semitic. You are muddying the waters of anti-Semitism. You're muddying the waters of anti-Semitism. But anyway, as far as like really horrifying fucking photos like this, this in and of itself is nothing in comparison to fucking what Likud supporters post at their fucking rallies. Okay? But of course, the ADL doesn't give a shit about that because while they will say that they're soft Zionists or maybe they're liberals or whatever, the reality is they're not. They're not. The fuck out of here. Anyway, where the fuck were we? Posted a cartoon in January 2023. Members of his rabbinical council posted on X. The U.S. government itself is occupied by Zionist forces. Playing in the tropes about Zionists in power. Why? It is. There are... Oh my God. I can't do this. I can't. I'm done. I don't want to watch. I don't want to read the rest of this article. It's going to make me fucking die. ADL itself is now working with Brandeis Center, the Brandeis Center. ADL is now taking cues from a fascist governor to demand colleges investigate and criminally prosecute students as terrorists for anti-Israel speech, by the way. ADL and Brandeis Center are urging universities to take a closer look at SJP chapters on their campuses and to investigate whether any activity may violate the prohibition against providing material support to a foreign terrorist organization. Another example of using Zionist interchangeably with Jewish. That's what I'm saying. It's inherently anti-Semitic. It's inherently anti-Semitic. Do people do this? Do people do this? Absolutely. Okay. Do people say it in an anti-Semitic way? But Biden is the biggest Zionist. Like he himself has said it openly. America has more Christian Zionists than they do Jewish Zionists, okay? 100,000%. As a matter of fact, some of the biggest, most nationalistic, most fascist Zionists are Christian Zionists. There's a difference between someone saying Zionists control the media, okay, and the fucking rabbinical group of the Jewish Voice for Peace saying Zionists occupy the White House. You are, as an organization that is supposed to combat fucking anti-Semitism, aligning with literal fascists. They will kill you, okay? When the time comes, they will fucking kill you. I need you to understand. Trump's picked to oversee civil rights in schools, has a history of attacking civil rights. The ADL has been a front for Israeli propaganda for decades and literally spied on Americans, including American Jews who participated in anti-apartheid protests on behalf of and at the behest of the Israeli government, who then classified info to the Pretoria South African regime. I mean, I know the ADL is bad, right? I know. And I've been incredibly critical of the ADL. It's just that, like, Johnathan Greenblatt has, or Jonah Greenblatt, I don't fucking know. I forget his name, but he has gotten out of control. He's losing his fucking mind on television. And all of these baboons in media are just like letting him go balls to the fucking wall. He shit on fucking MSNBC like on October 8th or something, where he was like, are you guys in the pocket of Hamas? Like, what are you doing?
Do you guys who are crying about Project 2025 understand the irony of telling us to check our privilege when we say that we will not be voting for Joe Biden in 2024? Do you understand that the President of the United States of America has publicly denied the death toll of Palestinians? That he publicly called it into question, that he publicly said that he does not believe that many Palestinians have been killed? Do you understand that as we Palestinians grieve for the violent loss of the violent murdering, the violent killing of thousands upon thousands of our people, we also have to sit here and convince the world of the numbers that are being reported from over there? As Palestinians are grieving their family members, they have to provide a record, a death record for those people, for you guys for everyone to believe them. Do you understand the implications of everything that our president has done so far? Do you understand that he's no longer just okay with the genocide happening? He's physically rejecting the scale of it, and even though there is physical proof of the scale, yet you with your privilege are kicking and screaming and crying about Project 2025. Does Biden care about Project 2025? Do Democrats care about Project 2025? Have they done anything to save us from Project 2025? Have they done anything to ever help push us in a different direction? Have they ever delivered on any of their promises? Have they ever listened to their constituents in a real way? So you need to check your privilege. It is not real allyship for you to go, I understand that you're upset about what's happening. And I understand that you are upset about the way Joe Biden is dealing with this. And I stand with the Palestinian people, but you have to consider, I don't have to consider anything. I live in this country. There will be repercussions for me as well. But right now, as you guys...
I mean, it's completely out of control. If there was an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign of Jews happening somewhere in the world, and Joe Biden turned around and fucking said, I don't know if their numbers are correct, we can't trust the Jews. If you turn around and told Jewish people to go ahead and vote for Joe Biden, everyone would be like, what? What are you saying? No, he needs to go to jail. It's not even, I'm sorry, there's no question here. None whatsoever. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This level of genocide denial is unimaginable.
Cry about Project 2025. We're crying about ethnic cleansing. So, the ethnic cleansing of our own people. So, just consider that, all right?
Liberals are so fucking horny for Israel to just kill as many Palestinians as they possibly can. Not 2 weeks ago, Israel and the U.S. government both insisted Israel doesn't bomb hospitals. It was a conspiracy theory. Israeli jets have targeted the third floor of the Turkish Friendship Hospital in Gaza, which is the only specialized cancer hospital in the enclave, leaving heavy damage. Just probably another fucking Palestinian rocket, I assume. You know, it's always... It's only bad if Palestinian rockets hit hospitals. It's not bad if Israeli rockets hit hospitals. Then those are moral rockets. You know what I mean? So crazy.
Thanks for having me today. Yes, we reestablished communication yesterday, early in the morning, around 4 a.m. Our time, but still is not a stable communication, and it's still a challenge to talk with teams in the Gaza Strip. The most worrying part of the communication blackout was that people were not able to reach the emergency medical service to call the ambulance. So what we heard from Palestinian Red Crescent colleagues is that they were mainly following the noise of bombardment to arrive in the area and try to find injured people, which of course is pretty risky.
And once they'd located those injured who needed your help, what resources do you have to hand? Are they adequate?
Not at all. I mean, the resources are absolutely limited and are running out, I would say, minute after minute. I mean, we saw it in our hospital, the Al-Quds Hospital in Gaza City, but also in the other health facilities. The stories are telling us that shelves are empty, medical equipments are not anymore there. And then we don't have to forget the stress on the medical personnel. They are working 24/7 in the last more than 2 weeks without any shift, and also being affected themselves.
What can you tell us about Al-Quds Hospital?
Al-Quds Hospital is fully crowded of patients injured and more than 10,000 people who sought refuge in the hospital because they thought that was the safest place where to stay in Gaza City. The situation, of course, is out of control in the sense that it's a health structure where people are living in the corridors, in the stairs, outside and inside, plus 500 patients that are receiving life-saving care. I'm talking about intensive care units, babies in incubators, people who need oxygen. And now the issue are mainly two. One is the evacuation order that arrived yesterday, which we are deeply concerned about, because with this situation, there is no possibility to evacuate patients. And then second, lack of medical equipment, but also lack of fuel. Electricity will run out soon. And in Palestinian Red Crescent colleagues already cut air conditioning, the lifts, and other part of the building doesn't get any more electricity to save fuel. But of course, this is a situation that sooner or later will arrive at the end. And of course, this is...
So what does the Red Cross make of Israel saying that there will need to be an evacuation of Al-Quds? What's your position, the organization's position on that warning?
Well, I mean, we were clear yesterday, this is not possible. This is not possible. Hospitals must be protected in any condition, and no nurse, no doctor, no patient should risk to die in a bed of a hospital. And then also, this is the impossible dilemma that no doctor or nurse should face. Leave the hospital to seek safety, but leaving their patients behind, or stay in the hospital risking their lives. Palestinian Red Crescent teams have said it clearly, they will stay with their patients.
Tommaso, obviously you're in Geneva, but I'm assuming you speak to your volunteers and your staff. Have they ever reported any intimidation from members of Hamas in organisations or in buildings such as hospitals? Have they encountered that?
To my knowledge, I never heard about these stories.
Like, everyone that operates in the Gaza Strip that literally... members of the international community, because like obviously you don't trust Palestinians because they're Palestinian, they're one-track minded, they're all bad, right? They're not human. But like, okay, white people, I guess Italian, but still white. White people also say the same shit, that the gravest threat that they withstand in the Gaza Strip is not Hamas, it's fucking Israel. It's Israel. Why the fuck would it be Hamas?
So what is going to be your position next in terms of those bombardments have come closer and closer to...
What is this? You close the JVP link right before it gets to them saying Israeli civilians don't exist. I really hope the rhetoric doesn't get to that level, yo. Wait, what? You think the Jewish Voice for Peace, comprised of Jews, people that I know, like Jews that I know, Jews that are peace activists, unironically claim that like there is no such thing as Israeli civilians? Like, what the fuck are you saying? I'm sorry. I know that organization, and I know the members of that organization, okay? I trust that organization and its members and the people that I know in that organization infinitely more than the motherfucking ADL, which literally aggressively lies and is responsible for... Yes, earlier article you read as a screenshot of an IG post of them saying that. I don't know that at all. It doesn't matter. The idea that Jewish Voice for Peace represents the notion that like there's no such thing as like an Israeli civilian is ridiculous, and it's pure cope, and it's trying to fucking desperately turn on a Jewish organization that is anti-apartheid. I don't know where the fuck the ADL is, but the ADL Jewish Voice for Peace thing is. But one thing you need to understand is the ADL is not a good organization. The Jewish Voice for Peace is a good organization. You can try to fucking pick apart minutia of like some fucking comment you read somewhere or whatever the fuck the ADL is saying, okay, in an effort to feel like the Jewish Voice for Peace is like an anti-Semitic institution or some shit like that. Okay. Oh, this. What is this? The myth of civilian Israelis. In the aftermath of an act of resistance carried out, JVP Detroit claimed that there were no Israeli civilians and all Israelis may be treated as soldiers on the battlefield. In the aftermath of an act of resistance carried out by Palestinians, many hastened to condemn the barbaric acts of killing civilian settlers in a complete disregard of the systemic violence that Israel commits against Palestinians on a daily basis in a blatant attempt to distort the truth that Palestinians are the only civilians who have ever existed in historical Palestine. Zionist settlers and their current or future soldiers of the Israeli occupying force reserves or veterans. Oh, dude, the JVP Detroit chapter posted this, which means, and I have to repeat this, that once again, all of a sudden, one, the settlers in this circumstance, specifically West Bank settlers, are actually no longer terrorists and are engaging in an act of illegal occupation, which is regarded as settler terrorism by the international communities. But also on top of that, did the JVP Detroit account say that? Well, I guess it's over then. I guess we should fucking murk as many Palestinian children as possible. I take it back. Ultimately, we will always come to this impasse. No matter what you tell me, no matter what you show me, okay? Do you believe that Israel has a right to maintain an apartheid state or not? Because my morality on that is clear, okay? I want to know what your morality on that is, because mine on that is clear. You can get me to condemn 1,000 different things, but my perspective on the matter will not change, okay? You can, and it's rather odd that you try to desperately pick apart the minutia of a leading Jewish organization against the Israeli apartheid state. I wonder why you care so much about a Jewish organization that is anti-apartheid. Why is it? Do you think that this Jewish organization is responsible for anti-Semitic acts? Do you think that this Jewish organization is actually engaging in an act of anti-Semitism? Or are you so desperate to vilify anyone and everyone that fucking righteously criticizes the state of Israel and its apartheid regime and its ethnic cleansing campaign, you are so desperate to vilify them that you have to find any and every situation you can to say, oh, look, these guys, Jewish Voice for Peace, well, are they real Jews? Are they fake Jews? Maybe they're just anti-Semitic Jews. Have you ever thought about that? Got them. Okay? He said, your chat needs to stop being dicks. I've done more for Palestine than they ever have. Benny Morris could be one. Oh, God, you brought up Benny fucking Morris, dude. Literally, Benny Morris and his work have been used by the new Israeli historians time and time again. The new Israeli historians, of course, are considered to be anti-Zionist historians for the most part, and Benny Morris fucking despises them. Because why? Well, all of a sudden, Benny Morris's work, in his entire life's work, trying to defend the Zionist regime, turns around and becomes really important material once certain fucking information is declassified from the Israeli documents because they have a 50-year fucking shelf life on classification. The entire subject matter revolves around Benny Morris absolutely despising every single historian that has come after him that was able to have access to these documents that were declassified, who then now use his work as he tried to desperately prop up Zionism as a viable alternative, as a viable and normal fucking nationalist movement. Now they all use his work to shit on him and to undermine everything he's claimed. Love that you brought up Benny Morris as the historian. To be fair, I was talking about historians that are Zionist, whose work you can look at. Anyway, if you come in here and you fucking shit on Jewish Voice for Peace, you are an unserious person, okay? I'm sorry. You are an unserious person. It is a good organization. I know a lot of the people that worked at that organization. I know a lot of people that work at that organization right now. It is absolutely ridiculous to fucking say that these guys are bad, that these guys are contributing to anti-Semitism. Okay? You close that JVP link. Yes, the article you had is a screenshot of an IG post of them saying that. I don't know them at all. Also, your chat needs to stop being dicks. I've done more work for Palestine than they ever have. Anyway, I unbanned you because I don't think you're that big of an asshole. Why is Fox News running with the whole but they drop warning leaflets narrative? Because Fox News loves genocide in general. Oh shit, Dr. Turpin's back. I am at the University of District of Columbia and HBCU. You should take my Black Feminism course or my Black LGBTQIA course next spring. That's crazy. Dr. Turpin is back. We unbanned her. Sorry for ever banning you, Dr. Turpin. That was fire. I'm glad that you've been in here this entire time. And you never actually left. That's pretty fire. Hasan, why are Christians supporting Jews when in history and crusades they were slaughtered by Christians? Do you know? What? This is such a fucking weird question. Christians are historically anti-Semitic. They still are anti-Semitic. It's just not as anti-Semitic as they historically used to be. Okay? But the only reason why they care about Israel is not because they care about Jews at all. There are plenty of anti-Semitic people in America. More anti-Semitic people in America are rigid supporters of Israel's apartheid and Zionism in general than American Jews who are critical of apartheid, for example, and American Jews who are supportive of Israel's apartheid. If you want to talk about numbers. Anyway, let's continue. Let's finish this
your
video.
hospital, well, Al-Quds Hospital and Al-Shifa Hospital. What's going to happen next? What have you got in place?
Well, I mean, what we are doing, of course, is calling on all the parties and having a bilateral conversation with different stakeholders to avoid that hospitals will become a target, so to protect as much as possible the hospital, and we are strengthening all our efforts to get humanitarian aid in from the southern border. Then, of course, we do hope that these two, I mean, the combination between the two, so let's say diplomacy in closed door condition and bringing humanitarian aid inside the Gaza Strip will help our colleagues in the hospital.
Like, how do you read this? I'm sorry, I'm still on this. That fucking Volodymyr Zelensky League of Legends name chatter. How do you fucking read this and, like, not realize how unimaginably fucking stupid this goddamn website is, dude? Increasingly one-sided positions on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's like, dude, are you fucking joking? Are you joking? One-sided? Of course they're one-sided on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Who the fuck isn't one-sided on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? You guys are one-sided. You side with the genocide. That's it. There's only one side you can take in the situation. Anyone who tries to fucking say it's complex is just trying to morally whitewash their genocidal defense. That's it. There's one side. You're either on the side of Israel or you're on the side of Palestinians. Okay? And because it is an apartheid regime, I am on the side of those who are unjustifiably subjected to the conditions of an apartheid state. Those people happen to be Palestinian. If they were Jewish, then I would be on the side of the Jewish people in this regard. It's ridiculous. ADL sucks and I hate them. I just don't want people to say Israeli civilians don't exist. There are many of us who are activists against Zionism. Okay. Bolívar Ziliansky. You literally asked for examples of Zionist historians. You're right. That's why I unbanned you. I was being rude because I was being rude because I thought you were trolling. My bad. And then I realized that I asked. So you're right. I don't like Morris. You asked names from Zionist historians. I guess I didn't do more than your chat because they donated a shit ton. But being anti-Zionist in Israel leads to insane ostracization and trying to argue that not every civilian is a valid target should be a wild claim. I don't agree. I don't think that every civilian is a valid target. Okay? I don't agree with that. I don't think that every civilian is a valid target. I don't even listen. Under the legal distinction of international law, technically settlers are, but even then I don't agree with that because I don't think that that is an appropriate way to deal with the problem. I don't think it's an appropriate way to deal with the problem at all. That's why I am a one-state solutionist. ADL sucks and I hate them. Okay, you are redeemed, yes. But being anti-Zionist in Israel leads to insane ostracization. ADL sucks and I hate them. There are many of us activists who are against Zionism. I know. Anyway. To be fair, a lot of Christian Zionists probably misunderstand the question and are thinking about the biblical story of God giving Jews Israel rather than the UN giving it to them. Yeah. I don't think that it's I don't think the UN factors into their biblical interpretation of why Israel belongs to Jews and Jews only. All the Jews. Not just Jews only, but all the Jews. A lot of people don't even think about that part where you have to like send all of the Jewish people to Israel in order to trigger the rapture. Unless I misunderstood it, and it's just simply only Jews. It could be one of the. I don't know if it's only Jews or if it's all the Jews. You know what I mean? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's all the Jews, but also only Jews. Okay. Like, look. The thing is, in a lot of these protests, especially like Jewish Voice for Peace, there are going to be people that fucking post up with shit that you think is completely unacceptable, things that I think are unacceptable. There's, of course, a line that I draw in, like, you know, people that are just openly anti-Semitic. Okay? But none of this still changes my opinion of this movement, and none of this still changes my opinion of Jewish Voice for Peace. As far as, like, when it comes to BDS, by the way, like, ridiculous that they would fucking be like, oh, they're one-sided on this conflict. JVP also was dismissive of Israeli fears on terrorism perpetrated by Palestinians and comes dangerously close to excusing Palestinian violence. Oh, God. Can't even, just... A 2016 conversation guide to Israeli-Palestinian conflict, JVP states that although it opposes all violence against civilians, the real threat of terrorism does not justify Israeli policies. The uprising happening in Palestine today is the inevitable result of decades of occupation, dispossession, and state violence, which is true. This is just objectively true. The right to resist colonization is enshrined in international law. The resistance will only end when the Israeli government stops brutally oppressing Palestinians. Literally, it's true. JVP's one-sided approach, which ignores Israel's own anxiety over the threat of terrorism, does nothing to disrupt the cycle of fear. Oh, my God. Okay. Israel is the responsible party because it has all of the power. We've talked about this a million times over. I don't want to repeat it again and again and again and again. It is true. They have, like, it. Not only is it true, but it also basically shows. It also basically shows the fucking equation. One side getting fucking brutally and ruthlessly massacred. The other side has anxiety. Child of Adam. Nothing wrong in hating ideologies, not the same as skin color, race, etc. Oh, okay. I thought you were fucking... Did you know Naomi Klein has been on the board of JVP for 15 years? I did not know that. All right. Here.
Again, you're watching Al Jazeera's continued coverage of Israel's war on Gaza. And in 24 days of that war, the number of Palestinians killed has now risen to 8,306. That includes at least 3,000 children. That's one child killed every 10 minutes. In the occupied West Bank, 121 people have been killed. The Israeli government says more than 1,400 Israelis were killed in Hamas's...
Oh my God, dude, people are getting increasingly more stupid as the day goes on. Chatter, I covered the long history of Jewish-Muslim relations for like 3 hours today, earlier in the day. Just go back to the VOD and watch it. I don't think I can respond to this at this point because it's ridiculous. History of the Arabs trying to genocide the Jews past 100 years. I mean, the history of Jews versus Arab thing goes back to the Crusades. Brother, there is no more deadly force upon the international Jewish population than Christians. The idea that Christians have been defenders of Jewish people is fucking psychotic. Like, we are not that far removed from the Holocaust. You cannot fucking say this, okay? It is insane. Like, even if you just forget about the pogroms, the Inquisition, like numerous ethnic cleansing campaigns that Jews had to withstand in Europe, okay? Even if you don't know about any of that, like, the fucking Holocaust happened. It's not that far ago. It's not that far along the history. It happened like your grandparents might be alive, might have been alive during it. What the fuck are you saying?
attack on October the 7th. And the Israeli military says there are 239 captives being held in Gaza. Hamas has released video of 3 of those captives it's holding in Gaza. They are heard criticizing.
My dad's a historian. He's been in and out of the Middle East since the Gulf Wars and says this is a perpetuity cycle of hatred. Yeah, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I don't want to fucking lift the veil, but your dad's a fucking dumbass, dude. Sorry. Love you, but your dad is just fucking wrong. I don't know how else to describe how wrong your dad is. You should ask him about how he feels about the fucking Gulf Wars. I'm your dad now. He thinks that was dumb? Okay. Well, your dad is wrong on the history of Jews versus Arabs. Also, just entirely wrong because there are Arab Jews.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and they call on the government to release Palestinians held in Israeli prisons in exchange for captives. Let's hear now from Akiva Eldar, who's a contributor to Haaretz newspaper. He joins us live now from Tel Aviv.
I'm a historian, and his dad's take is literally I watch World War II history on History Channel, old guy take, yeah.
Perspective from Israel. And so, Akiva, this video, it's highly emotive and played by Hamas for full political gain, described by Netanyahu as cruel psychological propaganda. How is it being received in Israel?
It comes, Nick, in the middle of a huge campaign. Right now, it is starting next to my house. There is an abductive Israeli soldier who, by the way, has an American passport. His father met with President Biden when he was here and visited also New York. And I think that what you see now in the streets in Tel Aviv and elsewhere is just the tip of the iceberg. Just to remind you, Nick, in 2006, an Israeli soldier was abducted, Gilad Shalit, and until 2011, for 5 years, there was a huge campaign, and we're talking about a single Israeli soldier. Now, just compare it to what's happening now with women, 30 little children abducted. The Israeli public opinion is divided between those who believe that Israel should pay any price. And you mentioned releasing the Palestinian prisoner. For Gilad Shalit, Israel released 1,000 Hamas prisoners, including Ismail Haniyeh. On the other hand, there are people like, for instance, in his press conference, Netanyahu said that when he was asked about the Gilad Shalit deal, that actually he admitted that this was a mistake. He should review this policy again.
Right, so do you think that there's a sense that the captives that are held in Gaza and their safety, or not perhaps, how is it being factored in by the military planners of the ongoing assault?
The message which is coming out of the Israeli government is, if you would to put it in a slogan, is that we are going to destroy the Hamas as if we don't have to care about the captives. And
I mean, it's true. Destroy Hamas like you destroy the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. Here's the German ad break now.
we'll do everything to get out the captives as if we don't have to destroy Hamas. And
dude, this is awesome. Allegation: Israel commits acts of genocide. Questions complexities and context. It's always complex. It's too complex. Oh my God, I fucking hate the ADL so much. I fucking hate the ADL so much. In the heightened rhetoric of present day, Israel is sometimes accused of committing acts of genocide against the Palestinians. Genocide is a legal term, and in no way do Israeli politicians' policies and actions meet this legal threshold. It does. Like, even if you say, wait, what do they say? What about Israel being an apartheid state? Do they have that? Israel definitely does meet those standards. It's an apartheid state. An apartheid state is genocidal. It's inaccurate, offensive, and often used to delegitimize and denigrate Israel as a whole. Yeah, I mean, ADL is a genocide-denying organization. I will never take them as seriously ever again. So, there it is. I mean, I never really did take them seriously because they used to say, I mean, they are the guys in America that say anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, which is just objectively untrue. Oh my God. The Neturei Karta are anti-Semitic. You can say a lot about the Neturei Karta. I don't know if you can say that they're anti-Semitic, but I mean, they got a lot of, yeah, they got a lot of wild stuff. Like the group's participation in a call. I mean, this is the group's participation in a Holocaust Review Conference in Tehran, which was attended by the host of the International Holocaust Deniers. I mean, there's a reason why I don't use the Neturei Karta as a valid reason, even though everyone is always fucking trying to get me to you know, use the Neturei Karta as a valid. I can't believe there's an international Holocaust denial. There's a fucking Holocaust denial conference. What the fuck? Okay, I'll say it. I don't think that's a good conference. I feel like that's so insane. What the fuck? Like, what are they? Iran is out of control, dude. Bro, they did an international, it was attended by a host of international Holocaust deniers. Okay, I need to learn more about this now. I mean, they're also very conservative too, on top of that, but what the fuck is this? International Holocaust Denial Conference? I feel like that's such an insane thing to ask. Holocaust deniers gather in Iran for scientific conference. I love that they hosted this psychotic thing. And then they were like, we're scientifically denying the Holocaust. Like, what science are you doing? They were like, we're bringing our biggest haters together. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. To be fair, it was mostly Ahmadinejad, to be fair, law. Even the clerics were not too pleased. The conference provoked strong criticism. The Vatican condemned it. The U.S. administration, George W. Bush, called it an affront to the entire civilized world. This is losing the idea. I don't give a fuck war if I've ever seen it. No, it's like he literally pulled together the player haters ball of anti-Semites. David Duke attended the conference. Politician George Thiel, a member of the French National Front, who was convicted under France's Holocaust denial laws, as did the German-Australian Frederick Turban, founder and head of the Adelaide Institute, who's been imprisoned in Germany for 3 months in 1999 for Holocaust denial. Robert Forreston, a convicted Holocaust denier from France. Also, dude, there's too many French. I'm noticing a lot of French in this, okay? Motherfuckers are out there denying the Holocaust like a sport, okay? They're out there denying it like it's, what's happening? What's going on? It's such a weird thing to devote your life to. Yeah, like... Psychologist Bendik Frings, a leading member of the German National Democratic Party, was invited by the Iranian Deputy Minister of Islamic Guidance, Muhammad Ali Ramin. Frings said he had waited for such a conference all my childhood. What the fuck? What a fucking loser. Thing with Neturei Karta, if I recall correctly, is they believe Jews are in exile and then don't deserve Israel. Yes, they believe that Israel will be given to them when the Messiah comes by sheer magic, like the power of magic. I mean, there's different interpretations of the Torah where they believe that Jews are not supposed to have a nation. Like, there's no justification in the Torah for Jews having a nation, and but I mean, this is still ridiculous. Like, bro, he's going to the Holocaust denial conference. Like, come on. Who the fuck wakes up and is like a German child and goes, man, I've been waiting for this conference my entire childhood. Oh boy, I cannot wait for a Holocaust conference to occur. Like, get new opinions, honestly, at that point. Michel Renouf, an Australian-born British defender of the Holocaust denial author, David Irving, also attended at the conference. Renouf claimed that all the terrible things that happened to the Jews were brought upon by Jewish leaders. The fuck? Israel Arab lawyer Khaled Qassab Mohammed was invited by the Iranian government, who rescinded his permission after it was discovered that he holds Israeli citizenship. Iran does not grant visas to Israelis. According to Haaretz, Mohammed intended to tell the conference that the Holocaust did happen and that Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad's position of Holocaust denial is wrong. President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was quoted as saying, "The Zionist regime will be wiped out soon as the way the Soviet Union was, and humanity will achieve freedom, and elections should be held among Jews, Christians, and Muslims so the population of Palestine can select their government and destiny for themselves in a democratic manner." Bro, how do you do a Holocaust conference where you deny the Holocaust, simultaneously celebrate the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which I understand why you personally would, but then also turn around and have this like very even-keeled approach? Like, he says like it should be wiped out and then there should be a secular election. Like, these things don't match up. You know what I mean? Like, it just simply does not match up. You can't, on the one hand, I mean, you say this at the fucking Holocaust denial conference, well then those things are ridiculous all of a sudden. You know what I mean? Oh, apparently they went to the Neturei Karta actually did go to the Holocaust conference to express the Orthodox Jewish viewpoint. And Cohen said that while the Holocaust indisputably happened, in no way can it be used as a justification for perpetuating unjust acts against the Palestinians. Damn. So he went to Holocon specifically to be like, no, the Holocaust happened. Papers delivered by participants from countries ranging from Austria to Indonesia include a challenge to the official Holocaust story and Holocaust, the Achilles heel of primordial Jewish Trojan. What? Wait, David Duke gave a speech in which he said, in Europe you can freely question, ridicule, and deny Jesus Christ. The same is true for Prophet Muhammad, and nothing will happen to you. But offer a single question to the smallest part of the Holocaust, and you face prison. David Duke is like hyping up Muslims. That's how much he hates Jews. Like, see, this is one guy. Let me tell you something. This is one guy who definitely does hate Jews more than he hates Muslims. Not many anti-Semites are like this, okay? But this guy, he went there. A true hater. Rabbi Aharon Cohen told the conference, there is no doubt whatsoever that during World War II, there developed a terrible and catastrophic policy and action of genocide perpetrated by Nazi Germany against the Jewish people. Were they booing him when he came up? They were like, boo. Like he went up there to Holocon to just fucking tell everybody, like, no, it did indisputably happen, you fucking pieces of shit. The figure of 6 million is regularly quoted. It's confirmed by innumerable eyewitness survivors and fully documented again and again. The figure of 6 million is regularly quoted. One may wish to dispute this actual figure, but the crime was just as dreadful. Whether the millions of victims number 6 million, 5 million, or 4 million, the method of murder is also irrelevant, whether it was by gas chamber, firing squads, or whatever. The evil was the same. It'd be a terrible affront to the memory of those who perished to belittle the guilt of the crime in any way. Dude, one of the wildest things, like I've looked into all of the many different ways that fascist rhetoric works, right? And obviously, like Holocaust denial and Holocaust revisionism and anti-Semitism is like a pretty common way to recognize whether someone is a fascist or not. And it's so strange, like how some of these guys will. Like, they will try to deny it in the weirdest ways possible. Like, such marginal ways. Like, he maintained a suggestion that diesel exhaust gas chambers are an outright lie and showed a model of the Treblinka extermination camp. And he claimed that up to 10,000 people died in the camp, but of disease instead of planned extermination. Oh, okay, got it, dude. Like, it's such a weird... I mean, it's already ridiculous. It's already completely and utterly ridiculous to deny, like, it's so inhumane to deny one of the worst atrocities that has ever happened, right? But like, but to deny it in such an odd way where you're like, I don't know, I don't understand it. I mean, especially when there's like obviously like so much evidence. You never knew that there were people who denied that part of history, to be honest? Wait, you didn't know that people deny the Holocaust? Dude, it is... The fuck? Yes. You probably know people who deny the Holocaust. It is incredibly common. Unfortunately, all too common. Yeah, these guys are saying the Holocaust didn't happen, but they also think it's good. Yeah, that's the other common rhetoric. By the way, if you want to know how controversial this was, even in Iran, in the midst of all this, at the behest of the clerics, the Iranian state TV commissioned and aired an Iranian analog of Schindler's List. They're like, Ahmadinejad, you've brought great shame. What are you doing? Why did you bring that fucking piece of shit David Duke here? Fun fact, Netanyahu's son is famously a fan of David Duke. Well, Netanyahu's son, Yair, is literally like a 4chan groiper. Yeah, he posts shit like this. Soros and reptilians controlling the world. Yair Netanyahu posed meme rife with anti-Semitic themes. Like Daily Stormer shit. Look, the Daily Stormer wrote, Netanyahu's son posed awesome meme blaming the Jews for bringing down his Jew father. Like, yeah. They love him at 4chan. There were counter conferences conducted. Yair is vibing, living life in Miami. Yeah. Anyway, what the fuck? Oh wait, did they clarify that the guys went there to be like the Holocaust did happen, or no? They're demonstrated the group's willingness to meet with the vilest of extremists. I was having a conversation with some Jewish people on Twitter, and one of them literally just said that there's no genocide and attached a picture saying that the population in Palestine has grown 155% in 32 years. Yes, famously, places that have really low standards of living, it diminish population growth. It's the opposite. Yes, when you fucking cripple an entire area, they don't have fucking birth control, and they have no jobs. Yes, the population grows. You should ask them why they think the fucking average age is like 50 or not 50, 47% is under the age of 14, and that 50% of Gaza is under the age of 18. But 47% specifically, more than 50% is under the age of 18. But 47% is under the age of 14, dude. It's a literal fucking Nazi talking point. You want to know why? Because you can't fucking kill people all that easily unless you like throw a nuke, which America has done. That's why the Holocaust is a unique historical evil, because the machine that was able to slaughter 12 million people required diligent, required careful maintenance. Not easy to do that. Very, 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 you have to be very ruthless and very efficient. You can't kill that many people. Especially when you have to rely on the Western world's support for all of the killing that you're engaging in. That's the main thing holding, in my opinion, Israel back has always been their need for international support.
Actually, Nick, it's a paradox, because the Israeli army and even Netanyahu knows that every day that passes with those children and women in jail, and while Israel is striking both from the air and from the ground, the chances to get them out are getting little and little, and the pressure from the public opinion is greater. Now, as Netanyahu said in reaction to the release of this video...
What about applying that to the Armenian genocide? The Holocaust is not an outlier? What do you mean? Like, it is, the Armenian genocide happened. It is a real genocide. It was horrifyingly evil. What do you mean? Like, I don't understand. Are you making genocide comparisons? Are you going to say the Armenian genocide is the same as the Holocaust? Is that what you're going to say? Because I said the Holocaust is a unique evil due to the sheer magnitude. Or was your goal to try to fucking say, like, I deny the Armenian genocide when I never have and never will, but because I'm Turkish, you just wanted to fucking drop that in there thinking you could catch me? Like, is that what it is? Are you being racist? Are you being a little racist baby? I mean, maybe not. He's talking about how historically France had been very anti-Semitic and had a low population of Jews in the 30s. So under the Nazi occupation from 40 to 45, the few Jews that existed were sent to the one of the two camps in France, or the rest were sent to Poland and Germany. France suffered the least under the Nazi occupation relatively. This is probably why the high levels of denial. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how he went from that to like... this question. Maybe they are being...
He said it's a kind of a psychological propaganda.
Yes.
And promised those women that Israel will do its best. But what they also said, they asked for a ceasefire. And this is something that Netanyahu, with his popularity, is not able to do right now, because he promised not to stop until he will put an end to the Hamas, and this may take months, if not more than a year.
Right, so he's already under a lot of pressure, as you've been alluding to. So really, this just stacks it up even more.
Yeah, and there are mothers who are writing articles. For instance, there was an article today in Haaretz that they cry for their children, and in the Israeli public opinion, rescuing captives, let alone children and women, is sacred. It's more important than everything. So these generals who appear on television are trying to explain the public opinion that, this is a sacrifice that we have to do in order to make sure that the Hamas will not do this again. And the Hamas knows that the Israeli public opinion is very fragile. And they are doing what I expected them to do. They are using those merchandise, human merchandise, in a cruel way. And they will put more and more pressure both on the Israeli public opinion, the United States, because there are more than 20 American citizens, there are French, there are Thais, in order to get what they want. And what they want at the beginning was to get their prisoners back home. But now they are looking for something else. They are looking for their own survival and the survival of the Hamas. And this is something that Netanyahu politically cannot afford.
And Akiva, one more thing. What's the general sense of public opinion, the mood in Israel? Of course, the anger about October the 7th runs very, very, very deep. But what is the overall sense, do you think? I imagine it's polarized, but sense about the scale of Israeli bombardment and the mass deaths that we've been seeing within Gaza?
Yeah. Nick, I'm afraid that the public opinion in Israel is moving more and more to the right. And you can see it even in what's happening between Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs. An attack on dormitories in Netanya, where there are Israeli Arabs who are living there. The police is arresting Israeli Palestinians for incitements on social media. It's now becoming a kind of a zero-sum game. It's us or there, and there is no mercy, because if you pity the Palestinians, at the end, you will pay the price. So it's actually a battle on the narrative. And right now, the narrative in Israel is that we are the victims, and all Hamas people, all the people of Gaza, they supported Hamas, they deserve it. Unfortunately, this is the mood right now, Nick.
All right, we'll leave it there for the moment. Do you appreciate your analysis, Akiva. That's Akiva Elder.
I covered this. Oh, I did not cover this. Yes, according to the Israel Democracy Institute, 83.4% of Israeli Jews don't think that Israel should take into consideration the suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. If you want to get a better understanding of what the mood is right now on the ground in Israel. Okay? According to the Jews in Israel, 47.5% say not at all. To what extent do you think that Israel should take into consideration the suffering of civilian Palestinian population in Gaza when planning the next phases of fighting there? Not at all is 47.5%. Not so much is 35.9%. Quite a lot, very much, I don't know, 3.7%. Of course, the Arabs, the Palestinian citizens of Israel, when you look at that, have the exact opposite opinion. I wonder why. But yes, when you look at the numbers of the general public, it's 70.8% that say either not so much or not at all. Now, remember this when remember this whenever people say like, oh dude, fucking it's the Palestinians that don't want any kind of resolution to this. Okay? It's not true. Does that say Jews or Christians? No, this designation, Jews or Arabs, is a designation made by the Israeli state. Although there are Arabs amongst the Jewish population, Arab Jews, in Israel, because it's a Jewish ethno-state, if you are Jewish, that means you are Jewish. If you're Arab, that means you are either Christian or Muslim. This is about ethnicity, not religion. Yes, but the ethnicity doesn't change the reality. There are plenty of Arab Jews. There are a lot of Arab Jews in Israel, but they are separated off of being Jewish, which is considered a specific designation, versus Arabs, which are Palestinian citizens of Israel. Jewish is an ethnic group as well. It's just comprised of many different ethnic groups. I don't like a lot of people. I don't think understand the like. I don't think people understand, I guess, the complexities in this situation, and by that I mean like, obviously the situation is not complex in the sense that like it is an apartheid that is unjustifiable. It must end. However, the complexities and the intricacies are complicated if you are completely unfamiliar with how it works. Israel is definitionally a Jewish ethno-state. There are Arab Jews and there are Arab Christians and Arab Muslims, right? But Arab Jews are designated as Jews, full citizens of Israel. There is a specific subclassification for non-Jewish Arabs, although the correct terminology for it is Palestinian citizens of Israel. We should remember this for when Zionists decades from now say we didn't know how bad it really was. I mean, it's going to be a lot of Americans that say it as well. Like, it's mostly American Zionists that will say, oh, I fucking had no idea. It's like, they've engaged in a slow ethnic displacement campaign in numerous different parts of both occupied West Bank and also in Gaza. And they've greatly accelerated their ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza this time around. People hide their identity to avoid persecution from fascists. Wait, what did you say? Almost all Arab Jews in Israel don't consider themselves Arabs. They were ashamed too much of it because Arab is the enemy. Yeah, no, Arab Jews in Israel do not consider themselves to be Arabs. They consider themselves to be Jewish, and they will say, fuck, I don't want to fuck this up. They're Mizrahi Jews. Yes. If you tell an Arab Jewish person in Israel that they're Arab, they will say they are Mizrahi. They're Mizrahi Jews. They're not Arabs. I mean, it's not when you or Sephardic. They will literally say, I'm a Moroccan Jew, but not Arab Jew. So, for example, when you say, who cares? I don't understand. Yeah, you don't understand because you don't live in a fucking ethno-state. Obviously, if you lived in an apartheid regime, in an ethno-state, this designation would be very important to you because you have to maintain your ethnic superiority to those who you are humiliating and subjugating to living in an apartheid state. So of course, despite the fact that like you are literally from the same countries and have very similar cultures, and the only thing that is different is like I guess Hebrew, if you know how to speak Hebrew, or specifically if you speak Arabic or not, and your religion. It's an important distinction when one gives you full-blown rights and the other gives you nothing, just humiliation and less rights and virtually no representation. Like quite a lot versus very much. It's crazy. It's crazy that like there's like 13% of the Jewish citizens of Israel say they care a lot or a little bit about the Palestinian population. Anyway. I grew up in apartheid South Africa. All I can say regarding your comment on apartheid in Israel, OMG, use your brain. Persian Jews are Mizrahi. Not all Middle Eastern Jews are Arab, even if they're from Arab regions. Sumerians are not Arab, for example. I think all of that designation it reeks of the same shit that Lebanese people say. Like, oh, I'm Phoenician. Sure, okay, fine. It's just like different ways of trying to escape the Arab designation. That fits with Jewish Israelis who want one state with equal rights, also about 14%. Yeah, for those of you who say like this poll is not indicative of anything, no, it is. It is definitely fairly consistent with like opinions that the Israeli right and far right holds. That's why every single time you see someone who is anti-apartheid or anti-Zionist from Israel, they will openly tell you that it's like literally considered the worst thing to be. They will say, you're a communist, you're a socialist. That's why the one Israeli chatter was saying, like, I get ostracized by my friends and family for my positions. It's true. It's like, it's not. I mean, they literally fucking suspended their politician who is of the furthest left party you can be in, for saying that October 7 is directly in the hands of the occupation. So, really fucked up. It's one of the ways that I have. It's one of the ways that I have described that, like, living in a fascist regime like this will rob you of your soul and end up harming you. You live in a constant state of paranoia. Paranoia born out of, like, legitimate fear in some respects for your own security. Fears about your security born out of the apartheid regime to begin with. But it's just like, it breaks your fucking brain. It breaks your humanity. Of course, that kind of suffering is nothing in comparison to what Palestinian people withstand.
أتمنى لهم إنه تصير هدنة ونرجع على دورنا.
This is in Khan Yunis.
وننام. أجينا هنا لأنه فيش حدا عنا. مش كويس هنا العيش، حرام. وائل صالحة 5 سنين، ونحن أبويا وأمي وإخوات هم 3، سلمى وحلاء وسارة. قصفوا بيوتنا ونهدد بالشبابيك وقعوا. نحن خفنا، جينا هام قالوا لنا روحوا، رنوا على عمي وقالوا لنا روحوا من مكان. وبعدين احنا وصلنا ولقينا كار فيها وسخ وركبنا عليها.
One thing I want to mention here, I'm not like a big over clarifier, but what Palestinian children go through, according to medical diagnoses conducted by professionals, cannot be considered post-traumatic stress disorder because the trauma never stops. Therefore, it's something different than the PTSD that, for example, war veterans experience, because there is no post there. It is different than regular. It is different than regular post-traumatic stress disorder. I think is it complex PTSD, which means it's perpetual trauma and it's active. There is no post because their entire lives are shell shock. PTSD is perpetual, like years of child abuse, neglect, but it's usually in the post term. Yeah, 95% of the children of Gaza have this.
ماما تصاوبت بإيدها وأختي الصغيرة تصاوبت بوجهها وجريها وإيدها. ناخدش راحتنا، كل حاجة مقرفة، وفيش فراش يعني ننام عليها، أما بتفرش بطانية وكلنا بننام عليها، وفيش حدا طايق حدا ومشاكل وقرف، كله فوق بعض. نحنا ما فيش ولا مية ولا كهرباء ولا إشي إن نشرب، عطشانين. أنا بتمنى أن نرجع لمدارسنا ولا بيوتنا ولا دورنا ما بغناش بخيام وعنا مران بننامش
ليش؟
الحاجة اللي زي هيك من الخوف هو
بنخاف على أرواحنا. أصير أنا إيش أرجف حرف دي أرجف ودي يصير رجعوني.
أتمنى يصير تهدئة إنه يصير هدنة وما يصابش أحد تاني منا.
نفسي نرجع نصير هدنة ونرجع على الدار على بيوتنا ونحرف ننام ونكيف. أنا هيك حابب.
כל החברים בשכונה מתים, הם והילדים שלהם.
איבדתי את אבא שלי.
אני איבדתי חברים.
איבדתי את העולם שהכרתי.
אני איבדתי את הכל.
אנחנו זוחלים בשדה, בתוך התעלה.
את הריח של הגופה, של הגילוי, אני זוכרת.
ביניהם גם גופות של חברים שלנו.
מדשאות מלאות בגופות.
הצילו, הם פה, הם רוצחים אותנו.
אני מאוד האמנתי שהאנשים בצד השני הם לא מחבלים, הם רוצים לחיות בשלום כמוני. אבל אנחנו היום לא יכולים לתת אמון באף אחד.
אני כל הזמן האמנתי שהאימא מהצד הזה של הגדר רוצה בדיוק את מה שהאימא מהצד השני. שהילדים שלנו יקבלו חינוך, ושהם יצחקו ושהם יוכלו לאכול גלידה, ואת הדברים הבסיסיים, האידיוטיים והיומיומיים האלה. אני לא יודעת אם אני אצליח לחזור.
It's interesting juxtaposition because both of these videos feature innocent citizens. Okay? Both of these videos feature innocent civilians that withstood atrocities. But one side's children are relegated to living inside of tents, whereas these innocent civilians were able to go to and extracted into a hotel in the Dead Sea. And only one side's actions are considered utterly and completely unjustifiable, and the other side's actions regularly are not even considered to be condemnable actions. And as a matter of fact, if you say ceasefire, if you ask to stop one side's actions, if you understandably demand a stop to Hamas's actions, it's normal, valid. If you demand a stop to Israel's actions, it's by some definitions considered to be anti-Semitic, even according to the ads that we saw in Times Square.
אני כאילו שמאלנית מהנפש שלי בקטע של גם שהיו סבבים והייתי רואה נגיד סרטונים משם של אמא וילדים, הייתי בוכה, באמת, נקרא לי הלב. עכשיו אני רואה את זה ואני כאילו כבר אין בי את האמפתיה הזאת, אין בי את זה, זה כבר הלך ממני, זה רחוק ממני.
Is the From the River Freedom slogan banned from your chat now? What? No. Why the fuck would it be? No, I've never said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is a bad thing to say, nor is it anti-Semitic, nor it means I saw it get deleted. I mean, look at this. From the river to the sea, Palestine would be free. What are you talking about?
זה קרה את זה, ואני קטונים משם של אמא של
אם אני אצליח.
גם שהיו סבבים והייתי רואה נגיד סרטונים משם של אמא וילדים, הייתי בוכה, באמת, נקרא לי הלב. עכשיו אני רואה את זה ואני כאילו כבר אין בי את האמפתיה הזאת, אין בי את זה, זה כבר הלך ממני, זה רחוק ממני.
Also, it's because that person was probably spamming it, and that's why they got timed out by FOSSA bot. That's probably what it is. On Reddit, they're trying to claim that from the river to the sea is a bigoted face. Yeah, I don't care. It's not new, guys. Mark Lamont Hill was literally fired from CNN for saying it. So, you know, this has been a thing that's ongoing for a very long time. Shout out, repressive states are trying to cast it from the river to the sea as inciting violence because they can criminalize protesting. Yeah. Kita Cat, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3 minute right now. Also, who cares, man? Who fucking cares about what Reddit says? I mean, it's just not relevant. There's a pro-Israel billboard in Barrington, Santa Monica, and if it was pro-Palestinian, it would not be allowed. Yes, 100%. All right, let's continue. Terrorist attacks in Israel killed 1,400 people. Hundreds were taken hostage. Displaced. These survivors are now living at this hotel.
חשבנו שאנחנו כל יכולים והיינו עסוקים בשטויות של פוליטיקה, וימין או שמאל או בג"ץ או...
Right versus left. High Court of Justice. Who will sit where? See, this is really fucking important. This is really important. Right versus left. High Court of Justice. Who will sit where? You cannot have these political conversations while not seeing the brutality of the apartheid. It was in many instances. Joby 180, thank you for the 25, get the subs. Okay? This is something that anti-apartheid activists openly stated during those protests. I talked about this, that you could not watch these protests unfold and not recognize that a part of the reason why the government can go further and further right is because they justify the brutality and the violence and turn it into, or try to legitimize those violent acts.
יושב שם, וואו, הכל אבל הבלים. אבל אני כן חושבת שהיינו זכוכים. היינו באיזשהו מקום שעננים.
She said we were arrogant and we were complicit. For the record, I need you to understand something. She said we were arrogant and she said we were complicit. A lot of those people that live inside of the kibbutz, we were complicit, not complicit, complacent. Sorry, she said complacent. Fine. Doesn't matter. Even though she said complacent, she said we were arrogant. She said we were arrogant and we were complacent. A lot of the people that lived in these kibbutz kibbutzim were and still are, and you've heard from some of those victims about what their moral clarity looks like, even in this very devastating moment. Okay, after seeing all their loved ones get fucking murdered. Why would Hamas attack a kibbutz filled with leftists? Brother, are you crazy? Yeah, I wonder why they attacked anyone and everyone that is like right near the border. The real question you should ask yourself, that many in these kibbutzim have said time and time again, is why are these border towns not better protected? And why is it that those are the kinds of people that have empathy for the Palestinians that are in those border towns? Okay, sister. Like, they don't fucking know. I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand the demographics of the militants in this situation. They're like 18, 19, 20 years old. They have never seen, some of them have never fucking seen the outside. They've never fucking seen an Israeli person. Some of their only experiences with like Israel is fucking bombs being dropped on their head. This is not a normal situation. You're thinking about it with your own normal brain and you're going, what the fuck? Why didn't they avoid this? Or like, they had no You were arrogant, so you'll change, right? Not just kill people 100 times harder. Well, these people, even if they're against the Israeli government's actions, like their voices are not represented or heard.
שני הדברים שאיבדתי.
הרבה מהקיבוץ היו כאלה שהסיעו עזתים לטיפולים בבתי חולים. אנחנו, האוטו שלי הסיע, שאנחנו מבינים שזה לא רק מחבלים, זה כואב הרבה יותר.
ישראל היא בהחלט סימן שאלה בשבילי, כרגע. אני מרגישה שכבר אין לי ערך סנטימנטלי למקום שאני גרה בו, כי אם את שמה על כף המאזניים את הערך הסנטימנטלי או את הביטחון של המשפחה שלי, הביטחון לוקח בגדול.
באמת חינכתי אותם לראות כל בן אדם באשר הוא. אני ממש מקווה שאני אצליח לחזור להאמין בזה. זה פשוט קשה לי, אני אומרת, זה פוגע במוסר שלי. לא רק שרצחו לי חברים וחברות ופגעו בילדים שלי, ושרטו אותנו.
מצטערת, סליחה.
אוקיי, צריך
אני
לפרק ממך.
זה גדול עליי, אני סליחה אמא.
הכל טוב לולי.
אם הייתי יכולה להגיד לביבי נתניהו?
הייתי אומר לו שהוא...
מי זה נתניהו? מי זה נתניהו?
והשאלה הראשונה כנראה הייתה, גם אם לא הצבעתי לך, אני עדיין חלק מהמדינה, למה אתה לא דואג לי? למה אתה לא דואג לילדים שלי? איפה אתה?
אני יכולה להגיד שאני מהתומכים של ביבי נתניהו, ואני הצבעתי עבורו בכל מערכת בחירות. היום הנאומים שלו נשמעים לי חוזרים על עצמם.
וזה הבגידה של מדינת ישראל בנו.
Hey, never mind, I take it back. She's saying that they're arrogant, but not in a way where it is, not in a way where she's saying like Bibi Netanyahu did a good, or I don't know. She wasn't saying that they are complacent and arrogant in the sense that like it is a, you're missing the point of this video. Is a video to say all the Gazans turned out to be bad and they thought they wanted peace. I could be wrong, but you're missing it. No, they are saying that. Of course, they are victims of trauma. Of course they have this perspective. There are still a plenty of people that are also victims that the New York Times did not interview that we have shown on this on this video, on this broadcast, that have said the exact opposite. Ultimately, none of it matters. Even if every single one of them universally was like, Netanyahu fucking sucks, and the apartheid fucking sucks. It's crazy. We should stop it. It would not change a single thing. Depending on how far along the brainwashing the supporters of Netanyahu or the supporters of ethnic cleansing are, they would probably spit on these people if they fucking said Netanyahu is in the wrong. There are bibis out there that literally fucking rip posters of the hostages in Israel. There's a reason why you don't let the families of murder victims decide the punishment for the murderer. Israel should not have the power to dictate what happens to the Palestinian people. I mean, it's not even, I don't think their opinions are in any way, shape, or form important in Israel's grand scheme over Palestinians. They're not. Again, it comes back to this point. The right-wing government is more bothered about protecting illegal settlers in the West Bank than Israelis living within the state of Israel. That's why so many IDF brigades were in places like Jenin and not somewhere like the Be'eri. The government politics contributed to the negligence that killed some of these people. Absolutely. It entirely, the government's politics of violence 100% constituted a security threat because it created an environment, a hotbed of radicalization. That's number one. Some people have the moral clarity to recognize that, and that's very important because that when you recognize that, you start understanding that that is the only way to assure permanent security for everyone, okay? It is the end of the occupation and the end of the apartheid. That is the only way that you can have permanent security assurances for everyone that lives there. Not just the 9 million Israeli civilians, not just the 9 million Israeli citizens, but overall the 5 million Palestinians that live under Israeli occupation as well. So that's number one. Number two is their endless interest in continuing to justify their existence in the West Bank and to continue the ethnic cleansing and the pogroms that occur in certain villages in the West Bank. They brought in additional security because that was Itamar Ben-Gvir's original design. And it still is their design. And they're still acting out on those desires, by the way. They've bombed Jenin twice at this point. Since October 7. That's the West Bank. They're not just bombing Gaza, they're bombing the West Bank too, and this horniness that they have to fucking kill as many Palestinians as possible. Both of these are two major factors as to how October 7 happened and why October 7 happened.
שיתרחק מזה, שלא יתערב בזה, שלא יהיה קרוב לזה, שילך להתנקות.
זהו. אני ממש צריכה לרוץ, סליחה. אני צריכה לרוץ ללוויה.
This is pick a side now. There's precious little space in social media for neutrality. The truth is the first casualty in war. Empathy is the second. Wait, what the fuck is this?
Being, and you're not outraged by this? That is a serious problem.
Where is your humanity?
You're gonna have to pick a side.
There's no equivocating this.
And your silence is deafening.
You gotta pick a side. You better pick a side.
I don't know how you can sit there and say, I don't support either side.
What's your opinion on the war in the Middle East? I'm afraid.
I mean, I have picked a side. I'm on the side of those who are oppressed, 100%. I'm on the side of civilians. I'm on the side of emancipation. Like, I think it's fucking quite ridiculous to ask this question. I'm on the not apartheid state side, okay? So stupid.
I'm going to have to insist.
It's that easy. It is that simple. It is that simple. One, is Israel an apartheid state? If yes, do you think it's okay for Israel to be an apartheid state? That's it. These are the two questions that always need to be answered. Do you agree with the international community and virtually every single NGO, Holocaust historians, genocide scholars, activists, and not Ben Shapiro, PragerU, and American politicians and American and Western media, that Israel is an apartheid state? If yes, if you understand that, okay, if you understand that, then do you think Israel should stop being an apartheid state is the next question.
Based on an answer. There are wars raging all across our small planet, but today you're only required to take a stance on one.
I stand with and I am praying for Israel.
I have and always will fully support Palestine.
Your silence isn't just suspicious.
What should I do with my silent, fake, woke?
Like, it's nuts. It's nuts to just, like, fucking sit there in your Hollywood home and just fucking be like, dude, why aren't you championing killing more Palestinian babies? Okay? It's fucking nuts, dude. It's nuts. Why aren't you clapping harder? Is an insane expectation. You should be excited at the prospect that people at least are like too afraid to say something because you're going to fucking call them anti-Semitic, okay? That's it. Like, you should be grateful that more motherfuckers are not going, what the fuck are you doing?
Liberal, non-Jewish friends.
It aids the enemy.
Your silence has been very clear
Nobody on 9/11 said, I support both sides.
About where you stand.
9/11 is such a fucking perfect analogy for the situation. It's so perfect. It's so fucking perfect. Because the reality is that it was also the failures of the American state. And everything that we did after 9/11 was infinitely worse than 9/11. I don't think anybody fucking disagrees with that, right? At this point. 9/11 was a consequence of blowback. If we are to talk about October 7th in comparison to 9/11, okay, it's clip chimp bait, fam. I mean, I'm not saying anything I haven't said. Fucking ridiculous. I'm not saying anything I haven't written on the Huffington Post. I'm not saying anything that I have not said time and time again. Okay? And we didn't fucking listen to anything at that point either. And look how that turned out. I know, I just hate watching you get dragged. I know. And they should drag my dick in their mouths, in my opinion.
The kid from Stranger Things says, stand with Israel or you stand with terrorism. Don't know your way around the nuance of this conflict? You can take your cues from noted Middle East experts. Kim Kardashian, LeBron James, The Rock, Justin Bieber.
Yeah, except they all are standing with Israel.
Amari Stoudemire.
For all y'all Black Lives Matter who ain't saying nothing, you.
Don't take your marching orders from celebrities?
This is the only one that they found that was like pro-Palestinian, really? The only one was Mia Khalifa? Jesus Christ.
About corporations. American Eagle changed their Times Square billboard to the Israeli flag. The NFL, AccuWeather, Volkswagen, Barry's Boot Camp. The Mets stand with Israel.
I'm sorry. Like, literally, like, there's nothing funnier than Volkswagen being like, hey guys, my bad. You can do whatever you want. I'll see myself out. Okay? Hey guys, listen. You got the pass. You can do whatever you want. Okay? We know. My B. We kind of fucked up. Okay? We kind of fucked up. As you guys know, here at Volkswagen Auto Group, we haven't always been so clear about our stance on ethnic cleansing campaigns. It's really awkward that you guys are asking us about this situation, but I guess it's fine this time around. You guys do your thing, okay? We're gonna sit this one out. Go ahead, Kings.
Barry's Boot Camp. The Mets stand with Israel.
Go to their Instagram page, go to any public statement if they have social media, see what they did for the Black community, see what they did for the Asian community.
By the way, this is so gross. Like, what a fucking gross thing to ask. Like, here's what I don't understand. Like, did you only care about black people getting fucking disproportionately killed by American cops because, like, you thought maybe later they would be, like, totally fine with you, your defense? Not even you, by the way, because you're fucking American. You live in America. Shut the fuck up. But your, like, ridiculous defense of a foreign country engaging in ruthless baby murder air campaigns. Like, what kind of insanity is this? It's like, hey, I don't know if you know this, but I put a fucking lawn sign that said Black Lives Matter in this house. So I expect you, black person, to also turn around and go, I stand with Israel unconditionally in its unimaginable brutality. Here's a picture of the designer of Volkswagen Beetle for those of you who don't know. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? That's just Adolf Hitler. Hold on. Yeah. He's Volkswagen. It's fine. They get to they sit this one out, I think. Yeah, it's like Fanta. Fanta coming out and being like, we love Israel and we're very sorry. Anyway, yeah, Hugo Boss. Anyway, I don't know. I find this like very
Show
strange.
them proof of what they did for other communities and demand they do this for Jews.
Compassion for humanity is a good thing.
It's not for Jews, man. It's for Israel. It's not for Jews. It's for Israel. I hate this conflation. I hate this conflation because you are not only wrong, you're behaving in an anti-Semitic way, and also I don't think a lot of the like conservative Zionists in America, conservative Zionist Jews in America recognize that their conflation of Israel and Judaism, which is false, and anti-Semitic, is going to lead to more anti-Semitic incidents. Like, anti-Semitism is completely unjustifiable. But what is frustrating here is that you're inevitably, you're making that connection. People see the fucking dead children. They are not going to think these dead children are fucking supposed to die. Like these dead children are totally valid targets. They're not going to think that. I don't know why you are so desperate to just fucking merge the war crimes of Israel with the international Jewish community, especially doing that at a time when, like, Jews in America, which are already a tiny number of the population here, okay, in comparison to the much larger evangelical Zionism that occurs in this country, it is so wild to me that conservative Jewish Zionists in America are just so desperate to be like, you don't understand. We do want this for Jews. We want to kill more Palestinian babies for Jews, you fucking idiot. Fuck you. And it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Do you not understand that, like, people still see the dead babies? Like, do you think that people are going to go, oh, okay, it's for the Jews, then it's fine? Like, what are you saying? It is a horrifying association. It is a horrifying association that sows way more anti-Semitism. It's very frustrating.
So what about the more than 300,000 people who've died in Nigeria? The roughly 60,000 who've died?
I think a lot of people, I genuinely think that, like, the reason why a lot of conservative on Israel, Jewish Americans do this is because they just think that, like, this is how it's always been in the media, so, like, it will be fine. Like, people will get silenced, the opposition will shut the fuck up, inevitably will say that they're anti-Semitic, and we'll move on, and people will come forcibly to understand our side. But what they are discounting is that Israel doesn't give a fuck. Like, it's so stupid. Exactly which Jewish groups are saying they want Palestinian kids to die? Show a clip. No Jewish groups are saying Palestinian kids should die. As a matter of fact, the most vocal groups are saying Palestinian kids should not die. But right now, in the world, Israel's actions attribute to 3,000 Palestinian dead children. Okay, 3,000 plus. So if you are living in America and you fucking turn around and say that murder is done for me, for Judaism, for Jews, this is good, when people see it, you are, for no reason whatsoever, taking on the responsibility of a murderous state. Check the rest of their logs from MapRail. I grew up in apartheid South Africa. All I can say, I was born in Bloemfontein, South Africa. I left South Africa in 1986. Would you like to hear that in Afrikaans? Wait, there's no question that the suffering of Palestinian people is terrible. That does not mean that Israelis need to suffer because, oh my God. Bro, much like Volkswagen, you should probably see yourself out of the convo. You know what I mean? First of all, you're old as fuck, dog. What are you doing? They don't need to say it. Look at all the bombs they're dropping. Exactly. When he first said, I lived in apartheid South Africa, at first I thought, when he said I lived in apartheid South Africa, I thought he was like, oh, it's so stupid. Like, of course, Israel is an apartheid state. I didn't realize that he was like, no, I lived in apartheid South Africa, and it was fucking awesome. And also, Israel, like, what are you saying? Like, Israel is apartheid also and very good? Like, what the fuck are you saying? I never thought in all of my years of being on this fucking platform that while we were having this conversation, you'd have a fucking loser, a 4-month subscriber, come in here and just be like, listen, fake idea of op chat is a variety South African apartheid LARPers. No, I don't understand. Like, are you going to clarify for us what's happening here? There is no question that the suffering on Palestinian people is terrible. That does not mean that Israelis need to suffer because certain Palestinians have chosen a political system and leaders who spend all their money and funds trying to destroy Israelis. Interesting you say that. You could literally just like, there's no question that the suffering of black people in apartheid South Africa is terrible. That does not mean that the white people in apartheid South Africa need to suffer because certain ANC groups have chosen a political system and leaders who spend all the funds they receive on trying to destroy the lives and livelihoods of white people in apartheid South Africa, which I left in 1986. Exactly. Which Jewish groups are saying that they want Palestinian kids to die? Show a clip. What about Hamas culpability in these deaths? I am trying to get a different perspective. Apartheid South Africa was fucking horrible. I wish you were in here yesterday when we watched the Journeyman documentary that detailed exactly how Israel is an apartheid state and nearly identical to the South African apartheid structure, if not much worse now, actually. So maybe you could develop a better perspective. But if you want to understand why Israel is an apartheid, I don't know, look at the Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International. And, or I don't know, open your fucking eyes to the conditions in the West Bank and the conditions in Gaza. Or Nelson Mandela, who said Israel was an apartheid state and that Palestinians deserve emancipation. Our struggle for freedom does not end until Palestinians are free. I never said anything about black people, dude. No, you didn't. You just said you lived in apartheid South Africa, and then you literally made an argument here that a defender of the apartheid would have made about the ANC during apartheid South Africa. Dennis Goldberg, the South African who coined the term apartheid, said Israel is in fact an apartheid. I don't think this person is literally like 80 fucking years old, by the way. They're saying, dude, I can't keep up with you. Let's agree to disagree. No, there is no let's agree to disagree. You fucking came in here. What do you mean, let's agree to disagree? What are you Elon Musk? Be honest. You have to tell me if you're Elon Musk. I wonder if he says, I wonder if he was like, yeah, I left South Africa to go to Israel. in 1986. They're 66 if they were born in 57. That could be a lie. Who knows? He was like, listen, I don't care who is being oppressed or who's doing the oppression. I just like the concept of an apartheid structure. So I fled from one to the other and established my roots in the next place, and I will defend it. No, I think you are biased and lacking in context. No lies. Oh my God, dude. Here, just read a book or any book, okay? That's all I got to say. Just anything. Here, dude, here you go. Here, that's it. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, is that good? Is that better for you? Do you understand this? This is a legal designation. Perfectly valid. Legal designation. Listen to an audiobook. Watch some of my YouTube videos. Like, there's no agreeing to disagreeing on this issue. It's just facts.
Disappeared in Mexico. What does The Rock think about the Rohingya? What is Justin Bieber doing to solve the crisis in Yemen? Where did the Mets...
I think this video is gross, by the way, because they're trying to be like, oh, don't have an opinion on anything. It's fine. There's so many things happening.
And on the war in Congo. And when you do pick a side, be sure to use the right words. Blame Israelis, but don't be anti-Semitic.
You're perpetuating anti-Semitism in this country.
Blame Palestinians, but don't be Islamophobic.
I don't think most people care about being Islamophobic when they're blaming Palestinians. You know what I mean?
It's gonna assume that you're Islamophobic.
Join the right side of history.
Correct side of history?
Change your avatar. It's easy.
Easy thing.
And harmless.
There once was a
It is just so simple.
Keep it simple.
Infographics, memes, explainers.
Educate you.
3-minute version.
Girl-splainers.
Buckle up, girly pops. We're talking about Israel and Palestine.
And picking a side is also a great time to promote yourself.
This is a day in my life. We're at War Edition.
Well, most of the time.
I realized that my usual formula of bimbo comedy was probably not the most appropriate for this time.
This is a war with enormous suffering.
Stop trying to play the victim.
Anybody who is supporting Israel is not somebody that I want to be around.
The conflict is confusing and...
I don't understand why they're doing this. Why don't you read your uncle's hit column on historical fact or falsehood? Oh, you mean when Cenk denied the Armenian genocide? Oh, no, he wasn't. He was actually implying that I fucking denied the Armenian genocide, to which I responded with, I never did. So then he turned around and went, what about your uncle? To which, what do you want me to say? I don't agree with him. Yeah. The article that he wrote in 1991 before I was born, is that what your big gotcha moment was? The article that my uncle wrote that he has denounced 1,000,000 times over in 1991? Really? Do you understand how this works? I wasn't fucking born! Let's say I was born, though. Let's say I was fucking like 3 years old at the time. Do you think I had any feedback on his Armenian genocide denial article? Do you think I was like, yo, Uncle Cenk, goo goo gaga, goo goo gaga? And he was like, that's right, dude. That's fucking right, actually. Is this your fucking brilliant perspective? Should I have denounced him as a baby? You did it, man. You fucking did it. I'm glad that you... Why don't you read your uncle's hit column, historical fact or falsehood? Like, I fucking hide this shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, he was a dumbass. I was also a dumbass because I wasn't alive at that point. I was protein. Okay? Hit article. My uncle's hit column in 1991, dog. Bro, this is fucking fire. This is the best you got, dude. Come on. it's so weird because like you went from saying this thing and then immediately said, what about applying that to the Armenian genocide? The Holocaust is not an outlier, which is minimizing, I think, the cruelty and the severity of the Holocaust by making it equivalent to the Armenian genocide, which I've never denied, but you thought that I probably did because I'm Turkish. Then when I yelled at you about it, okay, you then turned around and linked it. You waited 20 minutes to link it, and then you got timed out because you posted a link while being a broke boy and not subscribed. And then you turned around and you said you waited an hour and 30 minutes, or 30 extra minutes. Sorry, not an hour and 30 minutes. You waited 30 extra minutes to go, why don't you read your uncle's hit column from 1991? This is it? Is the best you got? Jaws the fish? God damn, dude. I think some of you debate perverts, debate pedophiles, have like a kink, right? Like it must be a kink that you just want to be called an absolute fucking moron, right? Because there's no shot you thought that this was like, oh man, it's fire. He spent 30 minutes Googling Hassan Piker Armenian genocide. Couldn't find it. Couldn't find anything because it doesn't exist. So he was just like, what about your uncle? Okay. Oh my God. Holy moly. He thinks this is my fucking first rodeo, dude. Nazi's been fucking coming in here and saying I've been denying the Armenian genocide in perpetuity since 2018 when I first fucking had like 15 people. I had 15 people in this chat, and the 16th person was some fucking 4chan groiper being like, Turkish man, deny the Armenian genocide much? There's literally a video. There is a chatbot command from 2018. One Armenian? Fuck no. I have hella Armenian followers and fans. It's not an Armenian that fucking goes, I bet you deny the Armenian genocide. It's weird Christian perverts. The weird, like, I don't think you guys understand. Most Armenians know already that, like, of course, I do not deny the Armenian genocide, okay? No, it's always weird fucking Nazis who don't even care about the Armenian genocide at all, or genocides in general, but they cared that it was done by Muslims against Orthodox Christians. That's why like a lot of 4chan dudes are like, that's an anti-Christian genocide, which by the way, they don't even give a fuck about Armenians in general, but they just care about it because it was like a Muslim group that conducted an ethnic cleansing campaign on a Christian group.
Unutterably sad. Bullying by the thought police only makes things worse.
Law firms have already pulled job offers from students who criticized Israel.
Reports of anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. have spiked.
A Palestinian American boy stabbed along with his mother in their home.
You should be raped and dragged through the streets in front of your kids.
You Jew haters, you.
Social media is where nuance goes to die.
Israel's mother.
Stay out of it!
And when it dies, we all risk losing sight of what...
I hate this video, fuck this video, and fuck the New York Times. God damn it, dude. Holy shit. It's like they always bring up the Arab slave trade or white slaves when you talk about chattel slavery. Yeah. We aggressively addressed this during the early days solely because of Dua Lipa, dog. Yeah. What a great video. Thank you. They said, hey, guys, I know that there is an ethnic cleansing campaign happening, and I know that there's an apartheid regime, but also, you know, you don't have to have an opinion, and many people have opinions, and guess what? Some of them are good, I think, and others are bad. Real weird fucking way to... Yeah, this is from the 15th of December, 2018. Look. The Armenian genocide happened. Anyway, all right. That'll be all for tonight. I'm tired. Dying a little bit. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Okay? We'll do the boy video and other fun stuff. I know I said I was going to do fun stuff today, and we didn't have any time to do so, but fun stuff tomorrow. Oh, fun stuff actually tomorrow. I have a cosplay person coming here specifically to do cosplay for me at 5 p.m. Yeah, I'm going to do a Halloween cosplay. I'm going to be Zorro. I don't know how, but... See. So, I'm very excited about that. So, we'll do Halloween. Tomorrow's Halloween. I'm going to do fucking Zorro. Weeb cosplay time. Anyway, love you all. And I will see you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you